Well, what kind of man was this now dead Lee Harvey Oswald? Harry Reasoner tells us about the accused assassin in this report recorded just before Oswald's death.
Who is Lee Harvey Oswald, who was shot today? This man who Dallas police say killed John F. Kennedy. We don't know the whole story. We may never know the whole story. But we do know that his big passion in life was politics, leftist politics. One man who debated him in New Orleans says that Oswald spouted communist propaganda like a machine. When the subject changed, Oswald was less sure of himself. He faltered. He groped for words. Physically, a fairly ordinary man, a firm jaw, regular features, straight black hair. He was born in New Orleans in 1939. His father died just before he was born. He was the youngest of 3 children.
All right. Let me make sure this is working. Magic and intelligence work would appear on the surface to be an unlikely combination, but as the partnership between the dark arts and the agency evolved, the craft of magic and the CIA's need for clandestine operations locked together like the last 2 pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. From Tony Mendez, former CIA chief of disguise. Deception is a state of mind, and the mind of the state. James Jesus Angleton, everybody should know who he is. Chief of Counterintelligence 54 to 74. This is a fascinating quote from Marina Oswald. I had 2 husbands, Lee, the father of my children, an affectionate and kind man, and Harvey Oswald, the assassin of President Kennedy. I immensely pity Lee, my husband, but I did not feel anything with regard to Oswald, the assassin. That Oswald was a madman. Now, the photographs I'm about to show you are Lee Oswald, the real Lee Oswald, as we were presented up until basically 1959. Going back to approximately 1953, April-ish of 1953, we are introduced to another person who we are told is Lee Oswald. That person is not. The photograph in the upper left, that's Oswald in New York in 52, followed by Beauregard High School in 54, 55 school year, followed by Lee Oswald in the Civil Air Patrol in 1955-56. And I need to make a very distinct point here. This person you're seeing who was part of the Civil Air Patrol who knew David Ferrie is most certainly not the Lee Oswald who was in New Orleans post-June of 62. So when everyone says that Lee Oswald knew David Ferrie from the Civil Air Patrol, that is blatantly false. The person they're referring to is not the person who was raised Lee Harvey Oswald. The next photograph is another extremely important photograph. That's from Lee Oswald's graduation from the aircraft warning operator class, which was, everyone thinks that Oswald was a radar operator. That is blatantly and provably false, and we will get into that later on. That photograph was taken June 18th, 1954, as he graduated from that school. The following photograph on the lower left is the rarest photograph you'll ever see of the real Lee Harvey Oswald. The only place I've ever seen this photograph is stashed inside the John Armstrong files. The next photograph is also Lee Harvey Oswald at Atsugi, Japan. The following photograph after that is Lee Harvey Oswald as he was photographed by his brother, probably in 1958, although Robert Oswald has changed the date that photograph was taken twice, indicating 3 different dates: February 58, December 58, and then September 59. I believe it was actually December 58, which is very problematic. The final photograph here is the last known photograph of this man. This was taken in September 10th, 1959, and it appeared on Lee Harvey Oswald's passport. Does that look anything like the man that you saw arrested on November 22nd, 1963? Now we're going to talk about Harvey Oswald, which to some degree appears to be a play on words, but in actuality is not. This is the man who was arrested on November 22nd, 1963. And this man, throughout most of his life, between 1953 and the end, introduced himself to people as Harvey Oswald. Not Lee Oswald, Harvey Oswald. Now, while this might seem ridiculous on its face, this is part of a large-scale Office of Naval Intelligence identity transfer operation that was pulled off in collaboration with the CIA via their defection programs, AE Balcony and Redskin, which are the programs that were governing the false defector programs. The photograph on the top left is, we'll call him for the sake of this presentation, Harvey Oswald, because that's what he called himself. That's Harvey Oswald at the Bronx Zoo. A photograph taken by Robert Oswald, which is a clear indicator Robert Oswald was in on this deception. And not only was he in on this deception, there were times in his life that he himself went by Lee Oswald, which we'll see as we move forward. The second picture is from Arlington Heights High School, where Oswald dropped out in October of 1956 before joining the Marines. The following two photos are photographs of Harvey Oswald while he was in the Marines. And these two photographs bring up a lot of questions. The photograph on the top right is allegedly from Corregidor, which is Philippines, taken in 1957. But we know from the records that Oswald never made it to Corregidor until the end of January 1958. So we'll cover all that. The bottom two on the left are from Minsk. Some people will argue that the person on the bottom left is actually another person, but I don't know that I'd go that far. But there are distinct differences in the appearance of this man and the man who was also photographed in the other Minsk photographs. Then the last two photographs are Oswald when he was arrested August 9th, 1963 in New Orleans, and November 22nd, 1963 after the assassination of the president. Now, if you look at the photograph from Arlington High School and you look at the photograph of the man arrested on August 9th in New Orleans, it's clearly the same person. The profile is identical, right? So, however, that is most certainly not this man here, the really Harvey Oswald. These are Oswald's passport photos. First one's from LA 1959. That's the last known photograph of this man. Unless you believe Robert Oswald, who said he took a photograph with the rifle at duck hunting with his basically in-laws in Texas in 1959 September, but I don't buy that. Doesn't make sense at all. I believe that photograph is from 1958. Clearly, these do not look like the same men. Comparison of the Minsk 1962 photo to LA 1959. That's some of the most stark contrast you're ever going to see. Even the ears are different. This is the real Lee Harvey Oswald in the Marines. All three photographs here were taken at Atsugi, Japan. This is Harvey Lee Oswald in the Marines. You'll notice on the bottom it says April 1959, Santa Ana, California. Well, I can tell you with certainty that Lee Oswald never went to Santa Ana, California. The last months that he was in the Marines, he was stationed mostly on mess duty at El Toro, which technically, while they're the same station, they're actually 7 miles apart from each other. The Santa Ana station was known as the Lighter Than Air Station, and it was a helicopter base, and it was run by the CIA. When Oswald defected to the Soviet Union in 1959, this is the photograph that they actually used to put in the newspapers. That is clearly not the man who was arrested on November 22nd, 1963. Evidence of the official use of Harvey Lee Oswald. Now, what you're going to see is absolute proof the government was well aware and behind the use of the name Harvey Lee Oswald. And they used the name Harvey Lee Oswald to obfuscate and to hide important information and top secret files. The employee roster at the Texas School Book Depository does not have Lee Harvey Oswald there. I need to remind everyone, Lee Harvey Oswald, Harvey Lee Oswald, I don't care what you call him. The person named Oswald that we're familiar with as Oswald never worked at the book depository. Ask yourself, what evidence have you seen that convinced you that Oswald worked at the book depository? Because when I ask myself that question, I don't have any. Every single alleged encounter with Oswald inside the book depository that day is easily explained by the presence of William Seymour, who was impersonating Oswald for the months leading up to the assassination, including at Sylvia Odio's, including the Sportsdrome rifle range, including the Havana Bar in New Orleans, including the Carousel Club on November 10th, where he was seen by Harvey Wade. William Seymour was impersonating Oswald up to and including his employment at the book depository. There's no evidence Oswald was ever there. So the insertion of the name Harvey Lee Oswald at 605 Elspeth, which wasn't his address, that was clearly inserted by someone who knew of the deception. The Texas School Book Depository was most certainly an intelligence connected. It's not a front, but it was a cutout. All of the publishers who worked inside that building were contractors with the CIA. 1950 census, the consolidated census rolls 5152. Oswald is listed as Harvey Oswald. And I need you to note that the birth date here is 10/19/39. That's not Oswald's birthday. His birthday was October 18th, 39. But as you'll see, we have a pattern that will form of Oswald's closest relatives using the wrong birthday for him on official documentation. So this is clear intelligence work. And we see it not only with Oswald, but we see it with Oswald's cousin, Marilyn Dorothea Moret, who we'll get to later on. On Oswald's initial Marine enlistment application, the name Harvey Lee Oswald was typed in, clearly erased, and then over it was typed Lee Harvey. This document has so many anomalies on it. I'm not even going to go into all of them here. I'll point one out here. It says eyes hazel. He's never had hazel eyes. Oswald's always had blue eyes. When Marguerite Oswald filed for Lee's dependency discharge from the Marines, she filed it under the name Harvey Lee Oswald, not Lee Harvey Oswald. Harold Weisberg, the investigator and researcher, located and requested copies of the Navy dossier on Harvey Lee Oswald from the Defense Intelligence Agency. However, they deny having such a record in their possession. Billy Joe Lord, who sailed to Europe with Oswald, not technically with him, but he was most certainly a babysitter, an intelligence babysitter. There were only 4 passengers on the Marion Lakes, which was the boat that took Oswald to Europe. Only 4. All of them were military, okay? An old military couple, Billy Joe Lord and Harvey Oswald. And we know it's Harvey Oswald because that's how he introduced himself to everyone on the boat. Harvey Lee Oswald. So, as you'll see, there's going to be a correlation between the use of the name Harvey Oswald and the date of birth 10/19/39. Okay, that will become apparent later on, and when we get through the Marine records later, that will become extremely apparent and why they did it that way. Here we go. Have some general reports. Harvey Lee Oswald. One thing I need to point out to you: when you're in law enforcement and you make a mistake on a report, what happens is it gets rejected by your supervisor and gets kicked back to you for correction because it has to be perfect because it's going to go before judges and whatnot, right? And all kinds of stuff like that. So here. We have the use of Harvey Lee Oswald in many documents, but they're never kicked back for correction, right? You shouldn't ever see the name Harvey Lee Oswald in a FBI report because that should be a mistake, right? And it should be corrected and kicked back for correction. Here we'll see dozens of examples where it's not only not kicked back for correction, but there are the use of Harvey Lee and Lee Harvey in the same paragraph. Jim Garrison and Bill Boxley discuss how many people the FBI called Oswald Harvey Lee Oswald. So I'm going to read this paragraph here. It's pretty fascinating. Yeah, well, they apparently have someone in the agency or in the bureau feeding them information because this involves some deaths of the people on the Bulgarian desk and the Hungarian desk, and maybe it was the Yugoslav desk. He's talking about deaths that happened to the CIA of people who worked at those desks in this time period. I've forgotten, but there were 3 of them involved. But in sitting down and working with them over a period of several months, I learned that all their contacts are with the Bureau. Now, the first day that Rothermel and I went out to have lunch, he said, "I'll tell you something confidentially. If you ever repeat me, I didn't say it." He said, "I don't know what Lee Harvey, they call him Harvey Lee Oswald." And this is an interesting point. If you just someday get time to make note of everyone who calls him Harvey Lee instead of Lee Harvey. But he says, "I don't know whether he was CIA or FBI, but I know for a fact Jack Ruby was on the FBI payroll." Now, Rothermel would know because he's in daily contact with every FBI agent in Dallas. So, at the FBI, they referred to Oswald as Harvey Lee. And Rothermel here told him, "If you repeat this, I didn't say it." More commentary reference to Jim Garrison, who knew that there were 2 Oswalds, as noted in this 1968 memo. He's talking about the Warren Commission, volume 19, page 584, medical examination. In September 59 in the service, height 71 inches, weight 150. Hair brown, eyes gray. His build is given as medium rather than slender. This examination was on his release from active duty. This 5'11" Marine then went and got a passport on which his height is still 5'11", shows up in Russia and has pictures taken with Marina, who's a little girl just over 5 feet tall. His pictures do not show him towering over her. as he would as if he were the same person who'd been in the Marines. Priscilla Johnson, the newspaper woman who interviewed Lee Harvey Oswald, reports him as 5'11" with brown hair and gray eyes. It is interesting. The taller Oswald is the gray-eyed one, and the shorter has blue eyes. This is a pretty consistent pattern through descriptions. Marguerite describes him as blue-eyed and having light brown wavy hair. The Oswald who entered the United States at New York was 5'6" and couldn't possibly be 5'11", even allowing for a couple inches of mistake. And then jumping down to the last paragraph. What this all means is anybody's guess. My guess is that the impersonation started in the Marines. Kerry Thornley said the Oswald he knew, and we'll get to Kerry Thornley, was about 5'5", and let's say that he knew Lee Harvey Oswald, who went into the Marines, as 5'8", but looked smaller. Bill Boxley said the CIA had successfully put over impersonations so that even mothers are fooled. Please remember, Harold, that Marguerite wanted to believe that her son had come back to her. She was crushed when he defected and needed to believe that he had seen the error of his ways. So Garrison, I don't know if he really didn't put two and two together on the totality of the Oswald deception, but he knew there were two because the evidence clearly indicates that. And the alternative to the evidence indicating that there were two is that all of the reports and all of the evidence that there were two Oswalds is faked to indicate and make it look like there were two when there were not. But that's a double, triple whammy. And these people aren't that smart. Well, they were back then, but I don't think that's the case. Today, they most certainly are not intelligent enough to pull off the double, triple whammy, as I call it. Naval intelligence document titled Harvey Lee Oswald. FBI report dated November 30th, 1963, referring to the travel of Harvey Lee Oswald. And here in the same paragraph, you have both Harvey Lee Oswald, and you see the little circle above the name Oswald. That circle indicates that there's another alias known or name missing here. And it talks about Lee Harvey Oswald just several sentences later, right? So if this was a mistake, it would have been kicked back to the agent to correct it. This is here because it's not a mistake. More naval intelligence documents dated Harvey Lee Oswald, this one from the 5th of April, 1972. Almost 10 years after the assassination, when the name Lee Harvey Oswald is etched into everyone's mind. Finally, an FBI document acknowledging Harvey Lee Oswald as an alias. So the ARRB, the Assassination Records Review Board, went to great lengths to determine whether or not the CIA station at Mexico City actually maintained a file under the name Harvey Lee Oswald. Of course they did, and they denied it. Many of the Russian documents have the name Harvey Lee Oswald, as we'll see coming up. The FBI used the name Harvey Lee Oswald when interrogating John Elrod, an associate of Jack Ruby, about the killing of Oswald. J.C. Day of the Identification Bureau of the Dallas Police used both names, Lee Harvey Oswald and Harvey Lee Oswald, while testifying before the Warren Commission. The Dallas Police were well aware of the Oswald duplicity. And this had to have come down from Cabell. Had to have. There's no other possible path unless there's back-end connections that I'm unaware about, which there might be. More checks by the FBI under the name Harvey Lee Oswald. Michael Hardin of the O'Neill Funeral Home, when he testified, he was questioned by Mr. Hubert on the, quote, violent death of Harvey Lee Oswald. So even the Warren Commission lawyers knew about this other name for Oswald. Earlene Roberts, manager 1026 North Beckley, testified that when the Dallas police arrived at her door, they repeatedly asked for Harvey Lee Oswald. Now, why would they do that? Because the name and the name is on the roster of the Texas School Book Depository as Harvey Lee Oswald. However, that address was what, 604 Elspeth or 602 Elspeth, right? So how did they get this name wrong, but they got the address right, right? Allegedly, the story is they got the address from Ruth Payne. I don't buy that. I have conflicting stories on what Ruth Payne actually did that day and whether the cops ever even went to Ruth Payne's house at all that day. So, but that's going to be for another time. The FBI maintained a file, number 105-82555, entitled Harvey Lee Oswald, a.k.a. Internal Security, Russia, Cuba. Secret Service memo, Harvey Lee Oswald. Can you see the depths of how many of these organizations were aware of the name Harvey Lee Oswald? Marguerite Oswald received a telegram from someone who knew Oswald, and it was sent to the mother of Harvey Lee Oswald. HSCA records request for CIA for files under the name Harvey Lee Oswald, along with Lee Henry Oswald, which came up as kind of a whole nother covert operation unto itself. Clay Shaw, during a press conference in 1967, he addressed Oswald as Harvey Lee Oswald. And to be honest with you, this is to me one of the first indications that I saw that indicated to me that he might have actually known the person that we know as Oswald, because I've never believed that. I never believed that. Oswald in New Orleans was kept at an arm's length from everybody except Kerry Thornley. Kerry Thornley directly managed Oswald in New Orleans. This is very easily provable when you come to understand that Kerry Thornley had the flyers printed at Jones Printing for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and that Kerry Thornley is most likely the one who forged the documents in regards to contacting Vincent T. Lee about setting up a New Orleans chapter. The evidence of Kerry Thornley having been Oswald's direct handler in New Orleans is overwhelming. Soviet citizenship request was submitted under the name Harvey Lee Oswald. CIA document referencing potential interest of Oswald due to the Harvey story. This is a pretty long document. I'm going to read the whole thing because it's fascinating, and it ties in conclusions that I made years ago without having corroborated them with this. In particular, it mentions Redwood and A.E. Ocean, which are connected to Red Skin and A.E. Balcony, which are the two programs that I identified as having been the ones that managed Oswald's trip to the Soviet Union. Subject, Mr. Lee Harvey Oswald to Walter Haltigan. One, it makes little difference now, but Redwood had at one time an interest in Oswald, an operational interest in Oswald. As soon as I heard Oswald's name, I recalled that as chief of the 6th branch, I had discussed sometime in summer 60 with the then chief and deputy chief of the 6th Research Station, and laying on an interview through Coup-Jump or other suitable channels. At the moment, I don't recall if this was discussed while Oswald and his family were en route to our country or if it was after their arrival. I remember that Oswald's unusual behavior in the USSR had struck me from the moment I had read the first OD acid dispatch on him. I told my subordinates something amounting to don't push too hard to get the information we need because this individual looks odd. We were particularly interested in the OI Oswald might provide on the Minsk factory in which he had been employed, on certain sections of the city itself, and of course, we sought the unusual BI that might help develop target personality dossiers. I was phasing into my LP cover assignment and out of KU Dove at the time. Thus, I would have left our country shortly after Oswald's arrival. I don't know what action developed thereafter. It's from Thomas B. Cassason. As an afterthought, I recall also that at the time I was becoming increasingly interested in watching develop a pattern that we had discovered in the course of our bio and research work in 6. The number of Soviet women marrying foreigners, being permitted to leave the USSR and then eventually divorcing their spouses and settling down abroad without returning home. The A.E. Ocean 3 case was among the first of these, and we eventually turned up something like 24 similar cases. We established links between some of these women and the KGB. KU desk became interested in developing the trend we had come across. It was partly out of curiosity to learn if Oswald's wife would actually accompany him to our country, partly out of interest in Oswald's own experience in the USSR, that we showed operational intelligence in the Harvey story. This sounds like a guy who knows exactly what he's talking about, was well aware of Oswald's activities, and it shows that he didn't have any idea that Oswald was there on an intelligence operation. This is how compartmentalized our intelligence community is. This is how you end up with CIA-backed terrorists fighting Pentagon-backed terrorists in Afghanistan. More FBI records under the name Harvey Lee Oswald. Here's another long story about Robert Tabor, founder of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, appearing with a Lieutenant Harvey Oswald in Cuba. I don't know that I buy this story at all. I have to look further into it. To me, the idea that you're going to continue to use your operational decoy post-1959 makes no sense. After 59, when Oswald becomes a public figure, the other Oswald has to disappear by how it has to be. You can't have two of them floating around. So therefore, I don't buy any stories of Lee Harvey Oswald, the real Oswald, appearing after 1959 until possibly interactions with Mae Brussels in the 1970s, which I'll talk about briefly later on. Dallas police, when they announced the killer of Tippit and JFK, they announced it to the newspapers as Harvey Lee Oswald, not Lee Harvey Oswald. According to Mrs. John D. Kilgore, Oswald had worked at Bilbo Trucking with her husband. She had met him once in 1956 when her husband had brought him home. She says this man was known to them as Harvey Oswald. According to John, he would see Oswald picking up a paycheck frequently. However, he never actually saw Oswald work any days. Now, there's definitely issue with this because this doesn't match the official story, right? But the reality is this was either Harvey Oswald or this was Robert Oswald, because Robert Oswald most certainly posed as his brother at certain times throughout his life. Despite the fact that he's 6 years older than him, when you get into the older ages of like 13, 14 to 19 and 20, Robert Oswald was a very slim, small-looking man who looked a lot younger than he actually was. And there was a distinct possibility in a lot of places that he was using the name Lee Oswald and possibly Harvey Oswald. The name Harvey Lee Oswald was printed in newspapers stretching into the 1970s. All of these came out in the 1960s and 70s, all say Harvey Lee Oswald. See, when they release things like this through the newspapers, I have to wonder if this is some sort of covert operational messaging from one agency to another. William Gaudet, who is a full-time CIA employee who was tasked with observing Oswald in New Orleans. He knew everything about Oswald's background. He knew everybody who allegedly was associating at 544 Camp Street, Arcacha and Guy Bannister and all those guys. William Gaudet, when he spoke with Bud Fensterwall, he identified him as Harvey Oswald. Despite the subject of the CIA memo being labeled Oswald Lee Harvey, the author casually refers to Oswald as Harvey. It is requested that the recipients advise if the FBI is receiving information about Harvey on a continuing basis. If not, please furnish this office with the information which has not been provided to the FBI so that it may be forwarded to them. So, the name Harvey Oswald, again, I'm going to beat this into your head because it has to be beat into your head. This is an intelligence deception. George de Mohrenschildt, Oswald's alleged best friend, who was setting him up the whole time in Dallas, right? He referred to him as Harvey Lee Oswald when he talked to, was that Altman? Yeah. All right, and this is my favorite of them all. He has a brother named John Pick, and we'll get to some of the family stuff later on. But John Pick is a half-brother. He was not in on this deception, and he's pissed. When you read his Warren Commission testimony, it's obvious. He was deceived, and he ain't having it, and he's pissed. And you don't hear a damn word out of John Pick after the Warren Commission ever. And the guy lived for another 40 or 50 years, okay? When he met Oswald Thanksgiving 1962, he hadn't seen him in over 10 years. And the man who showed up at Thanksgiving was most certainly not his brother. When Oswald put his name and address in John Pick's address book on Thanksgiving 62, he signed the name Harvey. We're going to veer off to John Pick's Warren Commission testimony to drill this point home. Mr. Jenner is the lawyer for the Warren Commission who he's talking to. Mr. Jenner says, then right below that is a picture of a young man standing in front of an iron fence, which appears to be probably at a zoo. Do you recognize that? John Pick says, sir, from that picture, I could not recognize that is Lee Harvey Oswald. That young fellow shown there, he doesn't look like you recall Lee in 1952 and 1953 when you saw him in New York City? No, sir. Commission Exhibit 284, do you recognize anybody in that picture that appears to be Lee Oswald? John Pick, no, sir. There's a young fellow in the foreground. Everybody else is facing the other way. He's in a pantomime or grimace. Do you recognize that as Lee Harvey Oswald? No, sir. Looking at that picture, and I have looked at it several times, that looks more like Robert than it does Lee, to my recollection. All right, on exhibit number 286, the lower right-hand corner, there's another picture. Do you recognize as your brother Lee in that picture? Yes, sir, that is about, listen to what he says. Yes, sir, that is about how he looked when I seen him in 1962, his profile. Do you recognize the person, the lady to the right who was pointing her finger at him? He's talking about the Arlington Heights photograph, okay? So let me skip forward. Mr. Jenner says, all right, exhibit number 288, there is in the lower left-hand corner, there's a reproduction of a service card and a reproduction also of a photograph with the head of a man. Do you recognize that? That looks to me approximately how Lee Oswald looked when I seen him Thanksgiving 62. Remember, he's making a clear distinction now of how he appeared Thanksgiving 62 and how he knew him all of his whole life. Directing your attention to Exhibit Commission number 289, do you recognize any of the servicemen shown in that picture as your brother? So he's showing him a picture of Lee in the Marines. No, sir, I do not recognize them. Exhibit number 290, the lower left-hand corner, there's a photograph of a young lady and a young man. Do you recognize either of those persons? John Pick says, he appears to me as Lee Harvey Oswald in 1962 when I seen him. Again, he's making a distinction between when the Oswald he knew growing up and the Oswald he knew in 62. Now, when you saw him 10 years later, he was 23. Yes, sir. You noticed, did you, a material change? Physically first. Let's take his physical appearance. Yes, sir. Physically, I noticed that. What did you notice? He was much thinner than I had remembered him. He didn't have as much hair. Did that arrest your attention? What was the material difference? Did that strike you? Yes, sir. It struck me quite profusely. What else did you notice about his physical appearance that arrested your attention? His face features were somewhat different, being his eyes were maybe set back. And like in these army pictures, they looked different than I remembered him. His face was rounder. Marilyn had described him to me when he went into the Marine Corps as having a bull neck. This I didn't notice at all. I looked for this, and I didn't notice this at all, sir. He seemed more slender. Yes, sir. He had materially less hair. Yes, sir. His eyes seemed a little sunken. Yes, sir. He's clearly describing another man who's not his brother, who showed up on Thanksgiving 1962 because the goddamn CIA thought they could pull one over on fucking John Pick, who's been in the goddamn military for like 10 fucking years at this point. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. In that picture right there on the lower right, that's Oswald with the fucking bull neck. That is Oswald, his brother, with the bull neck. That is not the man who showed up from the goddamn Soviet Union. The man in the photograph on the upper left, that photograph's a fake. The man who posed for that photograph was Kerry Thornley. Marina Oswald was in on the deception. And that face is Harvey Oswald, not Lee Oswald. This wasn't even like a secret. Newspapers and books were written about how there were multiple Oswalds, but history has a tendency to forget. Oswald's body was dug up. It was exhumed. And why was it exhumed? Because there was enough evidence to show that Oswald might not be Oswald as buried in Oswald's grave. That's why they exhumed the body. But yet they compared it. They didn't unwind the deception. And when you actually get to see, as we move forward, how deep this deception went, you'll realize that they never got any of this information before they came to that conclusion. And they based their determination on the fact that the Oswald that was dug up was the real Oswald because they were given Harvey Oswald's initial files, which all matched. This is what ties it all together. This is from Peter Dale Scott. This personnel file appears to be a compilation, whether from before or after the assassination is not clear. It collects copies of correspondence on Oswald from the files of at least 3 and probably more Marine commanders under which he served. As published in Folsom Exhibit Number 1, this personnel file contains only unclassified documents and information. There are no overt references to Marine G2 and only one passing reference to the existence of confidential intelligence records on Oswald in the Department of the Navy. This reference is in a letter of 29 July 1960, recommending Oswald's discharge from the Marines. The letter mentions 2 confidential reports from the 8th New Orleans and 9th Chicago Naval District's intelligence offices, which cites it as follows. And those are 2 serial numbers assigned to 2 confidential reports that were sent back and forth between New Orleans and Chicago. Years later, replying affirmatively to a request for these DIO reports from researcher Paul Hoke, the Naval Investigative Service, successor to ONI, supplied 2 records. These established a fact not available from the rest of the personnel file, that Marine G2 in regional offices as well as Marine headquarters received documentary information from this ONI district office concerning Oswald. In addition, at least one of these G2 records listed Oswald by a slightly different name. This alternative name, which eventually was used by at least 4 different military intelligence sources, was Harvey Lee Oswald. This Harvey Lee Oswald reference is no accidental anomaly, but part of an organized pattern, widely dispersed, that suggests an official intelligence deception and possible dual filing system. Serial number 02296E of 27 June 60 is the earliest Harvey Lee Oswald reference we now possess, over 24 of them, from the files of ONI, FBI, CIA, Army Intelligence, the Secret Service, the Mexican Secret Police, and the Dallas Police. A consistent pattern of behavior in these agencies since the assassination has been the tendency to suppress references to Harvey Lee Oswald and replace them with the more standard Lee Harvey Oswald. Boom. There you go. This has been known for decades. And, I get a lot of flack because I fucking detest Kennedy researchers because they're the lowest IQ fucking knuckle draggers that have ever walked planet Earth, because I've been on this literally for 8 months. Motherfuckers have had 60 years to figure this out. Give me a fucking break. No. 10/19/39. Throughout his life, Oswald's birthday often appeared as October 1939, when his actual birthday, as we're told, is October 18th, 1939. When Marguerite Oswald completed the application for the Bethlehem Orphan Asylum, which we'll get into a little more detail later on, she put his birthday as October 19th. This is allegedly his mother. Paperwork from the New York Federation of Protestant Welfare Agencies dated 1/16/1953, when Marguerite, both of them, were in New York and trying to get Oswald into schools and help and all this because he was a truant, and we'll cover that story in excruciating detail later on. She used the birth date 10/19/39, and she seems to have forgotten Oswald's father's name, and she said that his name was either James or John, which is not true, right? So what's going on here? Why are parents of children putting wrong information? What possible answers could there be? The Social Service Exchange in New York City was given 10/19/39 for Oswald's birthday. Again, information provided by Marguerite Oswald. Besides the incorrect birth dates, Marguerite told John Caro that Oswald's father's name was Lee Harvey. Okay, it's not. Oswald's father's name was allegedly Robert Edward Lee Oswald Sr. So, again, why does she do this? Why is she giving wrong information on official documentation? Because this is an intelligence deception. Oswald's death certificate, okay, has October 19th, 1939, and this information was provided by Robert Oswald, his alleged brother. Actually, I do believe it is his brother, for real. Both of them, which we'll talk about a little later on. This is fascinating, and this is very telling. When Marina Oswald applied for Social Security benefits based on Oswald's death, she provided a birth date of October 19th, 1939, but guess what? The only records that they had for Oswald with October 1939 birth date are the jobs that he had when he got back from the Soviet Union. It didn't include the Marine time. It didn't include Tujagues or any of the other jobs that he allegedly had. Period. It started with the Leslie Welding Company in 1962, right? And it said he only made $3,500 in his whole life. This is called a clue, people. In a letter sent to John Pick, November 1954, Marguerite Oswald says Lee's birthday is October 19th. It's false, or so we're told, right? They can't keep the story straight. Oswald's Soviet visa contains the wrong birth date. Here it indicates a birthday of 19, and then there's a Russian word in 1938. And the commentary on it said that it was like December, but I tried looking up the Russian words for it, and I couldn't verify that. All we know is it does not say October 18th, 1939. All right. Oswald's family. Oswald's father is allegedly Robert Edward Lee Oswald. That's the only known photograph of him. Personally, I think it looks like a photograph of J. Walton Moore, who's a totally other guy in the Kennedy story, but that's a whole nother story. That's on the right-hand side, Marguerite Frances Claverie, Oswald's mother. She is one of the most disgusting, vile fucking sociopaths I've ever come across in my research. She had a fucking black heart and no soul. And you'll understand that as I go further through this. So Robert Oswald allegedly died of a heart attack in August of 39. Did he really die of a heart attack in 39? Was he really Robert Oswald? Or was he a guy named Lee Oswald? As we move forward, let me see if I have this one coming up. You'll see that the information we're given on him is questionable at best. Lower left here, that's Robert Edward Lee Oswald Jr., known as, for the remainder of this presentation, will be called Robert Oswald. He is most certainly in on this deception, and by the facial features, to me, it's pretty clear that he's actually brothers with the Oswald who was arrested on November 22nd. So Robert Edward Lee Oswald was a short guy, about 5'5", with dark brown hair and eyes. Oswald was a little bit taller than that, and he had lighter brown hair, and he had blue or gray eyes. Just like Harvey Oswald, who is Robert Oswald's brother. So Robert Edward Lee Oswald's brother is Harvey Francis Oswald. He was a couple of years older than him, and he is actually a little taller, and he had gray eyes and light brown hair, just like both of the Lee Oswalds. As you'll see, and when we get to the next document, as Robert Oswald's dead, I'll tell the story real quickly. So Robert Oswald fucking dies. He dies in August of 39. Marguerite Oswald wanted him buried the same day, and she didn't call the family. Okay? I don't even remember the story on how they found out, but she did not contact them, and she was going to have him buried, and that was that. And Robert Oswald ended up being buried the next day in the Claverie family tomb, not the Oswald family tomb, which I find to be absolutely fucking unbelievable. That's shocking. Because of this, there was a gross falling out between Robert Oswald's family, which was very large. He had multiple brothers, Harvey, William, he had some sisters. Basically, when they found out that he died and Marguerite wanted to bury him that same day, they thought that was the most horrific thing they'd ever heard of. And after that, they never had any contact with her ever. The only person who maintained any contact, and only for a short time, was Harvey Francis Oswald, who was the one who signed off on Oswald. Oswald doesn't have a birth certificate, doesn't exist. Anyone who tells you it exists is a liar. It's referenced in the Marine files, but we don't have a copy of it. What we actually have is a copy of something called a witness to live birth, which was filed about 4 days after Oswald's birth, and it was signed by Harvey Oswald. This is the last known interaction that we have between Harvey Francis Oswald and Marguerite Claverie Oswald, and this is in the last week of October 1939. After this, there will be basically no contact between Marguerite and the rest of the family. And I think I have a slide on that coming up. John Edward Pick is Oswald's half-brother from Marguerite and her former marriage to Edward John Pick Jr. Okay? So he's not in on this scheme. Not at all. He basically goes off and joins the Marines, or he joins the Coast Guard as young as possible. He's in for 6 years. Then he gets out and he joins the Air Force. He happens to be in Japan when Oswald's in Japan, and when Oswald's cousin, Marilyn Dorothea Moret, ends up going to Japan, as we'll talk about much. Actually, we're going to talk about that here coming up really soon. But John Pick seems to be the only straight shooter in this whole bunch. Both sides of the family were very large. But nobody ever has contact with them after the death of Robert Oswald. And I think I know why, besides the fact that Marguerite Oswald was just a disgusting human being. Is because they were no longer living in New Orleans at a time when they would have been, as we're told. Okay, so when it comes to Robert Edward Lee Oswald, we have some weird anomalies that I have yet to be able to figure out. So he was called Lee Oswald. He was called Lee Oswald. Some documents show him as Robert Edward Oswald. Some show Robert Lee Oswald. Some show, various combinations of those names. But I believe John Armstrong submitted this to try to get some clarification on directory listings and Oswald. And I'll go ahead and I'll read this paragraph. The 1933 city directory listed Herman G. Engelhart, who worked insurance with Robert Oswald, agent of MetLife Insurance Company residing at 706 Moss, and Lee Oswald, agent of MetLife Insurance Company residing at 202 South Scott. There were no Edward Oswalds, Robert E. Oswalds, or Robert L. Oswalds. In the 1935 one, Herman G. Engelhart's entry gave his only residence as 706 Moss. Lee Oswald's read agent of MetLife Insurance Company residing at 808 Taft Place. There were two Robert Oswalds, both residing at 917 Teach. Okay, so these two Robert Oswalds living at 917 Teach are related to Oswald, but through the son of Norman Oswald, who's a couple cousins distant. So they didn't even know that there's a connection. But throughout my investigation into New Orleans and Oswald and Robert Oswald, these other two Oswalds kept popping up. Both of them are military. And Robert Oswald, I think his middle initial is N, if I'm not mistaken. He was in the Army or the Marines as a super duper high up lieutenant or something, right? So, but on paper, there's no technical connection between these families, despite some weird anomalies that I'm not ready to talk about because they need further fleshing out. The 1938 directory listed Lee Oswald and his wife Marguerite. He was an agent for MetLife Insurance Company and resided at 1917 Gallier. there were no H. Englehart, Robert Oswald, or Edward Oswald, right? So basically, the point of this whole thing is, who the fuck is this guy? Is he Robert Edward Lee Oswald, or is he Lee Oswald? When you go through the testimony of the Warren Commission, what you will find is that Robert Oswald, the senior, is never ever referred to as Robert Oswald ever. He's always 100% of the time referred to as Lee Oswald. It's almost like everyone is in on it. Like the lawyer and the person being questioned are both in on the notion that they're not going to refer to him as Robert Edward Lee Oswald. I don't know why, but that tells me that he was most certainly part of some kind of deception, because the one thing that's never mentioned anywhere is the fact that Robert Oswald fought in World War I. So he was in the military, just like Harvey Oswald, his brother. These are documents that we need. We're never going to get. You think we're going to get fucking documents on Harvey Francis Oswald from goddamn 1896? No, we're not, okay? God, stop drinking the Kool-Aid. William Stout Oswald Jr. had never seen or known Oswald, but yet when he spoke of him, he called him Harvey Lee, which is weird. This is just indicating that Harvey Oswald was the uncle. So I gathered all these statements from all the Oswalds who were living in New Orleans. All of the Oswalds in New Orleans were related to Oswald, whether they knew it or not, through distant cousins or whatever. It seems like once you get past second cousins, like nobody gives a fuck anymore. So yeah, but I put this up here to show that none of these people ever interacted with Oswald. I mean, they all lived together in New Orleans for decades, and there's just no contact at all until Harvey Oswald makes it up to New Orleans in June of 1963, and he begins to investigate his heritage, which gives me some clear indicators that these people are family, and that the idea that he was plucked from a concentration camp or any of that stuff that Armstrong put forth is most certainly incorrect. Now, this doesn't answer the Russian question. How the fuck does Oswald speak Russian? I tell you what, there ain't a goddamn person on planet Earth who knows. But after I get finished with this, that's my next mission, and I'm going to know. There's a significant possibility the person who spoke Russian isn't any of these Oswalds. More statements from the family. Okay, so in 1963, Oswald reaches out to Hazel Oswald, who is the wife of William Stout Oswald Sr., who's dead a long time at this point, 10, 15 years. And so Oswald is going, Harvey Oswald, the one who was arrested on November 22nd, 63, the one who you know as Lee Harvey Oswald, he gets to New Orleans and he's going through the phone book and he's calling all of the Oswalds because he's trying to find out more about his past and his history. That's obviously what he's doing. He gets a hold of Hazel Oswald and she explains that William Oswald's dead. They're all dead. Harvey's dead. And that she had a picture of Robert Edward Lee Oswald Sr., and that Oswald could come and get the photo, could come and pick it up, and he did. And so I'm going to refer to him as Harvey Oswald, comes to meet with Hazel Oswald. He receives this picture. I'm assuming it's the picture that we all know that we just saw of Robert Oswald Sr. We'll never really know, though. And she makes some very interesting statements when she's questioned by the FBI about that, specifically that he introduced himself as Harvey. So Hazel Oswald was married to William Stout Oswald Sr., Robert E. Lee Oswald's brother. And when she spoke to the FBI, she repeatedly called him Harvey. So, despite not being related, Jules J. Oswald, also employed by William B. Riley Coffee Company. They actually are related but it's distant. It's a couple cousins away. But the point here is that the Riley Coffee Company owned other coffee franchises, the Standard Coffee, Allied Coffee. It was a whole bunch of coffee. It was all CIA fronts, okay? What these guys do is the people leave the CIA and they go into independent business, and then they return favors to the CIA by putting fake people on payrolls and stuff like that. It's not really that big a deal. Or, Riley himself was probably no longer a spy, even though he was connected to, he was Jack Schultz. Was that his name? Jack Schultz, I believe that was the name, who was connected to all these companies. But Riley Coffee employed three Oswalds: Jules J. Oswald and William Stout Oswald and our Oswald at Standard. Coincidence? You tell me. All right. Interesting stuff here. Oswald had a first cousin named Floy Oswald, a.k.a. Mrs. William Brown, a.k.a. Floy Oswald Brown. It appears J. Edgar Hoover had a personal file on Floy Oswald, who also seems to have used numerous aliases. So This is a fascinating note here by Armstrong. And down here it says, because it has her name, it has a whole bunch of, look at all these case numbers. This is all about Oswald's cousin, right? I have not particularly looked up these indicators. Like you see a 100 and a 165, 87, 121. Those are what type of case they are, right? I did the breakdown of that for Jack Valenti in my book and showed that his father was connected to all kinds of mob stuff and racketeering and treason and all kinds of stuff, right? But I haven't done that for this yet. This will be in my book when I complete it. But there was a 67 file, and I'll read what this says. It says, okay, John, 67 files are Mr. Hoover's special eyes only, maybe 3 or 4 people. Why would an obscure Oswald relative be in such a super secret file? Interesting, huh? So I think we can assume at some level that this Oswald is somehow connected to this deception. Floyd Oswald Brown will also be murdered in her house. She'll be murdered by a live-in caretaker and 2 friends who attempted to force her to sign over property deeds. There's virtually no information on Floyd Oswald Brown. Everything you just saw is all that exists on her, period. This is Edwin Ekdahl. This was Marguerite Oswald's 3rd husband. They were together from 42 to 46. They weren't divorced until 48. Ekdahl was truly loved by Lee. It's the first time he ever had, the real Lee. It's the first time that he ever had a father figure, really, because his brothers kind of ignored him most of the time. And so when Ekdahl came into his life, they formed a very, very strong bond. Whether or not that played any role in subsequent events, I just don't know. All right. Now we have to talk about Lillian Claverie Moret and John Armstrong and his failures. If you'll notice, the woman on the left is clearly the woman in the middle on the right. That's Lillian Moret. John Armstrong made the photograph here on the left a cornerstone of his research, and he botched this so poorly, it's embarrassing. If you'll notice, the curtain in the background is identical, okay? This is not 126 Exchange Place. This is Lillian Moret's house at 737 French Street in New Orleans, okay? Which used to be 804 French Street because they changed the numbers sometime around 1953, 54. But this picture here on the left is this weird-looking woman who's younger is Oswald's cousin. It's Marilyn Dorothea Moret, the woman with the guy's got his arm around her. That's Lillian Moret. And then that young man right there, this is crazy. For the last 10 years, I thought that was Oswald till about 2 weeks ago. And then it dawned on me that that's not Oswald. That is most likely John Eugene Moret, who's the youngest son of Lillian Moret, who was the one who took Oswald to Mobile, Alabama, or somewhere in Alabama, and they talked at the Jesuit college about Oswald's experience. I need to do a deep dive into that trip because there's more to it than we're being told. And you can see Marilyn Dorothea Moret, she's got a very unique face. She's really weird looking. But where Armstrong really fucked up is, as you'll see moving forward, if you're going to have 2 Oswalds, you have to have 2 mothers to take care of them. And he believed that the woman on the left was the false Marguerite Oswald that you'll see in the slides that I have coming up. He got that wrong. That was a cornerstone of his research, and he botched it. Also, what he botched, another thing he botched that he didn't realize he botched, but that solved a lot for me, is later on we'll get into the Palmer McBride stuff in 1957-58, and Palmer McBride will identify the photograph on the left as the woman who he believed was Marguerite Oswald, right? So this is why John Armstrong believed that this woman was the false Marguerite, but she's not, okay? But what it proved to me was that this Lillian Moret was in on the deception and aided in raising Oswald from the time he was a child and in participating in some of the deception at a minimum in 1957, 1958, at the exact same time when Palmer McBride will allege Oswald was in New Orleans working for Fisher Dental Lab, when actually I can show with certainty that 2 Oswalds were in the Marines in Corregidor and Atsugi. So what am I saying here? I'm saying John Armstrong fucked up. That is not the false Marguerite. That is Marguerite Oswald's real sister, Lillian. As you can tell, it's the same woman in the right. And so, yeah, she played a part in this deception, and we'll see this as we move forward. Marilyn Dorothea Moret, that's the woman on the left here. She is a spook, just like her mother, just like her aunt, just like this entire goddamn family. Marilyn Moret was described in a news article by Paul Scott as one of the most wanted defectors to Russia or satellite countries. And I'll go ahead and I'll read this. Referenced letter enclosed the memorandum containing information that one Paul Scott had written a newspaper column in which he had named Moret as one of the most wanted defectors to Russia or satellite countries. In interview, Scott advised that he had some information to make a tie-up between Moret and the Oswald case. He apparently did not know Miss Moret and Oswald were cousins. In his newspaper column, Scott mentioned a Professor Harold Isaacs of Massachusetts Institute of Technology as being associated with Moret. In reference letter, he told the commission he would furnish the background information on Isaacs. There's no evidence to support any of Scott's allegations about Moret and Isaacs. She was interviewed at length, and she was related to Oswald. Apparently, had very little association with him. The enclosure has been read and approved by Mr. Malley and Mr. Belmont. So Marilyn Moret was outed to this reporter who then writes an article, and I have the article somewhere. I didn't clip it, but I have it somewhere, where he basically names her in a long list of people, including, God, what was that guy's name? There was another false defector to Russia who was very famous, who was actually a naval intelligence spy who came back. The name will hit me in a minute. But his name was listed in this article also, and so was Marilyn Moret. Okay, so when things slip through like this, you kind of got to know that they're true, right? So he had good information, and this was obviously suppressed. So the FBI investigated Marilyn Moret and pulled her travel schedule beginning in 1954, and she made many unusual trips around the world, first claiming to be a reservation agent for a travel company, later claiming to be a teacher. So this is very interesting. Marilyn Dorothea Moret, born July 14th, 1928, New Orleans, Louisiana, living at 3730 Lindell Boulevard, St. Louis, was first issued United States passport number 436517 on July 13th, 54, for proposed travel via air from New York City, July 24th, 54, to England, France, Germany, and Holland on a 3-week vacation. I'm not going to read much else there, but that 3-week vacation became like many, many months, and she ended up as a teacher in China and all kinds of places in Eastern Bloc countries. And what the fuck what are you doing in 1955 going to Eastern Bloc countries? Normal people don't do that shit. All right, so one thing that came out very recently that no one else has uncovered except for me, of course, is that Lillian Marilyn Moret flew to an Air Force base in Bermuda, Kendley Air Force Base in Bermuda in September 1954, which is fascinating because this is sandwiched by the issuance of her passport and the travels that the FBI was following her on, right? So between those two fucking events, she gets flown to an Air Force base in Bermuda with her mother. Duh. These people are fucking spooks. Okay, also, Lillian Moret. Why the fuck did she fly to Cuba in February of 1955? And why does this never come up at the Warren Commission? Why was she never questioned about it? Why has not a single person on God's green earth ever mentioned the fact that Lillian fucking Moret went to Cuba in February 1955? I think that's kind of important, don't you? Should have been brought up at the Warren Commission and the ARB and the HSCA, which are all fucking shill enterprises. This is what fucking pisses me off. This shit was so obvious that these people are all spooks. And this has all been suppressed to death. All right. The picture on the left, that's Marilyn Moret at Louisiana State University, 1948. Okay. On the right, that's Ruth Payne. For the context of this entire presentation, she's irrelevant. I just wanted to show this because of the picture of Marilyn Moret on the left. You can tell she got a weird looking fucking face, right? Well, when you go and you actually look up the yearbook information for Marilyn Moret, that's what you get. That's who we're told is Marilyn Moret at Louisiana State University in 1948. That is not the same woman on the right, who we know for fact is Marilyn Moret. Okay? Is this his chance that Oswald's involved in some identity transfer operation and so is his cousin? Did she even really go to Louisiana State? She went to Baylor after this, I think, or Loyola, actually. And Baylor is where Armstrong's documents are held. But this is a clear intelligence deception. All right. The most fascinating of all Oswald's relatives, who's not in the picture really, is Paul August Polo Voitier Jr. He was one of Huey Long's bodyguards and most likely one of his assassins because there were two guys who were his primary bodyguards. Voitier, who was Marguerite Oswald's uncle. Voitier and one other guy, and then Huey Long gets shot by his own guys. That's how that went down. All right. So here we're just going to breeze through some pictures from Lee's early life. This picture, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I know they were allegedly fishing, and Lee's supposed to be holding a fish but it looks like there's some dude like doing muscle poses behind him. I don't know what's going on there, and I don't know if that's like a weird refractory image on the left, but I don't know what the hell's going on here, but it looks weird. All right, this is believed to be 101 San Saba. This should be about, it's a 38 Plymouth right there, as it says, but this is about 1948 when they move into this address, and this is where one of the first address anomalies happens. The first one actually being not connected to a specific address. This is allegedly a photograph of Oswald at Carnival, but I don't believe it. It doesn't look like him. He looks way too young for the time period. This is alleged to have been when he got back from New York, but I don't really believe that. I don't know who the fuck this is, but this picture was actually caused John Armstrong a lot of trouble. He interviewed a lot of people about this picture, and several people, according to him, actually identified this as Oswald. So make of it what you will. This picture is of the Benbrook Common School. The Benbrook Common School will be the first anomaly that we have in the fall of 1945 when Oswald's supposed to start allegedly kindergarten or first grade. There's some conflicting information on whether it's kindergarten or first grade, but either way. Here we have an undated photograph. Oswald was a cute kid, full head of hair. Not like the guy we seen was arrested on November 22nd. He seemed like a pretty happy kid, As he gets older, you start to see him be a little less happy. This is 46, 47. Where would he have been at that time? 46, 47, he would have been at the Victor Street address. And so here we go in 1950. Here's Lee Oswald in the middle with the big frizzy hair. 1951, he ain't so happy anymore, is he? The realities of his life are starting to sink in. May of 52, Ridgelea West Elementary. This is when he'll graduate from this. This is pretty well documented. His school records up until this point are pretty uncontroversial, with the exception of Benbrook in 45, which we'll get to here momentarily. This is Oswald in 53, 54 in New York. These photographs were provided by John Pick, who's not in on the deception. 1955 at Beauregard in the Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol photo with David Ferry. All right, the two Marguerite Oswalds. The photograph on the left, that is Marguerite and Lillian. Lillian is her sister. We already talked about her a little bit. They're pretty much the same height, give or take an inch. Lillian's an inch or two shorter, which becomes really important because it debunks the notion that Lillian could have impersonated Marguerite anywhere. Because the Marguerite, and I say that because they were the Marguerite who we know, we'll get to here momentarily, the person we know as Marguerite Oswald post 59 is a solid 5 to 6 inches shorter than the original Marguerite. This is possibly a picture on the right of Edward John Pick Jr. We don't have any pictures of him. No one knows why or where or any of this stuff. A lot of the people from Oswald's past, you don't see pictures of when it connected to the Warren Commission or any of that stuff. But you'll see a lot of the newer pictures, but a lot of the family and the old stuff, which I think is the most important stuff. You don't really see pictures of any of these people, right? Why? The HSCA took specific pictures of people, and some of them just are not around. So 1935, 37, 42, this woman isn't ugly, right? She's a standard kind of average looking woman, not disgusting by any fucking means. These are all well-documented photos. This photo from 1960 is an anomaly. This photo shouldn't exist. I don't know where this photo comes from, originates from, because the other Marguerite will pop up in 1959. This is Paul Shoestore, 1957. Look, she's fairly tall. She's taller than two of the other women there. She's at least 5'7" to 5'8" tall. And this is the woman that we're told today is Marguerite Oswald. This is not Marguerite Oswald. However, I am of the absolute belief that she is kin to Marguerite Claverie. She is family, 100%. I guarantee that. My inclination is to believe that she is Pearl Claverie. Pearl Claverie Whitaker basically she went nuts. And all this information is suppressed except for a scant reference here and a scant reference there. There's no documentation. This is the documents that I want, right? They're never going to release. They'll probably never put up the Kennedy heading. But Pearl Claverie went nuts by 1930 something, was in and out of mental institutions, and allegedly died in August of 1963 at the Jackson State Hospital in the East Louisiana State Hospital in Jackson, Louisiana. Now, why is that hospital so important? I'm not even going to explain it to you people, because you should already understand the importance of the Jackson Hospital in reference to the Kennedy story. But I'll tell you this much. I am also convinced that the shenanigans that surround Kerry Thornley, David Ferry, Clay Shaw, going down to Clinton to do the voter registration incident, which was all connected to Reeves Morgan, the representative who wanted Oswald, who Oswald allegedly approached to get a reference to get a job at the East Louisiana State University. This is all the same time, allegedly. This is all happening right after Pearl allegedly dies in the institution. But there's no records on her. There's no death certificate. There's no nothing. All we have is chatter. These are the documents that I fucking want. You think you're getting this in this Donald Trump document dump? Fuck you, my man. We're never going to get any of it. Okay? The deception went so deep, we're never going to get any of it. This is not the same fucking woman. This is clearly two different women here. One of them 6 to 7 inches shorter and much heavier and fatter. The other woman was slender. Again, clearly not the same woman. So throughout the presentation, I will refer to the woman on the left as the false Marguerite and the woman on the right as Marguerite Oswald. This, again, a real photograph of Marguerite Oswald. This is where I get really disappointed in John Armstrong. John Armstrong, since I didn't mention it, is the progenitor of the Harvey and Lee to Oswald theory. Unfortunately, while his thesis was correct, he botched so much shit, it's unbelievable. And I'm also of the mind that he intentionally sat on documents that he didn't reference in his book, Harvey and Lee. And this is a photograph that'll prove that. This is supposed to be the real Marguerite Oswald, and it is the real Marguerite Oswald. I can definitely tell you that. But it's allegedly at 126 Exchange Place. And we'll talk more about 126 Exchange Place coming up. But that is kind of like a huge problem for the, official story people and the people that weren't to Oswald people, because the time period really from September 1953 all the way through July of 1956 is just a shit show if you're trying to corroborate where people are living. All right. Robert Oswald's first wife was a woman named Margaret Emma Keating. They were married from 1920 to 1932. I'm going to point something out really quickly. You see, the woman here, she has these like eyebrows that go at like a 45-degree angle in this photograph. And John Armstrong got really stuck on this stupidly. All right. So when you go back up to the picture of, where is it? I'll go back to the picture of Oswald's aunt, and I'll show you that the picture that he thought was the fake Marguerite. Here we go. See, she has these like 45-degree angled eyebrows, right? And so when John Armstrong saw the picture of Margaret Keating with the 45-degree slanted eyebrows, he's like, oh, that's her. And he stuck with that till he fucking died. He stuck with that till he died. He was too proud to admit that he was wrong. And I know he found out he was wrong because he's not stupid and he couldn't have not figured out that this fucking picture was not taken at 126 Exchange Place. All right. Sorry. I get a little fucking hot when I see researchers doing shady shit, even ones I fucking respect. All right. So here we go. Margaret Emma Keating, born 28th of April in 1892, New Orleans. It's kind of weird because the woman on the right's her mother, and that's Cecilia Keating. And Cecilia Keating looks like a dead ringer for the false Oswald, the false Marguerite Oswald. But I don't know. I'm still grasping at straws when it comes to my identification of her, and I don't have a single fucking picture of Pearl Claverie to clarify anything. But Margaret Keating's life is crazy, and there's some weird shit that goes on, and you're going to see all about that here. So this is really odd. So despite not having been married to Robert Oswald for some 20-something fucking years, during the 1956-56 Directory in New Orleans, Margaret Keating, who was at one time Margaret Oswald, suddenly appears in the directory as Margaret Oswald. What does that mean? What the hell? What happened there? And this is in 55-56. Crucial years in regards to the obfuscation of Oswald post the New York period. The New York period, we're going to get to all this stuff. Post New York period, there is a fucking jumble of where Oswald lived, where he went to school, witnesses who knew him, did he have a job, where was Robert Oswald, all this stuff. It's a huge mess. And for some reason, Margaret Keating appears as Margaret Oswald during those years in the directory. There's some shit going on here. There's lots of smoke, but I can't find the fire. Here you go. Listed clearly Margaret Oswald. So you got two Oswalds listed, Margaret and Marguerite, right? And so this also tripped up Armstrong. Armstrong believed this was the proof that this person was the false Marguerite. But he couldn't see past the nose on his own goddamn face. And he was wrong. But what it tells me is, and I don't have much of the testimony of Lillian Moret in this presentation, but if you listen to my podcast, I just did like 6 hours of her testimony, and I still got like 6 hours to go. What you see is that it's clear she's making references to people that don't exist. Like at one point in time, she says that she's trying to get a hold of her sister, Marguerite Oswald, right? She's asked by Mr. Jenner, who's the lawyer for the Warren Commission, asked a question about contacting her. And she says, well, I tried to contact her, but I don't think I did. And I think I contacted her brother. Like she said that in testimony in the Warren Commission. Whose fucking brother? Whose brother are you talking about? It's your brother because your sister's, right? So why would you call it her brother if it's your brother also? And not to mention the fact that Marguerite Oswald had 2 brothers and they're both fucking dead. They both died just past World War I-ish from typhus at the ages of 18 and 20. I think they need to be fucking exhumed, honestly, because Marguerite Oswald, it seems like she's the Black Widow. Everywhere she fucking goes, men are dropping dead. Whether her brothers or her husbands, because all of them are fucking dead, right? And that's another thing. There's like references to her possibly being married again. Like people slip up in their testimony and they say things, and then you go to try to figure it out and you're like, wait a minute, that fits absolutely nothing of the known story, right? So if I catch a reference to her saying she's calling Marguerite's brother, which shouldn't exist at all, then I'm like, well, fuck. Who is this woman that has a brother who's connected to the family, right? And then I have to look at the Oswald family relatives to see if there's a family structure that could accommodate somebody having a fucking brother who could be plausible. And of course, is there? Well, yeah, unfortunately there is. But I'm not going to talk about that almost at all today because I don't want to tip my hand on things that are potentially wrong, even though I'm pretty confident I'm right and stuff. I'm narrowing down the field of suspects in this duplicate scheme. And it's been a long and hard, and I've got a lot of help from a good new friend, Diana Thomas, who's been just absolutely stellar in her ability to see past the deception and provide tangible value in the data. It's been fucking great. All right, next one. So when the Warren Commission ends up pulling Marguerite Oswald's credit reports, and how credit reports work back in the day and how they work today are 2 completely different fucking things. Back in the day, you could like move out of one city, go to another city, and like that city had its own credit reporting agency and you'd be fine, right? But not today. You'll see that some of these, like the national credit system that they use in New Orleans went on to become like Experian or Equifax or one of those, right? So they all end up merging over time. But the FBI couldn't verify a lot of these fucking addresses. They just couldn't at all. And if you're keen and observant and you've been paying attention so far, you should be able to see, you should recognize some of these addresses. All right, so Margaret Keating, this is weird. And this I can't figure out, and I don't understand the relevance of it. But Margaret Keating, and we know this is the same woman. These are her voter registration forms. When she filled out her voter registration forms, over a period of about 20 years, she changed her birth date to make herself 18 years younger. But we know it's the same woman because of the Telemachus address at 120 North Telemachus. The other address related to her is 220 South Telemachus, which was actually her father-in-law, who she had lived with at the time when she got divorced from Robert Oswald, right? But here, this is Margaret Keating. You know, everything is the same on here except the birth dates. She kept changing her birth dates to make herself 18 years younger by 1939. What the fuck she did that for, I don't know. Being that we're on the subject of intelligence and identity transfer operations, I can't help but think that this was part of some identity transfer operation. However, I'll admit that's just me being fucking paranoid. All right, so on Marguerite Oswald's credit report, when they finally got it all sorted out, it turns out that you have multiple people's different addresses on her report. The credit reports of Margaret Keating and Marguerite Claverie Oswald, as well as Robert Oswald, all got mixed up onto the same credit report. That actually happened, and it probably happened because of Robert. And back in the day, like if your name was like, you know, Jane Smith and your husband's name was Tony, you were Mrs. Tony Smith, right? They didn't call you by your actual name; they called you by Mrs. and your husband's name. And I'm sure that caused some of the confusion, which led to some of these addresses being on there. But a couple of these addresses are weird, and this to me reeks of intelligence. Also, like 2123 Alvar, that doesn't exist, and 2205 Alvar, they never lived at. So we have 3 Alvar addresses. Only one of them is verifiable, all within a year period. Why is that? What does it mean? Nobody has a goddamn clue except for naval intelligence and the CIA. But do you think they're ever going to explain this to us? No. So Robert Oswald Jr. appears to have been in on this scheme. He was involved with both women and lived for a time with the Marguerite Oswald imposter at 4936 Collinwood. All right. Oswald's addresses.
The Oswald family moved several times in the next few years, first to Fort Worth, Texas, then to New York, and in 1953 back to New Orleans. They lived first on this block on French Street, a neighborhood of neat little houses on a broad street. An aunt lived nearby.
There's one missing from here, 1910 Britannia. I apologize for my lackadaisicalness on that, but there's one missing here. It's 1910 Britannia, which no one ever mentions except for Mr. Jenner at the Warren Commission, which is another interesting thing. We have lists of addresses, and then he mentions an address that no one in the world's ever heard of except for him. So it's obvious that the Warren Commission had way more information than they ever released or told us about. So all the red is problematic. The Covington stuff is problematic. The Algiers stuff is super problematic, which I think we'll get to here. I didn't highlight these in red. 2136 Broadway and 227 Atlantic in Algiers. Yeah, those are not in Algiers. We'll talk about that here coming up. Yeah, the FBI couldn't confirm a lot of these residences at all. This is 2109 Alvar. It's in the fucking ghetto now, but back in the day, it was a really nice place. Small New Orleans residences are kind of weird, the way they're shaped. They moved in 38 and then moved out in early 40, although the house wasn't actually sold until 44 or 45. This is a pattern that I found with Marguerite Oswald. So going back to the time of Lee's birth and this Alvar Street address, she was continually an owner of a house, or even at times 2 houses, and at one time 3 houses, while she's still claiming to be broke and living in the hood, right? So there's some sort of weird deception going on there, because if you have 3 different houses that you're renting out to people, number one, who are the tenants? Where are the lease agreements? Where are the neighbors' statements that witness these people living there? We have no evidence except for Dr. Mancuso, who rented the house from 2109 Alvar. He rented the house from Marguerite Oswald, but we don't have another goddamn evidence of any other tenant ever. And Marguerite Oswald allegedly was the landlord for well over 20 plus years. Okay. Hello, FBI. Where the fuck are those records? You know why they don't know why we don't have those records? Because she wasn't a fucking landlord of anything. Her name was used as part of a covert network of real estate that was basically, I don't know if they're safe houses or what they are, but this becomes brutally apparent when we get to 220 Thomas Place, which is in Fort Worth, across from Stripling Junior High School. Because when we get there, what we'll see is that the false Marguerite Oswald lived at that address 3 separate times over a 10-year period with 2 different landlords. Okay? That's an intelligence operation. That is a safe house operation. The woman who's associated with that house most certainly never fucking actually owned that house. I'm convinced now that there is a massive network across the country of homes that are owned by intelligence, that are put into individuals' names, and then these people are shuffled around to different various locations. There's nothing else that makes any sense to me whatsoever. 1242 Congress. Diana believes she never even lived here. I have to look more into that, but I haven't figured that part out yet. But I haven't seen any conflict with 1242 Congress Street, but really that becomes kind of irrelevant. All right, so purchase of 1010 Bartholomew, March 5th, 41. This house will be sold in October of 1941, and we don't know if they lived there that whole time, if they lived there before that. And during this time, this is about the time that Robert Oswald and his brother, John Pick, are put into numerous orphanages, right? So she was such a piece of shit mother. She tried to give her children away as often as she could. Any chance she could get to give them to the orphanage, she would. And there was a time in, God, what year was it? 1946, 47, I believe. She attempted to give all 3 of her children to the orphanage permanently, and they said, fuck you. They rejected her request, and they wouldn't even take them back on a temporary basis after that. So she is a horrible human being, total, complete sociopath. And that's how she got into intelligence, because that's who the fuck they recruit. But really, you wouldn't understand this. This is why this drives me nuts. You will never understand anything about anything unless you understand the intimate nature of people's personalities, the relationships they have with other people, even slight comments, getting a birth date wrong, being a horrible person who wants to get rid of your kids. These are all hints. And these are no one's ever talked about this angle of it, because no one ever digs into the psychology of the people involved. And if you don't dig into the psychology of the people involved in what you're investigating, you're never going to understand a goddamn thing about anything. Fuck. All right. Marguerite and Lee allegedly move into 831 Pauline Street in January 42. I don't know. I don't buy this. I can't buy this. There's this too much contradiction. It's possible because they were only here less than a month, and there's contradictory information on who actually lived here. Allegedly, the Roaches are a couple, or an older couple. They allegedly were living here and allowed Marguerite to move in. but then there's other people who say that Marguerite was living there and then the Roaches moved in. But either way, it doesn't matter. They were only at this address maybe 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks tops before Marguerite and Lee move out of here. And then this is what everything has been building to. Sometime after January 42, and honestly, I can't say January 42. I'm going to have to revise this to sometime in 41, which is the only thing that makes sense. Marguerite Oswald will leave Lee Harvey Oswald with her sister Lillian Moret, and she'll disappear for well over 2 years, most likely more than 3 years. The FBI attempted to verify Marguerite Oswald's residential and work history between January 42 and mid-44 without success. This is a quote from John Armstrong. In January 1953, the House on Un-American Activities in New York had a file on Marguerite Oswald. This file contained references to 1941, Nazis, New Jersey, and was eventually discovered in a CIA Office of Security file. The Assassination Records Review Board requested this file, which apparently contained background information related to Marguerite Oswald, but their request was denied. Boom. She worked for Naval Intelligence. She gives herself away. I think I have slides on this coming up. She gives herself away when she states that she was a phone operator for the Navy in Algiers, Louisiana in 1942. Now, what did she actually say there? When she said that she was a phone operator for the Navy in Algiers in 1942, what is she really telling us? She's telling us a lot of things. Because when I did my research into phone operators in the Navy in 1942, what I realized was that you have this entire war effort going on, and all the goddamn military is over in fucking Germany, right? Or wherever the fuck they are trying to oust Hitler. God, biggest waste of energy in history. And so they were short-staffed in America, right? But they had security concerns. So what they do, they created what's called the WAVES program. And the WAVES program was the Women in the Navy program. It was a civilian program that got women into the Navy to do things like operating the phones. Because the WAVES program were the women who operated the phones. You were not in the Navy as a woman in 1942, number one, in America, unless you were in the WAVES program. And what does that mean? There's a whole series of implications that stem from that. From that, you can also automatically, it implies that Marguerite Oswald at some point in time went through the WAVES training program in Iowa, because everyone did, right? So by simply admitting she was a phone operator in Algiers, Louisiana in 1942, she inadvertently admitted she was part of the WAVES program, inadvertently admitted she was part of the training program in Iowa, and then inadvertently admitted that she's completely fucking full of shit and that the addresses that are now subsequently attached to her in Algiers, Louisiana are blatantly false. So John Armstrong realized that the addresses linked to Marguerite Oswald during this time period are not good addresses. And those addresses are 2136 Broadway in New Orleans and 227 Atlantic Avenue. Now, I don't know, anybody who ever spent any time in New York City knows those right off the bat are New York addresses. 2136 Broadway is in New York. 227 Atlantic Avenue is in Staten Island. Okay? That was brutally obvious to me, and it took me about 10 minutes to confirm this. No one at either address knew Marguerite Oswald. Okay? Neither at Broadway or in Algiers at Atlantic Avenue. Okay? People who were interviewed said, no, we've been here forever. This person never lived here. We don't know what you're talking about. The weird thing is, when you connect the 227 Atlantic Avenue address in Algiers 20 years prior, so meaning in the 1940s, around this time, right? Around the time that Oswald is alleged to have lived there, when she told, because they're investigating in 63, and the witnesses say 20 years ago. So 63 back to 43. At the time that Marguerite Oswald is allegedly supposed to be living at 227 Algiers, she's not. But there's another guy named Robert Oswald who went by Bob, who was living there, and he had a daughter named Claire. And Claire ended up dying in 1962. She was only like 45 years old, but she gave an address that a different Oswald family was living at, and not her. And they didn't know her. They didn't know Marguerite Oswald. What the fuck? When you dig into Bob Oswald, who lived in Algiers, guess what? He worked for a shipbuilding company that subcontracted to the Navy. He had a super duper top secret security clearance. This shit isn't coincidence. But the level of obfuscation that we've been engaging in, that the CIA is engaged in over the years, has kept us from understanding what really happened here. At the end of the day, Marguerite Oswald didn't live there. Lillian Moret told the Warren Commission that she took care of Lee from early 42 until the time that Marguerite married Edwin Ekdahl in May of 45. This becomes important because she contradicts herself over when Oswald actually lived with her, which she did. She had to take she had no choice but to take Oswald because her sister joined the Navy. That's what happened. All right, this is an application for Robert Oswald at the Bethlehem Orphanage dated January 3rd, 1942. The weird thing is it was approved on December 9th, 1941. Strange, right? But so at this time, you have to think, Marguerite Oswald doesn't have any of her children. Virtually until, really, she almost never had custody of her children. Almost never. The only one she really ever had was Lee. And the other ones, she must have had such contempt for that she kept putting them in the orphanage or boarding school. Because you'll see after the years that they're in the orphanage, she will get rid of them to the Chamberlain Hunt Academy in Mississippi for like 3 fucking years, right? She just didn't want anything to do with her children at all. And she tried to give Lee up to the orphanage permanently again, and they said no. And so this time here, in this January 3rd, 42 to December 9th, 41, this whole time period, we're talking about Lillian Moret having the custody of Oswald, when later Oswald will end up being in the, let me see, I have a document coming up. Yeah, December 26th, 42, Lillian will put Oswald in the orphanage, right? And he'll remain there until, I believe, around June. So what do we have here? We have Marguerite's out of the picture and nobody knows where the hell she's living. We have no information. The Navy has covered this up. And this is what's in the 986-page ONI file on Marguerite Oswald that we're never going to see. Okay, that's what we need to get, because it's going to explain all this. It's going to explain where she really was during 41 to 44. It's going to explain how she really met Edwin Ekdahl up in New York and not down in fucking Algiers, Louisiana, how she's working for the fucking Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company. Okay, she tries to give the alias, or not the alias, but the alibi that she's working as a phone operator. She tried to walk back her Navy statement and say she worked for the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company. Well, guess what? The Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company made fucking glass for nuclear reactors. All right, so what kind of alibi is that? Seriously, like, these people are so stupid. Ugh. All right, application for Lee Oswald, Bethlehem Orphanage Asylum, December 26, 1942. Note the Sherwood Forest address. This is controversial. It shouldn't be controversial. It's proof that Lillian Moret had custody of Oswald, not Marguerite. She was not living in New Orleans at the time. So people say that this is 111 Sherwood Forest Drive. That's not possible. You see there's some little extra ink markings here. To me, it's obvious this was Lillian Moret. She put 119 Sherwood Forest Drive, and it just was misinterpreted by history and then later testified to at the Warren Commission, but it never existed, okay? She never lived at 111 Sherwood Forest Drive. This is another intelligence deception. All right, so Lillian Moret had Lee from between January 28th, 42 and December 26th, 42, and then she surrenders him to the orphanage. That's the actual series of events. The timing of this, like I just said, this all corresponds with her being in New York instead of New Orleans, like she said she was supposed to be. This just goes to show, like, the dates that we have don't match. The addresses are unverifiable. This is a complete shit show of a story that were given by Marguerite Oswald and where she was living during this time. All right. In the early 1940s, after 2 marriages and 3 children, Marguerite Claverie Oswald began working for the U.S. Navy in Algiers, Louisiana, across the river from New Orleans. Marguerite soon met Edwin Ekdahl, date of birth September 26, 1895, an electrical engineer who graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Ekdahl was working for eBasco Services Company in New York City. One of eBasco's projects was the design of a large electrical generation station in the Soviet Union, which suggests his company worked closely with U.S. intelligence. In 1964, following the assassination of President Kennedy, the FBI requested information from eBasco related to the employment of Mr. Ekdahl. The FBI was told eBasco was unable to provide such information. Okay? eBasco is such an intelligence contractor, they were able to tell the FBI to pound sand, and they did. John Armstrong never explored the unverifiable addresses. If he had, he'd have realized all the evidence points to Marguerite Oswald having been in New York at this time. All right, so the address we're given, 2136 Broadway, a.k.a. 200 West 75th Street, is the Hotel Beacon. Now, I was kind of concerned that she was living there as high-end hotel, and it was for a long time. But no, I found out she was only alleged to have lived in this address for 3 weeks. Perfect timing to be staying at a hotel. This is exactly where she was before she actually relocated to her final place, which was at 227 Atlantic Avenue, which was a single house in Staten Island. So I don't go too deep into that one. I still need to dig into the records, but it seems fairly on the up and up that she actually just rented that place. But she told everybody that it was in Algiers, but no, it was in fucking New York. Yeah, the Hotel Beacon was a high-end condominium, had a bunch of famous people living there and stuff. Very high-end. She was put up there by someone who had money. And it just so happened that Edwin Ekdahl, who she allegedly met down in while she's working at the Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, actually, he was living at 210 North Broadway, 20 minutes north of where she was at the exact same time she was in New York. Coincidence? Give me a fucking break. According to Dewey Ekdahl, Edwin Ekdahl's son, his parents split up in 42, the same year that Marguerite would have been in New York City, right? So this is like, hand in glove. 2 + 2 = 4. This is the whole story about Algiers is total garbage. Now, what's going on up there? The Brooklyn Navy Yard was a hotbed of naval intelligence activity in 1942. And I don't think I have a slide on this coming up. Let me take a look. No, I don't have a slide on it coming up, but let me make this point. Lee Harvey Oswald's father had a sister named Hattie Oswald, who would go on to marry a guy named James Coker. She would be Mrs. James Coker. Mr. James Coker and Hattie Oswald were living in New York City, two or three blocks away from the Brooklyn Navy Yard at the exact same time that Marguerite Oswald was in the 1940s. And then after that, they relocate to D.C. because he was like the assistant Secretary of Agriculture or something like that. He was a huge guy, big guy. He had a lot to do with the Agricultural Stock Exchange. I mean, he was a major player in government in the 40s. Coincidence? I don't know. No one ever talks about those people. And I think it definitely needs some further explanation and exploration. All right. Now, what other evidence do we have that Marguerite went to New York and wasn't in Algiers? Well, Hazel Oswald told us so. She said later during the day, telephone call was received from Mrs. Hazel Oswald. She said that Oswald's mother's maiden name was Claverie, that she did not know the name of Mrs. Oswald's first husband, and that her second husband was Lee's father. She said that Lee's father died in August of 39, and Lee was born in October of 39. After the death of the father, the family moved to New York. There you go. There's the evidence, but that's not really what happened, is it? No. Marguerite Oswald took her kids, dumped them in the fucking orphanage, gave her other kid to her sister, and dipped to go join the Navy. That's what happened. And there's not a single researcher on the planet who's ever uncovered this. Because Kennedy researchers are stupid or they work for the CIA. There's no exception. All the good ones are dead. All right. Marguerite Oswald's employment history during 42. She gave she says she worked for Edison's Brothers Stores, which actually owned a couple other stores under different names. It seems as though a lot of the places she worked had other stores that were branched out in different names, which is weird. Seems like another cover. But then again, I'm paranoid, so who knows? But allegedly, the civilian jobs that she was supposed to have during 42 were unverifiable because the company she allegedly worked for, the records were destroyed. Right? Of course. What would you expect? All right. So this is crazy. This is a statement from Marguerite Oswald to the FBI, and it's blatantly false across the board. And we'll go ahead and read this. Miss Marguerite Oswald, 2220 Thomas Place, mother of Lee Harvey Oswald, was contacted to ascertain some addresses of Lee Harvey Oswald during 1944 to 46. Mrs. Oswald furnished the following information. She stated that in 1944, she and her family resided on Bartholomew Street in New Orleans, Louisiana. She said she does not recall the exact address, but that the home was located near the NOLA Theater and on this street. She said that in the latter part of 44 or the early part of 45, exact dates not recalled, she sold the house on Bartholomew Street and moved to 4801 Victor Street in Dallas, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, that is blatantly false. She provided blatantly false information that completely erased that era from her life. All right, the next verifiable address for Marguerite Oswald is 4801 Victor Street. And this she purchased in sometime in 44. I think they're all living there by 45. They're living there, I think, until 46. And then at some point in time, she will end up getting divorced from Edwin Ekdahl. She does like a sting operation on him and catches him cheating and stuff. But she was a whore. She cheated herself on everybody. When she was with Edward John Peck Jr., she cheated on him with a guy named VJ Knobloch. And then I'm convinced that when she was with Robert Oswald, she fucked his brother Harvey. Guaranteed, she's a whore. All right, so Marguerite Oswald purchased 4801 Victor Street, Dallas, April 28th, 1944. John Pick testified this is correct. That's just verification. Here we go. Marguerite attempts to return John Pick and Robert Oswald to the Bethlehem orphanage. Her attempt is rejected. The letter she sent them referenced the rejection was dated February 45, and it was dated from the Victor Street address, so we still have confirmation of that address at that time. Lee Harvey Oswald's life insurance policy. Oh, God, this is another one. Lee Harvey Oswald's life insurance policy from National Life and Accident Insurance Company was initiated by Marguerite on April 17, 1945. 4801 Victor was the address on the policy. Okay. You know what happened on April 18th, 1945? Oswald is alleged to have had his surgery on his ear. But we have conflicting information on when Oswald actually had a mastoidectomy behind his left ear. But we have conflicting information on whether it was actually April 18th, 45 or 46. I don't think I covered that too much in here, but it'll all be in my book. But yeah, so the point I'm trying to make here is the day before he went to get surgery on himself, she took out a life insurance policy in case he died. What a cold fucking bitch this was. All right, Marguerite marries Edwin Ekdahl May 7th, 45. And shortly after, he will then move into that address, but then they will sell that place. That's the marriage license. They will sell that place a month later on June 29th, 1945. This here is where we enter into a period of major obfuscation of the record, to the point where it seems as though we have some anomalous activities. And to me, the very first indicators of Oswald being in two places at once, or a distinct lack of records, which I will explain. So despite the sale on June 29th, I have evidence they were still living in that house till September. Okay. September, this is an application to the Chamberlain Hunt Academy in July. All right. So Marguerite and Ekdahl and Lee Oswald will drive John Pick and Robert Oswald to the Chamberlain Hunt Academy on the way to Boston. Okay. This was at the beginning of the school year, which is September 1945. Now, the problems that we run into, and Robert Oswald confirmed this because he started Chamberlain Hunt in 45. The problem that we really run into is that Oswald is supposed to be in Boston as per Robert Oswald. They drove him up there and continued on. They go there. A lawyer for the Warren Commission named John Hart Eli, I believe his name is, or John Eli Hart, I always mix it up. He determined that there was no way that Oswald could have attended the Benbrook Common School, which it says right here, Lee Oswald, Route 5, Box 567, Benbrook, Texas. That's a P.O. box, by the way. Entered the Benbrook Common School, Benbrook, Texas, October 31st, 45. That is in direct contradiction to the statements of Robert Oswald and the findings of John Hart Eli, because he said there was no way Oswald, he concluded, and the Warren Commission's conclusion was that there was no way Oswald could have attended the Benbrook School because he was in Boston. And this is the document here. According to Robert Oswald, Lee and his mother spent 6 months in the fall winter in 45-46 in Boston, Massachusetts. This is while Marguerite is married to Ekdahl. This contradicts the known school records. This is the first known anomaly. And could Oswald actually have been with Aunt Lillian in October? So this is what I'm kind of gathering here. Let me see. Since it says, I'll read this because I'm pretty sure it's here. Robert Oswald testified that the Ekdahls and Lee went to Boston in winter 45, and he adds that they were there for about 6 months. Since we know they were in Benbrook by 2/8/46, I have inferred that they must have gone to Boston in the fall. They were probably there in Boston for Christmas. That was the conclusion of John Eli Hart, or John Hart Eli. I always fucking mix that guy's name up. But that was the final conclusion, that they were up in Boston for Christmas. But yet we have school records of Oswald, October 31st, beginning classes at Benbrook Common School. There's also contradiction on whether it was kindergarten or first grade. We also run into problems in the first couple of years of Oswald's life where he definitely didn't go to school, like just because he was traveling, moving, bouncing around, but yet all of a sudden he's advanced to the next grade, which is weird and doesn't make any fucking sense. So this becomes a big deal because to me, this is the first indication of Oswald being in two places at once. The only alternative is that, and I don't know why they couldn't just ask her and get the answer. Well, obviously because it wasn't the same Marguerite, right? But they had to find out whether or not Oswald was taken from Boston and went down to go live with Lillian Moret during this time and then started school in Benbrook in Texas. And why is it possible that Lillian Moret was his caretaker at this time? Because despite the fact that Lillian Moret says she never lived anywhere but New Orleans and all the documents show that she always lived in New Orleans, I find one document that shows that she had some sort of Social Security action taken in Texas, whether it was the issuance of a card or making a claim, I don't know. But I have a document indicating she made a Social Security claim or something in Texas during this time period. So what does that mean? It obviously means that Lillian Moret is a liar and she was probably in Texas at some point in time, and probably one of several caretakers of this Oswald kid who is, but remember, she's not the woman identified in the pictures as the false Marguerite Oswald, who I believe is most likely Pearl Claverie. So, continuing on. I hope everybody's following so far. Marguerite Oswald indicates her new address as of October 29th, 45 is Granbury Road in Benbrook, Texas, but it's a P.O. box, and we know this because October 29th, she's in Boston, unless, like I just said, Oswald was returned to Lillian, who then took him to Texas. That's the only thing that makes sense, no matter how crazy it is. All right, so John Armstrong's notes indicate Oswald was taken from school on or about April 13th, 1946. He also indicates that Oswald's mastoid operation was February 12th, 46. But as I already said, there's also some indication that April of 45 is when the mastoid operation took place, right? So we have some conflicting information here. I believe the actual mastoid operation took place February 12th, 46, not 45. That just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't seem to fit the timeline. Like, if you really want to understand any part of history at all, and you just got to put it in a chronology. I swear to God, take the time and make a chronology. Coming up later on, I have a chronology that I put together. It took me about 14 hours, but I'll show you a chronology I put together of Oswald's time in New York City. And once you put together chronologies, all the things that don't make sense will jump out at you and choke you to fucking death. Okay? All right. First address anomaly revolves around 101 San Saba. I wrote this before I realized the problem with the Benbrook School. So really, technically, this is the second anomaly. There's contradictory information on whether they lived there at 101 San Saba in 47 or 48. The reality is the real Marguerite Oswald and her 3 sons lived at the 101 San Saba address. Despite the fact that Marguerite Oswald owned it for a year and a half before living there, they only lived there for 2 months in August and September of 1948, despite the fact she bought the motherfucker in 1947. So here we go. We have another address anomaly of a house. Marguerite Oswald is so goddamn broke, she has to go live in a place by the railroad tracks that keeps them up at night because the train goes by every night, right? While they're living there, she owns a house and supposedly has rental income, but she lives in the ghetto. You see what I'm saying? This is not reality. This is a CIA real estate network that is using people like Marguerite Oswald, and we have another couple names that will attach to this coming up. But there is no possibility that this is organic. Plus, we have witnesses who saw Marguerite Oswald living with 1 son for well over a year at this address, when we can say with certainty, after that time period, the real Marguerite Oswald and all of her sons lived there for 2 months. This is a pattern we'll see. We'll see it clearly at 126 Exchange Place when we have Harvey Oswald and his mother living there, but something happens and forces them to have to get the hell out of town immediately, and they do. They will dip to Fort Worth, where Oswald will go to the Stripling Junior High School, and then what you see is that the real Marguerite and the real Lee will move out of the 1454 St. Mary address, and they will move right into 126 Exchange Place on the backs of the other Oswald and his mother. Wild shit. Wild shit. Okay, Lee completed elementary school at Ridgelea West in Fort Worth, dated May 30th, 52. This is Lee's graduating photo from Ridge West Elementary, or Ridgelea West Elementary. Between summer 48 and summer 1952, Marguerite Oswald will purchase 2 additional properties at 7408 Ewing and 4833 Birchman in Fort Worth. The Birchman address is not on the list of addresses acknowledged by the Warren Commission or HSCA. No Oswald ever lived at the Birchman address. The Ewing address was sold in late 52 when Marguerite Oswald was in New York. So she has properties that are being bought and sold in her name that she never lived at. And there's no record of her ever getting a check, no leases with tenants, none of this shit. This shit goes on for 20 years. It is obvious it's part of an intelligence, covert real estate network. Why? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? All right, Oswald in New York, August 52 to January 54. We have, we're about 2 hours in. I'm going to take a break right at 2 hours. Addresses relevant to Oswald while he was in New York, okay? Oh, God, New York has caused me so much headache. I have lost so much sleep over New York trying to figure this thing out. And I think I have the general notion of what happened here in New York. But working out the fine details is hard, because when you are looking for things and you go to where the thing should be and the thing isn't there, you realize there's a void. There is a void with the vast majority of paperwork surrounding Oswald's time in New York. And Oswald's time in New York, the paperwork we do have, is like a hobbled together compilation of documents from different sources, and it is a mess. And the problem is that if we had everything on New York, it would clearly show Oswald. This is Oswald in two different places like crazy. This entire time in New York, both Oswalds are there, both Marguerites are there, and this causes major conflict in the statements that are made by Marguerite and John Pick and all these people and Robert Oswald later on, who provide information that contradicts the official story on where Oswald and his mother actually were living at certain dates and times. Okay. The main addresses here are 1455 Sheridan. Okay. Allegedly, when Oswald gets to New York, he goes and lives with his half brother, John Pick, and his wife, who's Margaret Furman Pick. And she's weird too. She got some weird stuff going on also. Who the hell knows what's up with her? But that's actually her mother's place, her mother's apartment. And they're living there while her mother's out of town because they're rich. And that's at 325 East 92nd, way down here in Manhattan. Okay, so you see how far John Pick's apartment is from everything else up here in the Bronx, right? And the problem that we'll come across is that John Pick will provide testimony that Oswald, and so will Robert Oswald, that Oswald went to school and lived in Manhattan, which is all down in this area here, right? But no, all the official story stuff has them way up here. So let's see what we can uncover. In August of 52, Lee and Marguerite Oswald move in with John Pick and his wife, Margaret. They live at 325 East 92nd Street, New York City. The official story says they live here around a month before moving to 1455 Sheridan Avenue, apartment F in the Bronx, New York. We do have some conflicting information here because while Margaret's mother is the owner of the place, she wasn't there while the Oswalds were living there. But when she's questioned by the FBI, she tells the FBI that the Oswalds actually lived there for almost a year. So I don't know if she was ill-informed or if he was actually there for a year and John Pick didn't talk about it or what. But all I know is they eventually get kicked out. They don't really get kicked out of John Pick's place, but it's obvious that they move in and they don't really plan on leaving and they never really asked to be there. They just asked to visit. And so they're kind of forced out by Margaret Furman. 1455 Sheridan. This is allegedly the building that they move into next, although I don't agree. This is another anomaly that I believe I know what happened. I believe that what really happened is that when Lee Oswald and his mother Marguerite, the real Lee and the real Marguerite, come and live with John Pick, what happens then when they move out, John Pick will testify that they got an apartment just up the road from him and he went and visited them. And then you'll have Robert Oswald later testify that he went to school at PS 44 in Manhattan, not the PS 44 in the Bronx. And this is all super contradictory. And most people have dismissed all this stuff out of hand as just people being wrong. But no, this was another intelligence deception. Basically what happened is 1455 Sheridan in the Bronx. All of the Bronx stuff was Harvey Oswald, not Lee Oswald. Lee Oswald's activities in New York are mostly obfuscated until they attempt to merge the records of these two boys, the FBI did, which is exactly what they did when we look at the cumulative school records of New York. This becomes obvious, and I think I have them coming up here. So while Oswald's supposed to be living at Sheridan, it's Harvey Oswald at Sheridan, while Lee Oswald is still living with his brother, John Pick, down in Manhattan, and then they go and get another apartment in Manhattan. But at the same time, Harvey Oswald's up here going to Trinity Lutheran School, living at the Sheridan address. But they're not at the Sheridan address too long, and this is a Lutheran school, and the Lutheran stuff, to me, is another one of these government money laundering operations, thanks to Elon Musk uncovering all this stuff, right? So this Trinity Lutheran School, that's another thing. And special thanks to Diana Thomas, again, for pointing this out to me. All of the places that Oswald and his mother allegedly lived were right up the road from some form of Catholic or Lutheran insane asylum or orphanage. Every address right up the road from an orphanage or an asylum. There's got to be some sort of weird connection there, if not particularly to this, to intelligence in general. But what happens is, and I'm convinced that this Harvey Oswald goes up to New York. He goes to Trinity Lutheran. He's the one who's a truant. He eventually will get out of Trinity Lutheran because he's kicked out of there because he's never going, right? So eventually he will switch over to PS 117. This is the official story. And he will be there until 11653. The problem is he's truant. He almost never goes. So this becomes a problem. This will bring the authorities into the picture through probation officer John Caro, who work for the state. And then you have a whole bunch of people with these other organizations like Catholic Family Services. They're trying to get Oswald back on the right path. And Oswald is like, okay, you got to think. This is a young kid, bounced around. He's about 12 years old. He's bounced around from all these different places and schools. He can't form connections with anybody. He's withdrawn. And so he's like screw it. Like, he's kind of given up on life already at the age of 12, right? And so this is kind of becomes apparent. He never goes to school. And so this causes him problems.
Mr. Carroll, what is the story of your early association with Lee Oswald?
Well, actually, my involvement in the case is that I happened to be the probation officer who was assigned to make an investigation and report when this boy was first brought into the Domestic Relations Court Children's Division here in New York. He was brought in, as you know, because he'd been truanting from school. He had been absent 47 days from a period from October till January, and the mother had just moved at the time, and she had to have the boy go to another school, and he had not bothered to report. So that the Attendance Bureau from the Board of Education actually referred the matter to the court, and the court took the case under consideration.
And did you from then on have a chance to get to know him a little bit better?
Well, yes. Actually, what an investigation report means is that a boy is brought before the court on a charge. This is a children's court, and the judge, in order to make a final disposition of the case, wants to have as much information as to the boy's background, his school, his life, the parents, the home situation as possible, so that he's in a position to recommend what should be done with this particular boy. Now, in doing the investigation, I naturally had to speak to the mother. I had to go out to the home. I had to speak to the boy and go into not only the reason that brought him before the court, but I'll go into his life altogether as to what his likes and dislikes, his relationship to his parents, to other people, and going to get about as complete a picture as possible of the boy.
And what impression did you form of him?
Well, actually, in line with my own interviews and knowing the boy, we had a psychiatric study and a social study, and my own impression, even before the studies were done, is that this boy was in a potentially dangerous situation insofar as he was only 13 years of age and he was not attending school at all. This in itself is not that significant, except that in lieu of attending school, he was seemingly withdrawing from society and from people that he didn't want to mix with other boys his age. He didn't want to mix with people. He didn't want to relate to anyone. All he wanted to do was just remain home and watch television, and this is what his day would normally consist of. He would begin watching television from 9 o'clock in the morning till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And to me, this seemed unnatural and abnormal, and that he was really not speaking to anybody. He was just actually living in a world of fantasy, or just an illusory world.
Was he basically intelligent?
Yes, I believe he was. I think he was a basically intelligent boy, because despite the fact that he had not gone to school for almost a term and that he'd been out, he tested fairly well on the psychological examinations that were given him, and he was not appreciably behind or retarded. He struck me, and furthermore, from my conversations with him, he did not strike me as a retarded boy. He seemed to respond quite well, and he seemed to have the normal interest that a boy his age would have.
Were you able to get him to open up in any way?
Yes, well, he opened up, I think, about matters that he wanted to discuss, and he would be guarded about matters that he didn't want to discuss. He was not a hard boy to get to converse with, if this is what you mean. He spoke, he was fairly direct and verbal, and he did answer whatever you asked him, and I found I had no great difficulty in actually communicating with him.
After the investigation which you carried out in the psychiatric tests, what happened to him?
Well, it was, from my own investigation, I felt that the situation was a poor one at home, to say the least. The mother was busily employed. She seemed to have her own problems and be weighted down with many things, peculiar to her. The boy had no one else with whom to turn to. He was alone. He had no friends. And I felt that this boy needed looking after. His father had died about 2 months after the boy was born, so that he never really had a father figure. And I felt that a boy like this not only needed close supervision, but that he also needed help in terms of what I thought was an emotional disturbance that he had, and which was subsequently brought out by the psychiatric report, which said that this boy had passive-aggressive tendencies, that he had schizoid features, and that he really was a boy who was feeling a deep sense of isolation, a deep sense of rejection, and who really had a supposedly hostility towards father figures. I felt, and both the psychiatric study backed this up, that this boy should receive one or two things: probation plus ongoing treatment by a psychotherapist in a group setting, preferably by an adult person to whom he can relate as a father figure, or if this was not feasible, while he remained at home with his mother and went to school, that if this could not be done and the mother was not amenable to this treatment, or the boy, that he should be placed in an institution that would give him the psychiatric treatment and the therapy that he needed.
You didn't feel that perhaps the isolation of an institution would aggravate the condition?
No, I didn't, because the type of institution that we are asking for is someone similar like Berkshire Farms or Children's Village. Now, Children's Village is a group type of setting of cottages where they have a house mother and a house father and a collie dog, and they have a group of 15 boys or so per cottage, and there's the type of group work so that the boy would not be isolated. I was also aware that when he was sent to youth house for this 3-week study, that he had done rather well and he had liked it there. I felt that what he needed was to mix in with other young people of his age and to relate to adults. And this type of a setting, I felt, would be conducive to this kind of a treatment, plus the fact that he would be getting ongoing therapy.
This is PS 117. Allegedly, he went there from September 30th, 52 to January 16th of 53. While he's going there, he and his mother are living at 825 East 179th Street in the Bronx. Okay, again, this is Harvey Oswald. Lee Oswald and his mother are living down in an undocumented apartment down in Manhattan. And I know this because of the testimony of John Pick, who's not in on this and not a liar. But that information is also hidden. So when they come to giving me the documents, Trump, you can give me some fucking documents? Great. Give me the complete, unadulterated school records of Lee Harvey Oswald, both of them in New York City, including all the contradictions. That's what I want. Never going to get it. All right. So a couple points here. Oswald's allegedly arrested on April 16th, 1953 by policewoman Felicia Schritzer of the Youth Division of the 48th Detective Squad. Now, I went to the education forum, or as I call it, the lack of education forum, and I observed all of the comments by the numbnuts who used that site, and the commentary on Felicia Schritzer, and the overall consensus among everybody there was there's no evidence that Felicia Schritzer ever had anything to do with arresting Oswald. But she did, and we know this because how it went down that they discovered this was sometime after the assassination. The records people allowed a bunch of reporters just to go look through the records and look for whatever they could find. And all of the reporters who got to get access to those records, they discovered this information in regards to Felicia Schritzer. Okay. However, this information has been suppressed, intentionally suppressed. And why was it suppressed? Because when you really dig into the story, you'll find that, yes, Oswald was arrested on April 16th, 1953. But he was also arrested and taken on April the 10th of 1953, right? So we have a major contradiction on who arrested Oswald and when. This is Oswald's arrest card that was issued April 16th, 53, and it shows clearly he was arrested at his home the morning of April the 16th. Okay? And it was done by Patrolman Hennig. Shield number 3962. The name of the complainant is James Brennan. James Brennan works for the school board. The school board filed this report. Just to get the name straight, the probation officer will be John Caro. And John Caro, he provides some contradictory information on Oswald as well. So Oswald is convicted on April the 15th. I need you to really pay close attention to this. Oswald is convicted on April the 15th, right here, dated this April the 15th. And it's signed off by, God, I can't remember. I can't read this guy's name. But this is not the normal judge who's associated with the other Oswald. Let me read this. The foregoing petition having been duly filed with this court, and here we go, quote, the persons therein named having appeared, and the court being satisfied upon examination of the petition. Okay, that's the key line here. The person therein named having appeared. Okay, this is dated the 15th, one day before Oswald was arrested at his home in the Bronx on the 16th. Are you feeling me now? Oswald was arrested on the 10th. He was convicted on the 15th. And by the 17th, he's interviewing with Irving Sokolow. Sandwiched in the middle there somewhere is another arrest of Lee Harvey Oswald at his apartment in the Bronx. This is what they're hiding. What does it say here? First admitted 414. Is that what that says? First admitted 4/14. How is that possible if he wasn't arrested until the 16th? Because there were two of them, and both of them ended up getting arrested, and I'll tell you why. Because Harvey Oswald was being a truant, and after all this, you'll see he dips out in New York. But Harvey Oswald, the one who you know as Lee Harvey Oswald, who was arrested on November 22nd, he's truant and he don't give a fuck. But they're using the same name in their school records, right? They're using the same name in the school records, so the authorities go and they pick up the other Oswald, who was going to school, who we have proof was going to school, and I'll show you that here coming up. Irving Sokolow interviewed Oswald on April 17, 1953. His report indicated Oswald had been admitted on the 10th, 6 days before he was allegedly arrested on the 16th, 1953. The FBI report also states Oswald was admitted on April 10th. So we have two different sources. Well, this one's probably referencing the first, so really it's only one source. And then we have some more information, right? So he took an IQ test and they scored him at 118, whereas we know that Oswald was IQ tested at 103 in Fort Worth. So, like I said, more and more contradictions on all of this stuff. Once we wrap up New York here, we're going to take a break, but I'm going to get through New York first. Lee appeared in court on April 16th, 1953, and was remanded to Youth House until May 7th, 1953. His address was indicated to be 829 East 179th Apartment 3C. It was indicated that he was attending PS 44 in the Bronx.
It's working, honey. I am Milton Currian, MD, who is now retired from a practice of 60 years, and who has gone through various changes, varying from general practice to military service, and finally to psychiatric service and the practice of psychoanalysis. The latter has occupied about 50 years of my life. What question?
What was your occupation and what were you doing in 1953, March?
Oh, yeah. It was around, it was in 1953 that I was involved in my psychoanalytic training, as well as serving as a consultant psychiatrist to the Children's Court of the City of New York. What else?
How did you come to know Lee Harvey Oswald?
Oh, it was there that I had the occasion to meet Lee Harvey Oswald on the day that I was terminating my relationship with the court.
What day was that? What month was that?
I remember it as the last Friday in March of '53.
What were you doing that day?
That day was moving out day for me. I was cleaning out the desk drawers and preparing to vacate the office. It was while I was in the process of doing this that a secretary from outside came in and asked me if I would see a probation officer who was having some problem preparing a report for the court. I took this as a final challenge and asked to see the probation officer. He came in with his material, and after reading the material that he presented to me, I was a bit perplexed as to how to organize a reply, and I told him I would feel more comfortable if I had time to spend with the individual who was involved, with the child who was involved, it would help me to formulate my own independent decisions.
What material did he provide to you prior to your seeing Lee Oswald?
He provided me with his notes. He provided me with the information that the child was brought to the attention of the court for truancy. And he also had something in his material about the condition of the individual while at youth house.
So it's your understanding by reading the file that Lee Harvey Oswald had previously been in the youth house prior to March of 1953 when you interviewed him.
That was the impression I had at that time, and there was really no time to check on it more thoroughly. So in response to my reply to his request, he informed me that the individual, Lee Harvey Oswald, was available, and would I see him? And I said I would. He then exited, and there next appeared in the doorway a rather thin, short young man in knickers. I was immediately attracted to his way of entry. He had one foot in the door. When he looked about the room in a studied fashion, as though looking to see if it was all clear, he finally came in and sat down, and I tried to start a conversation, but he demonstrated that he was not reachable at first. Since I'd been in similar situations before, I used an approach of talking about myself, talking about other situations, explaining to him that the whole purpose of our being together was to see if I could help him and help his probation officer so that a helpful outcome could result. He then opened up and began to talk about himself and his family background, etc.
What did he say about his family background?
Surprisingly, he presented himself as the I believe it was the third child, or the youngest son, certainly, of a family that had no father figure. His father had died when he was so small that he couldn't remember him.
Were those his words? Were those his words? His father died when he was so small he couldn't remember him?
It may not have been his exact words, but he gave me the impression that that was what happened, since he had no recollection of a father figure in the house.
Did he have stepfathers?
He spoke of having several stepfathers. I was informed that his mother had 5 marriages, but spent only about 7 years in a state of marriage. He also spoke of his brothers, who were very antagonistic and who how shall we say it, who also treated him badly. They would infuriate him, and when he charged them in attack, they would simply hold him at arm's distance by grasping his head, and he would flail the air, thus becoming more and more aggravated. So far as the truancy is concerned, he revealed that he had no motivation to go to school, and also part of this lack of attachment to school was due to the fact that the family moved many times before he could establish any roots in a community or establish friends. So he lost interest in others, he lost interest in having friends, and spent time by himself.
Did he mention any places that he lived?
No, we did not go into that, but
All of this is contradicted by additional information. All right. So Marguerite Oswald repeatedly provided false information to John Caro and other school board officials. She stated that Lee's father was Robert Lee Harvey and that they were married on July 19th, 1929. Both of those are false. And that they had 3 children together. That's false. Also, why she's making this stuff up? Because she doesn't know the real stuff, because she's taking the place of her sister, most likely. On May 15th, 1953, it was noted that due to the mastoidectomy in 1946, it left Oswald with a loss of hearing in the left ear. This is extremely important, and I think this goes to explain major parts of Oswald's personality growing up, because he was hard of hearing in his left ear after his mastoidectomy. Now, normally, you don't have a problem with a mastoidectomy, but when I did research into this, there is about a 10 to 15% indication that 10 to 15% of people who have mastoidectomy do suffer from some sort of hearing loss. So that is actually supported by the data. And let me see, what does it say here? Loss of hearing. And then on 5/18/13, which is way after the time that Oswald is supposed to have gotten out of youth house, it says teacher will arrange for an exam at PS 47 for the learning impaired. Okay, PS 47 was a school for the hard of hearing. Now, when we get to John Caro's school records, what we see is that, I'll go ahead and I'll read this, and you tell me if you can detect the problem. School record. Lee's registered at PS number 117, class 710. This is the school he last attended. Upon its arrival from Texas in September, the boy attended a Protestant parochial school. Now, is that the Trinity school? I don't know. Is it? I couldn't make a connection between the name Protestant parochial school and the Trinity school. So it might not be. I don't know. I'll have to double check that again. And then transferred to PS 117. At PS number 47, okay, Oswald's not alleged to have ever gone to PS 47, okay? But it says here, at PS 47, the boy had an attendance of being absent 46 whole days and 2.5 days from October 1st, 52 to January 15th, 1953. The boy is transferred at that time to PS 44, but he refused to attend. Lee has not attended school since that time. All right, PS 47 is a school for the deaf, okay? Why do we have John Caro saying that he went to PS 47 as a school for the deaf? And this would not be Harvey Oswald, because Harvey Oswald, when he was autopsied, he didn't have a scar behind the left ear. Okay? Lee Oswald did. Lee Oswald had a distinct scar. Know who else had a weird scar there? Robert Oswald. Weird, huh? But Lee Oswald, the really Harvey Oswald, had a distinct scar behind his left ear from a mastoidectomy. We don't have the proper school records, because allegedly when he was at Trinity School in the Bronx, but he couldn't have been at Trinity School in the Bronx, because he was living in fucking Manhattan with a Manhattan address that John Pick will provide to the Warren Commission, right? This is clear-cut evidence of 2 Oswalds being in 2 different places in Manhattan at the same time in the same school system, and they will both be sent to 2 different youth houses. But as I'm talking here today, it's just starting to fall into place that the school that the real Oswald probably attended was PS 47 in Manhattan, while Harvey Oswald was attending the Lutheran Trinity School up in Bronx, and then the PS 117, right? So this is all starting to fall into place for me, and this will all be sorted out by the time my book comes out. So here we go. It seemed to be well known that Oswald had trouble with hearing. This is in the newspaper, but no Kennedy researcher ever mentions Oswald having a hard time hearing, which would explain his withdrawn personality, why he did bad in school, why he didn't want to have other friends, right? Not because he was a loner communist, but because he was fucking deaf. And how the fuck do you get into the Marines with hard of hearing? Does that get fixed over time? I don't know. You go to a school for deaf kids, but then you can get into the fucking Marines? Really? Do you see how none of this story makes any sense? I might not be giving you a ton of answers here today, but I'm showing you all the goddamn right questions. Troubled with hearing, Mrs. Oswald and Lee, the youngest of her 3 sons, had come to the Bronx from Fort Worth, Texas in September 52. Board of Education records had the youngster had trouble with his hearing until first apparently a sequel, a mastoid operation in Texas. So there you go. Everyone knew he had a hearing problem way back then. So Marguerite Oswald hired a lawyer named Edgar A. Buttle to represent Lee in court. This is kind of a dead end. I couldn't really find much more than these documents here. But one thing that Edgar Buttle told Marguerite was, you need to get your son and get the hell out of New York immediately. And this was right after May 7th of 1953 when Lee gets out of youth house. And then she meets with the lawyer. He's like, look, they're gonna lock your kid up. And this place, you don't want them locked up here. You need to get the hell out of Dodge. And that's exactly what they did. They got out of Dodge. And I can tell you with certainty, the Oswald that is left in New York post September of 1953 all the way through January 54 is the real Lee Oswald, while Harvey Oswald will end up ditching to North Dakota, which we'll cover here momentarily. All right, so here's a problem. We have this document, and it's dated 4/28. Okay, so Oswald has been at the youth house until May 7th, and he's there from what? We have 2 different contradicting dates, right? We have April the 10th. We have April the 16th. Those are the 2 dates that we know that he was sent to youth house, right? So, but the problem here is that we have this one single report that says PS 611, and Lee Oswald, John Armstrong dug this up. And John Armstrong, pisses me off. Armstrong just flubbed information that he didn't have. Okay. If he didn't know, if he had a gap, he just filled it in. And you don't do it unless you need to have, okay, you can't just have 1 dot here and 1 dot here and fill in the dots. No, you need to have a string of dots. That's obvious what you need to fill in the middle in order for you to make speculation, okay? He didn't do that at all. He was never a trained investigator or investigator. None of that shit. The motherfucker doesn't know what he's doing. And I give him props for his theory being correct, but as far as his attention to detail, it was dog shit, okay? He wrote in his book that PS 611 was a small school within youth house. He fucking was wrong. And he might have even lied, okay? PS 611 was in the Bronx. We're told Oswald was at youth house on 12th Street in Manhattan, but yet we have this note from the time he's supposed to be at 12th Street in Manhattan at youth house. He's actually at PS 611 in the Bronx. Now, are there other PS 611s considering there's multiple PS 44s? Of course. So, but when did the other PS 611 open? I'll show you. Right there. PS 611, the only other PS 611 was built in Queens, and it was 1958. All right? So Armstrong got it wrong. The whole fucking world got it wrong. Oswald was in 2 places at once. Yet again. And all of this is ignored by Kennedy researchers because they're stupid. All right, here we go. More indications that the Oswald was not sent to youth house. Well, one of the Oswald was sent to youth house, and the other one was sent to Spofford. Now, digging into Spofford, let me explain what this is. So you have a place up in the Bronx called Spofford Youth House. We have an FBI report here that says when Oswald was taken from court, he was sent to the Spofford Youth House in the Bronx. Okay, this is in 1953, April 24th-ish, right? That week of April 20th to 24th. So I go digging into the Spofford Youth House, and the Bronx Youth House at 1221 Spofford. Guess what? There was one there, but it really wasn't called the Spofford Youth House until 1957 or 58. So I'm like, fuck, how the hell do we have a reference to a place that didn't exist yet? Well, then, as I keep digging, what do I find? I find there was a building there before that building was rebuilt in 57. It was actually started in 53, 54, and it was rebuilt and done in 57. But there was a small building on scene that could house about 100 children, and it was mostly a female school for troubled girls. But they had a couple boys there in a separate program there's virtually zero information on. And I'm goddamn convinced Oswald, one of the Oswalds, was sent there. This would correspond with Marguerite Oswald claiming that she had gone to pick up her son up at another youth house far north of Manhattan. What was that one called? There's another youth house that comes up in the story in Marguerite Oswald's book, but it turns out to be incorrect. But this makes perfect sense to me, even though the Spofford Youth House didn't exist in its current form. Well, actually, it became a real cesspool of fucking corruption and raping kids, and it was really a bad scene. It was shut down in the 80s or 90s, I think. But before that, this building that was there, it housed roughly 100 people, mostly girls. I'm 100% convinced Oswald was sent there, and there is where he was interviewed by, well, let's just say MK Ultra-ish type people or handlers of some sort. But this is another example of what we need records on. They have records on this, and what they did was they give us a piece here, a piece there, a piece here, a piece there, and they combine records just like John Armstrong said they did for two men, and that's what we have. We have compilations of information. We don't have original documents in their entirety, period. And we're never going to get them, ever. All right, so Spofford Youth House announced in 52, not built till 57. Like I said, there was that other building there before, which no one ever talks about. Seems like a CIA black site for kids. Here we go, Youth House at 1221 Spofford. That's way up here. But actual, the Youth House in Manhattan should have been like down here somewhere. According to Robert Oswald, Youth House was located on 12th, right? So we have that contradiction between being on Spofford in the Bronx or 12th in Manhattan. Robert Oswald's a fucking liar. Here we go. John Pick testified that Lee went to a public school in New York City, Manhattan, on about 80th or 90th Street between 3rd and 4th Avenue, right? That's the other school I'm talking about. This, to me, is the evidence that Lee Oswald, the real Oswald, went to school in Manhattan, while Harvey Oswald went to school up at Trinity and then PS 117. And then, allegedly he went to PS 44 in the Bronx, but when you read the statements of John Caro, it looks like he got registered there late, and then never actually attended. Then look at the right-hand side here. This is from Robert Oswald's book. It says, during the summer, mother looked around for another apartment so Lee could make a fresh start in a new school in the fall. On September 14th, 1953, 10 days before his parole was to end, Lee entered the 8th grade at PS 44 on Columbus Avenue at 76th Street. That's PS 44 Manhattan. The PS 44 I've been talking about is the PS 44 in the Bronx. But according to John Caro, Oswald never actually showed up there once. It was registered in January, allegedly went once or twice in March, but I don't have information. I don't buy that at all, because he contradicts. The record says he went there, but John Caro's statement says he didn't. And I'm more likely to believe that he didn't. And so, to me, this is the clearest indication that what we're told about Oswald's school records in New York is total bullshit, and that Harvey Oswald was up in the Bronx, Lee Oswald stayed down in Manhattan, and that they melded these two men's records together. There's no other explanation. This is more information on Youth House, history of Youth House, all that stuff. I go kind of off the deep end when it comes to background information, because you have to, okay? This report here says Oswald entered PS 44 in New York City, not Bronx. New York City is a distinction, on May 7th, 53, at which time he entered the 9th grade, but that's impossible because he should have only been in the 8th grade. And when he goes to Beauregard down in New Orleans, he enters the 8th grade, not the 9th grade. All right, so this is incorrect. Actually, the date is actually 1/7. I was off by 3 days. Oswald and his mother were in New York until January 7th of 54. That is a confirmable fact. All right, so I'm not going to go over the details of this timeline, but for historians out there who actually want to understand anything about any sequence of events, if you don't do timelines like this, you're shooting yourself in the dick, okay? This is Oswald's New York timeline. The attendance officers were Keating and Brennan of the 24th District, case 23979, Victor J. Connell of the 22nd District, New York City Probation Officer John Caro, social worker Evelyn Strickman and William Grote. I didn't mention those names, but they become important in the story. Magistrates were Delaney, Fogarty, Tshirt, and there's a fourth one. I have it somewhere. I just forgot to add it here because, I just forgot to add it here. Then the schools that are mentioned are Trinity Lutheran, PS 117, 44 Bronx, 47 School for the Deaf, 611, 44 Manhattan, right? So plus there's another missing school that we don't know about, right? Now this is a real chronology. Boom. Everything, August 42, every fucking thing they did, what they ate for breakfast, you name it. It goes, I have every single thing here. And this is what happens. When you will lay out a proper chronology, the parts that are wrong jump out at you like that. They will basically jump off the page and show you, hey, look right here. This is where it's fucked up. So unfortunately, all I found was that one indicator here of April 10th. That's the only anomaly there. No anomalies here really, because they did a good job of hiding the obfuscations of the dual records. All right. This is where the next anomaly lies, and everything after it in New York is drawn into question based on the story. Okay, so God, the keeps going. Oh God, it keeps going. See, that's a real chronology. You need see that's 6 pages of 2-year period in New York, right? That's everybody. These notes are for sale. You can go buy them right now. Buy me a coffee and follow along if you want. But Oswald most certainly lived in North Dakota, and we have this from numerous reasons. First off, he admitted to Eileen Mosby in Russia that he lived in North Dakota, which also indicates it was most certainly Harvey Oswald in Russia because it was Harvey Oswald who was in North Dakota. So he says, I became interested about the age of 13, and they're talking about communism. An old lady handed me a pamphlet about saving the Rosenbergs. I still remember that pamphlet about the Rosenbergs. I don't know why. Then we moved to North Dakota, and I discovered a book in the library, Das Kapital, right? So he tells Eileen Mosby that after New York, he went to North Dakota. All right? Plain and simple. Harvey Oswald went to North Dakota, while Lee Oswald remained in New York at PS 44 in Manhattan.
I'm Eileen Mosby, a correspondent for United Press International in Paris. I remember in 1959, I was a foreign correspondent for the UPI in Moscow. One day we were tipped by the American embassy that an American citizen had come to the embassy and said that he wanted to give up his citizenship and become a Soviet citizen. Somehow we managed to track him down at the Metropole Hotel. I remember the room number was 233. I found this young man there, rather slight, fair-haired. He was quite intense and determined. He was a Marxist zealot and said that it always had been his ideal to live in Russia. His name was Lee Harvey Oswald. He struck me as being a little unbalanced, obviously with personal problems. He had been brought up without a father. He admitted that he had not very many friends at school, although he insisted he had rather normal life, playing football and basketball and so forth. He said he had begun to read books by Marx 5 years before that, when he was 15. Then he served in the Marine Corps, and he could hardly wait to get out, he said, so that he could go to the Soviet Union. And he said when he finally got out of the Marines that it was like getting out of prison. He came to Russia and applied for Soviet citizenship. He told me that he wanted to be an electronics engineer, and he said that if living in the Soviet Union meant getting married and having a family, that he would stay there and do that. Little did I dream that I was talking to the man who is charged today with the assassination of President Kennedy of the United States. This is Eileen Mosby of United Press International in Paris.
The FBI acknowledged that Eileen Mosby turned over 7 to 8 typed pages of notes from her meeting with Oswald that had become the UPI article, which was published nationwide. This copy is what the FBI says Mosby turned over to them, and they clearly tampered with it. And why is that? Because in the article, it says here, then we moved to North Dakota, and I discovered one book in the library, Das Kapital. But according to the notes that Mosby gave the FBI, which they clearly altered, it says, then we moved to New Orleans, and I discovered a book in our library, Das Kapital. All right, so the FBI, again, tampering with documents when we have the fucking outright evidence that he was in goddamn North Dakota, all right? Very simple. If it's a newspaper reporter in a newspaper article telling us that something happened, or the FBI, I'm sorry, but I'm going to believe the news reporter because they're generally dumber than the FBI and not as malicious. All right, so in North Dakota, Stanley, North Dakota, William Henry Timmer and his mother, Alma Cole, both provided statements to the FBI attesting to the fact that they knew Lee Harvey Oswald in North Dakota in 1953. They gave pretty in-depth statements about talking about communism and all this stuff. Oswald said he was in gangs in New York, which is hilarious. All right, New Orleans, January 1954. I have to emphasize that this epoch, this time period for Oswald really should include September 53 onward. Because, as you'll see, while Lee Oswald is in New York during the fall semester of 1953, he's also simultaneously attending Beauregard Junior High School.
Oswald was enrolled at Beauregard Junior High School, and his records there indicate that he was a poor student, making his best grades in art courses and civics. Just before he graduated from junior high, the family moved to Exchange Place in the old French Quarter of New Orleans. This is a short, run-down street. He and his mother occupied a small apartment over a pool hall. The rest of the street is dotted with bars, a barber shop, a novelty store. At about the same time, Oswald filled out a personal history sheet in school. He said he had 2 brothers, but he listed no names. He said he was a Lutheran, but he listed no church where he attended. He said he planned to enter the military service or to become a draftsman. He liked reading and outdoor sports, especially football. One question asked if he had any personal friends. He said no.
So all of this will revolve around the return to New Orleans and a handful of addresses, okay? So to clarify where we're at, Lillian Moret and her family live at 757 French. The two addresses that the Oswalds are alleged to have lived at are 126 Exchange Place and then 1454 and 1452 St. Mary. Now, the 1454 and 1452 St. Mary are owned by Myrtle Evans and her husband Julian, and they will provide a very definitive timeline on when Marguerite and Lee lived there. However, this is in direct contradiction to all the other evidence. So, are they wrong? No, they're absolutely correct. There's two Oswalds. This is how it's explained. This is the only explanation. And besides the photographic evidence, this is a continued pattern that we started to see in 1945, almost 10 years before this incident here, or the series of incidents, I should say. So according to Robert Oswald, Marguerite and Lee left New York in January 54 and moved directly into 126 Exchange Place, and they remained there until they moved back to Fort Worth in late 55 or early 1956. Robert Oswald is such a dummy. He contradicts himself so many times. You need to read his Warren Commission testimony. Once you read Robert Oswald's and Lillian Moret's testimony, you realize that they were trying to have these stories go together, right? But they screwed up. they got so much wrong. And then Lillian Moret will eventually just give up and tell Jenner, yeah, whatever you got on your paper is right. So really it's a comedy of errors.
No. Oswald was only enrolled in Easton High School for about a month when the family moved back to Fort Worth, Texas. But several girls, now married women, who attended junior high school with him, remember him.
He was just very, very quiet and kept to himself. He was in my homeroom, but I don't remember much about him because he wasn't very personable. He didn't seem to get along with everybody, talk a lot.
Benny, he did best in civics and art while he was at Beauregard, and we a lot of times associate an artist with a nonconformist, a person who doesn't dress or act like other people. Did this kind of fit the description of Lee Oswald?
Yes, it did. He was kind of like, well, he was like an oddball. He just didn't mix with the other kids in school.
Do any of you ever remember him having any difficulties in class with any of his teachers? Did he seem to get along with all of his teachers, or was he a belligerent person in class? Did he argue with teachers?
No, he more or less kind of wanted to do things for them. Don't you think he was that type of...
What I remember, he was a good student and wasn't a troublemaker. He seemed more like a bookworm.
Yeah.
Well, he mentioned also in his history record that he liked to read a lot. Did he carry a lot of books? Did you ever notice him carrying a lot of books, more books than other students, for example?
No, just the usual books to take to class.
There have been a couple of people in the city who knew Lee Oswald after he grew up, when he came back to New Orleans, and they said that they almost immediately knew that it was Lee Oswald who had assassinated the president. I realize that at 14 years old, it's probably a little early to form an opinion, but did the Lee Oswald that attended Beauregard Junior High seem to be the type of person who would commit such an act?
No, but like they say, that's the ones you have to watch, the quiet ones, and you don't know what they're going to do. He didn't seem like it then. I can never remember him just laughing or smiling. He always just sort of smirked, like a tight lip.
So Oswald's record from Beauregard show a near perfect attendance record during the 1953 to 1954 school year. Okay, so what is the possible explanation for this perfect attendance record without any kind of conspiratorial leaning, right? Is it possible to interpret this record in a way that makes sense? Possibly. Well, I'd say possibly, but then I'll point out a problem here. Possibly because there's constant discussion in the FBI reports and in requests for the school records of the individual records and the cumulative records. Okay, the cumulative records are what they talk about mostly when they talk about Oswald's school records. And the problem with the cumulative records is it doesn't differentiate where certain classes were taken, right? So if you have a cumulative school record, it'll say you were in school in September 53, but it might not indicate whether it was New York or the school that you're currently at, right? Which would have been Beauregard for him. So that's the problem with the cumulative records. But nonetheless, the cumulative records indicate that Oswald had a good attendance record at Beauregard in 53-54, which totally contradicts the notion that he could have been at PS 44 in Manhattan. So the 1953-54 records from Beauregard overlap with Oswald's near-perfect attendance records from PS 44 in New York at the same time. The overlap is from September 1953 to January 1954. Okay. So on the left here, we have the report from Beauregard. It says, under a general attendance grouping, the following attendance for this student at Beauregard was noted. Okay. This is an FBI report indicating that the report from Beauregard said this. 1953, 1954, report 1, September 53. Absent, tardy, and re-add. Okay, re-add means readmitted. Now, it's never clarified what readmitted means because you can't be readmitted for 2 entire school years in a row. You're readmitted if you were to come into a school year halfway. You're readmitted. But here, he's readmitted on every single report from 53 to 55. So that doesn't really make any sense unto itself. But it indicates in the FBI report that this is from Beauregard, and it says absent once, tardy 0, and readmitted 89. Okay, so readmitted obviously means present. Report 2 is the second semester, right? So it's 1953-54, second semester, absent 4 days, reattended 90. Oswald has the same cumulative positive record from Beauregard, from PS 44 in Manhattan at the exact same time. See, that's the problem here. Now, some people dispute whether or not this actually indicates that Oswald was in New Orleans during September to January. But here's the problem with this time period. I have zero indicators that Marguerite and Lee were living anywhere in New Orleans that time. The only place it could have ever possibly been was at Lillian Moretz, but she's a liar and she covers this for this scheme over the years. And so you can't listen to a goddamn word that she says, except for the things that she screws up and tells you that she shouldn't be telling you, right? So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. If I were to make a guess, I would say yes, absolutely, that Oswald was there in 53 in September in New Orleans. But I can't prove that. All we have is this limited information on the FBI report, which could come from the cumulative record, which would not possibly even be indicating Beauregard. And FBI agents are stupid. They make mistakes all the time. And so when it says this student at Beauregard was noted, he might not know what he's talking about, right? So there's a dozen different ways that you can interpret this report. That's my point. All right. So there's controversy over whether or not Oswald and his mother went directly from New York to New Orleans, or if they went to Fort Worth first. And I'm telling you with certainty, they went to Fort Worth first. I have no evidence of where they lived or what they did or anything like that, but they had no other support structures anywhere other than staying in New York, which we're told they didn't do. And there's, enough information to indicate that they left New York to get Lee out of trouble, right? Whether it was in August or January, doesn't matter. So it says here, Mr. Jenner asks, where was your sister living at the time, in Fort Worth? And Ms. Moretz says, I think so, yes. On the occasion that she came from New York and stopped off in New Orleans, did she stay with you for a few days? Well, she stayed with me until she found an apartment. Okay, so that statement, as she says there, she stayed with me until she found an apartment. She contradicts herself numerous times within very few pages in the Warren Commission reports. Okay. So basically, I believe that Marguerite and Lee went to Fort Worth for a couple months because we have a gap we can say with certainty that Oswald is enrolled at Beauregard School starting in January of 1954, but we do not have any sign that Lee and his mother were staying anywhere, in particular in New Orleans, until May, which is really messed up. So, according to Myrtle Evans, Marguerite spent time in either San Antonio or Fort Worth before moving back to New Orleans in the April of 1954. So here we're in April of 54. There are no records of Marguerite Oswald in Texas between January and April of 54. However, Harvey Oswald was attending Beauregard Junior High School during this time. All right. This is extremely problematic because we have a complete void of where these people were. And then you have in the testimony of Lillian Moret, she will testify that when she's asked by Mr. Jenner, and then she testifies that Marguerite and Lee came from New York and moved into 126 Exchange Place. And then when Jenner says, well, what about 1454 St. Mary? She goes, oh yeah, that was before 126 Exchange Place, right? So she's constantly squirming with her answers as she's testifying because she doesn't know what she's supposed to be saying, right? These people didn't coordinate their stories well enough, not nearly well enough. But what we can say for certain is that Marguerite and Lee don't show up in New Orleans till May of 1954. And the only reason we speculate April of 54 is because if she stayed with Lillian for a couple weeks, that would put it into April. So, but we have the statements of, where is it? We have the statements of, here we go. Julian Evans stated that Lee Harvey Oswald and his mother lived at 1454 and 1452 St. Mary's, New Orleans from May 54 through May of 55. This is as problematic as it could ever be. This is more evidence of Oswald being in two places at once. And I believe it must have caused an issue somewhere because as you'll see within, by the time summer ends, you will see that Harvey Oswald will move from 126 Exchange Place where he was attending Beauregard, where he knew Ed Vabel and he knew Myra DeRoos. Myra DeRoos was she was a teacher at Beauregard Junior High School. And she gives a very detailed story about Ed Vabel and a piano falling on Oswald. And she makes very clear that Oswald didn't want to be called Lee and that he insisted he be called Harvey. So she refers to him as Harvey throughout this interview.
My name is Myra DeRoos LaRue, and I began teaching school in Orleans Parish in 1953, September. And my school that I was assigned to was Beauregard Junior High School, which is located on Canal Street. I was a physical education teacher. My second year there, I was given a home room, and I held my roll call either in the cafeteria or on a stage in the basement. Sometime after Christmas, I got a new student. It turned out that his name was Lee Harvey Oswald. I never called him Lee Harvey Oswald because he asked me not to call him Lee. And I asked him what he'd like to be called, and he said Harvey. So I've known him as Harvey Oswald. My contact with him was just in a homeroom roll call because I only taught girls physical education. But sometime, how it happened, I don't know, he and I became friends. And each afternoon, as I did my coaching after school, he would always seem to be in the yard, sitting around. Or many times Ed Vogel would come over, and Ed lived only a couple of blocks from the school. And he would come over, and that is about the only person that I really saw Harvey socializing with in the time that I knew him. On one occasion, when we were practicing basketball in the schoolyard, Ed Vogel runs out the yard and says, Mr. Roos, come inside quick, come inside quick. So Dorothy Duvick, the other PE teacher, and I went into the basement, and there on the floor was Harvey with an upright piano that had fallen. And he was about his legs, from about the waist down, was under the piano. So Dorothy Kubik and I, with the help of Ed, pulled the piano up. And I asked him if he was hurt. He said asked Harvey if he was hurt. He said, well, he didn't think so. So I said, well, maybe we should call your mother. And he says, no, Miss Drew, she's at work. Well, you know, this happened at school and you can't be too careful, so I called our principal, Mr. McMurdo, and asked him what I should do. And he said, well, Myra, take him down to Monteleopre, because that's where we always take the kids when they get hurt or they get sick. Well, Monteleopre Clinic is about a mile east of the school on Canal Street. So we got in the car and I drove Harvey down and they examined him. They said he was fine. And it was getting dark and it was a little after 5. So I didn't want him going home by himself. So I asked him where he lived. He said he lived on Exchange Alley down near the river. So I drove him down, and it was really a kind of disgusting place. And I was awfully glad I didn't live there. And he lived upstairs over a barroom. And that was the only time that I ever took him home. Then later in the year, I was outside in the backyard and we were practicing softball. And I looked up, and here's a fight going on the schoolyard. Now, our schoolyard, the back, is solid concrete. So I stopped the practice, and I go over to see about the fight, and there's Harvey down on the bottom with about 3 boys just kicking him and beating him. Well, I didn't really have to do much to them because I had the reputation of being a disciplinarian and kind of rough anyway. So I really don't even remember who the boys were that were doing the fighting. But he was bloodied up pretty good, so I brought him in the PE office and washed off his little scrapes and put on his Band-Aids.
Was this on the back side of the school or the front side of the school?
On the side of the school.
Side of the school, east or west?
East the west side.
West
close
side.
to the lake. Closest to the lake. And another thing about Harvey, I had to be to school at 8 o'clock, and Harvey was always at school when I got there, waiting for the door to open at 8 o'clock because the students could go into the library. And Harvey was always there, and he went to the library every day. Then in the afternoon, the library was open until 4 o'clock. School was out at 3:15. And that's where Harvey would go to the library to 4 o'clock, and when Miss Smith closed the library, then he would come downstairs, always carrying books. To me, this is my opinion, Harvey was a very quiet child. He did not have any friends. Ed Vogel, as I said, was the only friend that I knew him to have. He was a scrawny child. He seemed to be out of place with the other students. Beauregard geographical district took in the lakefront, and most of the students were mid-class or above means. They dressed better than he did. They had more money than he did. They had better clothes than he did, and he just did not seem to fit in with the kids. They didn't accept him, or he didn't accept them. I don't know, but he really was not a part of the student body. He was a loner. Whether I don't think it was by choice. The rest of the kids just didn't accept him. And he was a lonely kid. And that's really the reason why he was at school every day. He was lonely, and he really didn't have a great place to go home to. So I just put off going home as long as he could.
How did you do academically?
Well, he got all of his reports.
Yes.
I've got them, but I couldn't put my hands on them at this moment. because he sent them to me. But he seemed to be an average student, if I remember. His attendance was good. He didn't have poor attendance. He had good attendance.
You remember seeing him in the halls, walking around?
No, because there wasn't anything downstairs. I was downstairs all the time.
I see.
And you see, the classrooms on the second and third floor. And only downstairs was that basement cafeteria and the boys and girls dressing room for physical education. So I was never up on the second and third floor. Except to go to, in the morning, I had to go up the steps to go in the front door and you have to sign in at the office.
When did you have your homeroom? Year?
54. September 54.
That's the only time you had a homeroom?
What, 53, 54? Yeah. Only one.
You worked at Beauregard, taught at Beauregard for 3 years?
3 years.
And in the middle year, the second year you were there, you had the homeroom.
Mm-hmm.
And he was in your homeroom class?
Yes.
So you never did get to meet his mother?
The only discussion of any relative was when that day the piano fell. And I said, we need to go in the office and call your mother. And he said, she's at work.
So she never showed up for a parent-teachers meeting or anything?
No, no.
He never talked about himself?
Mm-mm. See, I told you, they couldn't have been in New York long because his, you know, if you're a teacher and you're really a teacher, you're very observant. You've got to be a teacher. You've got to be very observant. He talked just like all the rest of the kids in school. So he couldn't have been in New York long enough to pick up any kind of accent.
Myra DeRoos clearly indicates the boy she knew was Harvey, who was friends with Ed Vobel at Beauregard, and this was during the September 1953 school year, because it was the beginning of her second year there, is exactly what she says, right? So, make of it what you will. Oswald, two places at once, again. So, the 1454 St. Mary, this is problematic because, obviously, if they don't show up in New Orleans until May, then how the hell do we have Oswald going to school at Beauregard? That's the fundamental problem. So here we have this overlap. And this causes Harvey Oswald and his mother to leave 126 Exchange Place, and they will be replaced there by Lee and his mother after they move out of St. Mary's. So they do a swaparoo at this address, just like they did at the San Saba address, where we have witnesses who saw Marguerite and her son Lee there for about a year or a little longer. And then we have the evidence that the whole family was only there for 2 months because they came in on the back end of that, just like they did here at 126 Exchange Place. That's exactly what happened. And one thing I want to point out is that if we're paying attention, all of these anomalies on an individual basis are just seeming anomalies. But when you put them in the proper chronology and spread it out over time and look at it, it becomes pretty apparent that there is a deception here going on. And the deception appears to indicate that Oswald would be in two places at one time, right? So, yeah, Myrtle Evans and Julian Evans, they're pretty reliable witnesses. The only problem I have with some of her testimony is that she has an address. She lives on this street called Britannia, and when Jenner is talking to Lillian Moret, he mentions that Marguerite might have lived at 1910 Britannia, which that could be the gap filler I'm looking for. That could be the time that she could have gone right to New Orleans in January 54 and gone to 1910 Britannia. But there's no evidence, there's no indication of that. And the only reason we even know that address is because Mr. Jenner, the lawyer for the Warren Commission, mentioned it while questioning Lillian Moret. How does he know that address if nobody else in the world ever heard of it? Except Lillian Moret, who seemed to acknowledge she was aware of it, right? So these fucking people, man, that's probably where she was, but I can't prove that. And that would contradict the idea that she was in San Antonio or in Fort Worth prior to coming to New Orleans in May, right? So you have, there's only a couple possibilities here, right? Only a couple. All right. So here we have a letter, and this letter, oh my God, this letter is problematic for a dozen reasons, but what we're going to focus on is we're going to focus on timing. Marguerite's letter indicates they had recently arrived back in New Orleans after the ordeal in New York, and the letter is dated May 10th, right? What does that indicate? It indicates they just showed up in New Orleans in May, right? That would contradict everything that I had said about being at Lillian Moretz in April and the weeks leading up to that, right? Because if they just showed up and took a couple of days to... There's one thing about Marguerite. She was really big on writing letters. She did it a lot. I mean, there's a ton of letters that we don't have, that are referenced that we don't have. Like, when Trump going to give us those letters? Oh, fuck you. We're not getting nothing, motherfuckers. All right. So, dear John, we're back in New Orleans and happy to be back. Like, they're just back. And this is May 10th, right? So they couldn't have been there, right? As per her own sentiment to her son. It's not the words it's not her words that tell you the answer. It's her sentiment. You've got to see past the words and see how she's feeling. And that's how you know that this statement is probably goddamn true. All right. Second letter from Marguerite Oswald sent to John Pick after leaving New York in January was postmarked June 14th, 54, and had a return address of 1454 St. Mary, New Orleans. Remember, what are the dates we're looking at? At 1454, we're looking at May to May, 54 to 55. All right. So she's supposed to be living at St. Mary address that whole year. Lee Harvey Oswald will attend Beauregard Junior High School in the fall of 1954-55. These are the records from that time. And this is when he's photographed with his tooth knocked out. Hence, this is the real Lee Harvey Oswald at Beauregard in the 1954-55 school year. The statements of Myra DeRoos and Edva Bell clearly indicate that it was Harvey Oswald, that he identified himself by name as Harvey Oswald. That was a year before this. Yep. Okay. This is where we're talking some major obfuscation, and I don't understand this in the least bit. I can't explain this at all. Even though Marguerite Oswald and Lee Harvey Oswald were confirmed by Myrtle and Julian Evans as having lived at the St. Mary address until the end of May 1955. We have a letter to John Pick dated and postmarked October 14th, 1954 with a return address of 126 Exchange Place. Do you see the problem now? Because from May 54 to May 55, Marguerite and her son Lee are living at St. Mary's. Lee is a asshole. He's rude to everybody and rude to his mother. And Myrtle Evans can hear him yelling through the walls and stuff, right? But yet, we'll talk to one of Oswald's neighbors at Exchange Place who said he was the most polite boy she ever knew. This letter is such an anomaly. It's unbelievable. So here, I'm going to point something else out. We saw the letter earlier that was written in November of 54, okay? November 54. And it talked about Oswald having his birthday on October the 19th, right? Well, look here. Now here in this letter, which is before that happens, before that incident, it says Lee will be 15 next Monday the 18th. You see that? This letter was written a month before that other letter. Lee will be 15 next Monday the 18th. But in the letter we looked at earlier, it said Lee just had his 15th birthday on the 19th, on October 19th. Do you remember? Right? What is going on here? What is going on here? When I read this, you know what it reeks of? This reeks of the letters from Oswald to V.T. Lee that were sent regarding the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. You know why? Because those are fakes. Because those letters, which were sent on August the 1st, postmarked August the 1st, they talk about the fight between Oswald and Brunier out on the street corner. But that incident didn't happen till the 9th, right? Those letters are forgeries. They had bad information in them. They had information that contradicted known history. Just like this letter. This reeks of a forgery. I can't say that with certainty. The handwriting looks pretty good. I've read enough of these damn things to know these people's handwriting inside and out. This handwriting looks okay. Although this handwriting could be Lillian Moretz too. It could be Lillian's. But here we have a reference to Lee will be 15 next Monday the 18th. And then the next letter sent a month later says Lee had his birthday on the 19th. What the fuck is happening here? Yeah, Myrtle Evans said Lee was rude and arrogant and disrespected his mother. And one thing I thought was great is that all these people, like Clem Tshirt and Myrtle Evans, and all these people who knew the real Marguerite, when they see the fake Marguerite, a false Marguerite on television later, all of them are like, "Oh my God, who the hell is that? That can't be Marguerite. She's so old and ugly." Like this statement here. Mrs. Evans says, "A very good housekeeper, very tasty. She could take anything and make something out of it, and something beautiful. She had a lot of natural talent that way, and she was not lazy. She would work with things by the hour for her children, and she kept a very neat house, and she was always so lovely herself. That's why when I saw her on TV after all this happened, she looked so old and haggard, and I said, that couldn't be Margie. But of course it was, but if you had known Margie before all this happened, you'd see what I mean. She was beautiful. She had beautiful wavy hair. Because it's not Marguerite Oswald. It's a false imposter, okay? Jesus Christ. So 126 Exchange Place was owned by a company called Loving Enterprises, Inc., and their offices were located at 321 St. Charles on the 10th floor. Now, when you dig into this, this is really interesting. I don't know where it goes, and I hope somebody else will pick up the torch and carry this because I don't want to dig into this because I got other things to do. This leads to a family of the Colemans, Dorothy Coleman and her husband. I forget what his name. I thought it was Richard, but I'm not really sure offhand. But the Colemans are the occupants of this 10th floor for many, many years and with various businesses. And also on the 10th floor is something called the Honorary Croatian Embassy. It was the Honorary Croatian Embassy the entire time from the time that Oswald lived there throughout the assassination over a decade later. What does this mean? This just sounds like some more CIA, USAID fucking cover bullshit nonsense, doesn't it? Right? So here we seem to have some kind of connection between some shady sounding honorary Croatian embassy on the 10th floor of the 321 St. Charles building, who happens to be the same floor of the building of the people who own 126 Exchange Place. You see where I'm going with this? Like, it's just weird. All right, so the rental, and I'm just throwing this out there for other researchers to take off with because I don't want to do it. Rental of 126 Exchange Place was handled by Mr. M. Arnold Lehman, who worked for the Loving Enterprises company. All right, so this is where you can tell Robert Oswald is full of shit. Robert Oswald testified that he got out of the Marines in July of 1955 and within a few days bought a car and made the drive from Fort Worth to New Orleans for a one-week visit. We have a lot of contradictory information here on Robert Oswald and his alleged visits to New Orleans. And I can't help but feel as though his timing on when he really came to New Orleans would have to coincide with Oswald's or Harvey Oswald's subsequent appearance at Stripling Junior High School in Fort Worth. So what happens is you have Harvey Oswald in New Orleans. He's attending Beauregard Junior High School. You have Lee Oswald shows up in May, probably initially at the Britannia address, and then moves into 1454 and 1452 St. Mary before going to 126 Exchange Place, where Harvey Oswald and his mother were already living. At that point is when they made the swaparoo, and Harvey Oswald and his mother made their way to Fort Worth, where they would go live at 2220 Thomas Place. This will be the first of 3 times that the false Marguerite Oswald lives at 2220 Thomas Place.
I'm Zetta Schubert, and I used to go to Stripling Junior High during the 53-54 school year as a 7th grader. And as an 8th grader, we would stand outside at lunch waiting for the school bell to ring so we'd attend classes. And in
as a 7th grader or 8th grader?
8th grader, as an 8th grade, be during the 54-55 school year, right? And we would see Lee Harvey Oswald and a bunch of his friends going across the playground, going home for lunch. And that's how I remember seeing him in the school.
Where exactly did he live?
He lived in where this brown house now stands. It was a wood house with a large front porch.
Now you were in the 53-54 school year, you were a 7th grader.
7th grader, right.
And you saw him in the 7th grade or the 8th grade?
8th grade.
You're sure
Would have been
it was
the 8th grade. Would have been the 8th grade.
All right, so that would have been the next year?
It would have been the next
54,
year.
55 school year.
55, right.
All right. Were you in any classes with him?
No, I just see him in the hall walking around. So I knew who he was from being irritated because he was able to go home for lunch and I wasn't.
What was his personality like?
He's kind of a cocky little character. The way the way he walked, you know, his body language, and he ran with the boys who wore the black leather boots and the black leather jackets, but his wasn't black. His was brown. He had the brown boots and the dark brown jacket.
His own brand.
His own thing. Right.
Now the years, the time when you saw him, again, that was the 50. Which one?
54,
Francetta entered the school in 1953 as a 7th grader, which would be 53-54 school year. And you remember it was the winter, the summer?
It would have been the cold months. When I remember seeing him, would have been in the December, January months, because they had the jackets on.
For a short period of time?
Right, that I even remember him. He was kind of a nondescript little character, and you'd easily forget if you didn't see him.
Had you ever spoken with him?
No, never. I never had any classes with him.
Did he have many friends?
Just the boys who went home to lunch with him, I would presume. Would have been his friends.
How about his mother? Did you ever see his mother?
Never saw his mother. I knew that she was a widow at the time, and that Lee lived with her. And that was all I knew. She worked possibly as a LVN or took care of sick people at the time. And the girl who told me that wasn't quite sure. So that's about all I knew about his mother.
Okay. She was living there at the time of the assassination itself, which is really weird. And this is also connected to the Birchwood address that Marguerite Oswald allegedly owned that nobody ever knew about. She never lived at, never got a rent check from, that she owned for a couple years. That address was also basically on the same block or a block away from Stripling Junior High School, right up the road from 2220 Thomas Place. I mean, when you look at where they were on a map, it was like, wow, they were just a couple houses apart from each other. So Robert Oswald testifies he gets out of the Marines in 55. This is contradicted later in his statements. I don't know if I have it on this one or in a later document, but he will indicate that he made a mistake. Oh, no, I forgot. I came and visited them in January of 54, and that Lee was in the Civil Air Patrol and all this stuff, but that was not a possibility because Lee wasn't in the Civil Air Patrol in 54. So the entire thing that Robert Oswald just like sticks his foot in his fucking mouth the entire time he's testifying to the Warren Commission. All right, so Mildred Sawyer was a neighbor of the Oswalds at 126 Exchange Place, and she described Oswald as a polite little boy who was well-mannered, as opposed to Myrtle Evans' description of Oswald, who said he was intolerable and rude to guests. So clearly we're dealing with two different personalities. And so over time, you get to see, like Jim Garrison pointed out in the memo about the Marines, that's one of them was taller and he had gray eyes. The other one was shorter with blue eyes, right? As you go through these documents, you get to understand that these were two boys with two different personalities. And Mildred Sawyer here makes it very clear that the boy that she dealt with was Harvey Oswald, who was a much nicer guy than the real Harvey Oswald, who was a dick. And he was probably a dick because he was withdrawn and he didn't have friends and he didn't get along and didn't do well in school, all because he had the mastoidectomy and he was partially deaf and withdrawn. You're starting to understand who the real Lee Harvey Oswald is and why he was who he was, right? It's not even close to what we're told by anybody. These are the factors you have to consider when looking at the life of Oswald. This is who he was. He was an angry, pissed off young man because he couldn't barely hear in his left ear and he didn't have any goddamn friends and he couldn't ever meld with anybody. And that's why he was fucking angry, right? And this motherfucker never, ever talked to anything about communism at all, ever. It took me a long time to really be able to discern these individual personality types of these two people. And I've absolutely concluded they're brothers. They're most certainly brothers. It's undeniable. Probably, maybe even fraternal twins separated at birth, possibly born a year apart because she fucked Harvey Oswald, right? And had Harvey. That's a good possibility. I think it's a damn good possibility that one of them is a year younger and is the actual son of Harvey Francis Oswald and Marguerite. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Hey, we'll never know because the documents attached to this stuff, which they definitely have, we're never going to see, right? Hey, I've been fucking swinging on Trump's nuts just like everybody else the past couple weeks with all the killer shit he's been doing. But fuck, you think we're getting this shit? You're kidding yourself. All right, so Marguerite and Lee Harvey Oswald left New Orleans directly from the 126 Exchange Place address, indicating they lived there till the end of June of 1956. Okay, why is this important? Because it indicates that they were in goddamn 126 Exchange Place for 3 years straight, while for a 1-year overlap, you have Lee and his mother living at St. Mary's. And once they realized that there's a problem, it must have been called out. It must have shown up on it must have shown up on some kind of like credit report. Somehow they must have become aware there was a conflict, and it was brought to their attention, and they said, fuck. And that's why Harvey and his mother dipped out of town to go to Stripling, which I think I have some slides coming up on that here pretty soon. So when you go over the residents of 126 Exchange Place in the New Orleans directory, as per John Armstrong, these are the names that you get. And the name that jumps out to me is Jack Schultz. And the problem with Jack Schultz is also a name of a neighbor of the Oswalds at Victor Street. But Jack Schultz in this case is like a fucking 6-year-old kid. Like, no kidding. Like, this Jack Schultz is like 6 years old. So why the fuck is like a 6-year-old kid's name in the goddamn phone directory? I don't know. I don't have a clue. But it's probably two different Jack Schultz. But Jack Schultz sounds like Jack Martin to me. A CIA code name. Who the fuck knows? You know, you can just chalk it off to me being paranoid. But anyway, John Armstrong dug into all of these people. And yeah, none of this makes any sense at all. So the Warren Commission determined that Marguerite Oswald and Lee Oswald lived at 126 Exchange Place beginning March 16th of 1955. But here's the problem. Myra DeRoos, and I do have to go and double check this because it's slipping my mind at the moment. But Myra DeRoos indicated she was back at Beauregard. It was her second year. The way she talked indicated to me that it was fresh back. Back meaning like after summer, right? I'm back at my second year. And that is when she talks about Harvey Oswald and the boy who introduced himself as Harvey. His name was Lee Harvey Oswald, but he wanted to be called Harvey. Okay. And she talks about the piano incident with Ed Vobel, right? That is September of 1953. She drove Oswald home after the piano incident to 126 Exchange Place, and she was like disgusted that he could live there because they had like bars and hookers and stuff downstairs. They literally lived above a pool hall that was like a nasty cesspool. So that indicates that Oswald was living in 126 Exchange Place going back to September of 53. But the official story says not until March 16th of 55, right? This is a problem, and I think this led to them having to get Harvey out of town. All right, so Oswald's Social Security application has 126 Exchange Place address on it, and it's dated February 6th, 55, so that's before, that is before we're told that they had moved in there. All right, so this is another thing that really needs to be dug into, and this will be sorted out by the time it makes it into my book. Both Marguerite Oswald and Lee Harvey Oswald worked for the Dolly Shoe Company, and this was during the first quarter of 1955, and they were residing at 126 Exchange Place. So first quarter is January through March, right? So even the story of them moving in March is false. According to the records at Beauregard Junior High, Oswald registered on January 1st, 54, and stayed through the 55-56 school year. His completion at Beauregard is well documented. His mother is listed as Margaret, not Marguerite. The address was listed 126 Exchange Place. This is Harvey and the false Marguerite. This is Oswald's Beauregard Junior High diploma. So Oswald's school record showed he attended Warren Easton High School in New Orleans until October 10th, 1956. Now, this is funny because everybody has moved over to Texas now. Everybody is out of New Orleans. He's graduated from Beauregard and moved on to Warren Easton, which he will not attend for very long, or will he? We really don't know. And the reason we don't know is because when the records were sent over to the new school, which would have been Arlington, it indicated that he had not left Warren Easton until October 10th, 56, right? But we're told allegedly that the records were requested and received in September of 1956, which both things can't be true. They could not have received documents saying he was there till October 10th, 56, if it was September 56. So what does that indicate? What I think it indicates is that Lee Oswald was in New Orleans. The real Lee Oswald was in New Orleans going to Warren Easton until October 10th, 1956, when he ended up dropping out, because this will coincide with the time he joins the Marines, like 2 weeks later exactly. Okay, so you have one Oswald, the real Lee Oswald, still in New Orleans attending Warren Easton Junior High School till October 10th, 56. And you have Harvey Oswald over in Arlington, where he'll attend for 1 month before dropping out. And then he joins from, I think it was San Diego he joined. He goes into Fort Worth and they send him to San Diego, and that's where it goes from there. But we're moving into the Marine stuff. And if you think this is dry as fuck, you'll be happy to know the Marine stuff is equally as dry, yet a little bit more exciting. But you'll see the patterns that are forming here now, the duplicate addresses, the duplicates, the overlapping school records. This is a persistent theme from 1945 onward, and it doesn't end when Oswald joins the Marines, okay? Which is coming up very soon. But here, you see, Oswald allegedly entered September 5th, 56 at Arlington, but we just saw the document here that he didn't leave Warren Easton until October 10th, right? And so those two things are reality. And the obfuscation in the middle, which is mostly pushed by the FBI and the JFK research community, who are too stupid to figure this out. October 10th was when he was actually there till, okay? And the story is what's malleable, right? Not the data. We have hard data. You're looking at a date of October 10th, 56. That's what a human being wrote on a piece of paper from looking at the records, right? Okay, so, and then we have the other record showing September 5th, 1956 in Arlington. These are concrete data points that are immutable, okay? So what part is mutable? Because that contradicts this. It's the story in the middle, right? See, this is the bait and switch. This is the look to the left while we fuck you to the right. And the JFK research community is largely responsible for doing that because they don't understand it, because they're dumb. So that's Oswald's overlap from Warren Easton to Arlington Heights. All right, so now we're going to get back into residences, more shenanigans with residences. Mr. and Mrs. James Taylor. There's a landlords at 4936 Collinwood. So what you have is Harvey Oswald and Lee Oswald are already back in Fort Worth. And you will have Harvey Oswald, his mother, and Robert Oswald move into this 4936 Collinwood. Now, there is some reporting on the fact that Collinwood, and you see how it says Collingwood here, that was actually done on purpose in the FBI just to check for moles or something. I don't give two fucks about any of those stories, okay? People get distracted in the weeds, okay? Doesn't matter if Oswald was, and his paperwork was used as another deception for administrative purposes. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's par for the course once you understand this, right? So, but these addresses here, we have some more contradiction here, and really not contradiction of the address of 4936 Collinwood, but it's where Marguerite Oswald goes from there that we run into problems. So this is the first time that we really have an indication that Robert Oswald is in on the scheme, because he's living with Marguerite and Harvey at this address. And where is Lee Oswald and his mother at this time? Well, I think that is unknown. We have some contradiction there too. So this document from the FBI shows the alleged dates of residences. The Collinwood address is July 25th, 56 to May 28th, 57. The FBI does not acknowledge any other addresses occupied by Marguerite during this time period. So other addresses at this time period, I believe the problem is 3830 West 6th. And that 3830 West 6th is an address that becomes documented when Oswald sends a postcard from Hawaii while he's in the Marines, which I'll get to in a little bit. But the statements of Mrs. Taylor contradict the idea of where she was living, which was 3830 West 6. So Oswald's Marine application had the 4936 Collinwood address. The landlord, Mrs. James Taylor, repeatedly visited Marguerite Oswald, imposter, at 1031 West 5th in Fort Worth. After she moved out, she owed her like $60 for bills. And so Mrs. Taylor went repeatedly to the 1031 West 5th address to get this money, and she wouldn't give her the money. And that's what she told the FBI. But that address is not acknowledged by anybody until years later. And this is another example of what I believe is this kind of real estate network, right? Because the Marguerite Oswald imposter will go stay at 1031 West 5th, but then that's not acknowledged by anybody except for Mrs. Taylor. But then like 5 years later, it's an official address of hers. You see what I'm saying? Just like the 2220 Thomas Place, and just like the San Saba address, and just like these other addresses that are allegedly owned or lived at by Marguerite Oswald, there's fucking weird shit going on, right? There's enough going on to know that she can't be the owner of these places, and the people who are owners are just fronts. Because no one ever moves out of a place and then moves back into it 10 years later, but with a different landlord. It doesn't happen ever, okay? Maybe we'll have an answer to that coming up here soon. But this is where we have major problems between these addresses, 1031 and 3830 West 6th. As you'll see, this is the only documentation of that address, and this is from 62, not 57. Marguerite Oswald, 1013 Fifth Avenue, apartment 6, right? That is ignored that she was ever there around that 56, 57 time period. That starts to show the pattern, just like Thomas Place and the other places, like I already talked about, right? So address 1, 4936 Collinwood, July 1st, 56 to June 1st, 57, as per landlord Mrs. James Taylor. That's well documented by the Warren Commission. Address 2, 1031 West 5th, provided to the FBI by Mrs. James Taylor, the landlord at 4936 Collinwood. This address provided to Mrs. Taylor by Mrs. Oswald, subsequently engaged Mrs. Oswald at this address attempting to collect a debt. So she lived at that address from June 1st, 57 till who knows when. And then address 3 is 3830 West 6th Street, where L.M. McCracken stated he saw Oswald visit his mother here for 2 weeks multiple times while he was on leave in 1957. So you can't be living at two places at once, which is apparently what was happening at 1031 West 5th and 3830 West 6th Street, right? So, More, it's par for the course at this point, right? Just like when I talk about in A Warning from History, when I talk about how after a while you start to see these Oswald impersonations, and it's like, oh yeah, duh. It's obvious who it is because we've seen this pattern before. And what are we seeing now? We're seeing this pattern again and again and again with these overlapping addresses, right? Even if there's not two Oswalds in reality, but there is. But let's just say hypothetically, let's say there was not two Oswalds and this was just a body double swapping operation with different people. It's still a body swapping operation with different people. All right? That's the fucking problem here. This reeks of intelligence. And going back, when you connect that to her engagement with the Navy, going back to 1941, possibly even earlier than that, the WAVES program, her telephone operator status, and the fact that her whole life has been obfuscated, it's fucking clear what's going on. This is an old, dead Cold War experiment to get a spy in the fucking Soviet Union. Plain and simple. It's not even that hard of a fucking concept to wrap your head around. This is tradecraft. Maybe not at its finest, but it's tradecraft nonetheless. So this check from Robert Oswald to Lee Oswald was written on the 8th of October, 1956, a time when Robert briefly stayed with Marguerite Oswald imposter. He left to get married in November of 56, and there's something shady up with his wife. All these people's wives, like he goes out for like 2 months and gets a wife. Jesus Christ, I don't think so. I don't think it works that way. Maybe it did back then because everyone wanted to get married. But yeah, there's some shenanigans up with his wife, 100%. She's not who she says to be. It's on her grave. She's dead, but there isn't even like a death date on it. It's really weird. Then let me see. Okay, here's where it gets interesting. So we're going to back up a little bit because Robert Oswald is actually, he gets out in 55, like we talked about. We can confirm he got out of the Marines in 55. In 1953, he's stationed at Opelika. Opelika is near Miami. It's the station near Miami no one ever talks about. Opelika is where they basically ran the operation to oust Arbenz in Guatemala. It is also the station that they used to run Operation Mockingbird out of. And at the exact same time they were doing that, Jerry Hemming lived like right up the road in Opelika. Okay. So Opelika is an extremely important part of the puzzle that no one ever talks about that is directly connected to all the guys down in No Name Key, Jerry Hemming, which brings us to Lawrence Howard, William Seymour, and the guys who pulled the trigger, okay? So we have our first kind of cross of, we kind of have this cross here of Opelika and the history behind Opelika and the assassination story and Oswald's life via Robert Oswald, okay? One thing I want to point out here, he says here, in July, I completed my course at the Aviation Metalsmith School in Millington, Tennessee. That's Memphis. So later, when you hear me talk about Oswald and the allegations that he was at Memphis, right here, you have evidence that there was another Oswald at Memphis. And as we'll see years prior, but still, you'll see that as Oswald went through all of his schools that he went through in the Marines, he was not even close to being the only Oswald who was enrolled at the time, which I believe is actually part of the deception. So Opelika was a secret CIA base. Let me see if there's anything worth reading in here. It was there that several senior CIA officers labored for months organizing intricate logistical details of PB Success, the code name for the anti-Arbenz operation. Among the officers who worked at Building 67 was E. Howard Hunt, who later went on to help engineer the 1972 Watergate burglary as one of the White House plumbers. So, yeah, Building 67 was the CIA headquarters at Opelika that Robert Oswald was stationed at in 1953 at the peak of this Oswald deception going on in New York. There has to be a connection there. The 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing. So what I realized was that Robert Oswald was stationed with the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing in 53. Lee Harvey Oswald was stationed with them in 58. And then it was the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing that moved from Opelika to El Toro in 55, which is kind of funny because that means that basically the CIA was running the operations that Lee Harvey Oswald was stationed at in the 3rd Aircraft Wing. There's no way the 3rd Aircraft Wing was not connected to intelligence. It just makes perfect sense. So Marguerite Oswald worked for Clyde Campbell's department store in Fort Worth while living at 3830 West 6th. All right. So this I pulled up at Oswald's leave from the Marines to see if I could verify or corroborate the dates that he would have visited his mother at 3830 West 6th. Oswald documented leaves were between February 27th, 57 and 13 March 57 and June 20, 57 and July 4th, 57, right? So that's a way that we can place Marguerite Oswald as having been living at these addresses at this time. Here we go. More references to 3830 West 6th in April of 57. And we had the postcard, which wasn't sent till the end of August, right? So we have her going back to that address all the way in April of 57. Okay, here's where things get really strange. And I talked about, I believe that this is a covert real estate network run by intelligence. And I think this just adds credence to that. Marguerite Oswald used the Collinwood address on a change of address form for Lee in 1945. Okay. She didn't live at that address until 1955. This is inexplicable. This is either a large-scale covert network of real estate that is being used to shuffle people around in various intelligence operations, or all these documents are fakes. And if all these documents are fakes, then the joke is on me. But then you have to explain why all the documents are fakes. And then we're back to square one with the entire assassination, aren't we? All right. Lee's moved to Fort Worth from New Orleans, and the 126 Exchange Place address is documented as having been on July 1st, 1956. Note, Oswald put the wrong name for his mother. His mother's never been Margaret. It's Marguerite. Also, remember, he put Margaret Oswald, who was living in New Orleans under the name Margaret Oswald in the directory. Margaret Keating, right? Who, in the 1955-56 directory, went by Margaret Oswald. Fucking weird, huh? I've been going crazy for like the last, I don't know how long I've been doing this part. I don't know. I'm starting to fucking lose my mind. And I hope you all understand why at this point. So here we have the dates. I just overlaid the dates here. I'm not going to beat a dead horse on this issue. I think I beat it to death already. So John Armstrong got another thing wrong. He has her listed here. The work records say that she was working at Gold Rings till July 31st, 56. But I think I debunked that. I don't even remember. I'm starting to slip. My voice is going. It's going to be the next rough couple hours. Yeah, this is wrong. I debunked this. And do I have the document here? I don't think I have the document here, but I did debunk the idea that it was till July 31st, 56. I was able to place them by July 1st in Fort Worth. So, all right. Harvey Oswald, Fort Worth, September 1954 at Stripling Junior High School. Like I said, they did a swap-a-roo between Harvey Oswald is at Beauregard. Something goes on at Beauregard. They have to shuffle him out of there. They shuffle him out of there. He goes by Harvey. He doesn't go by Lee. He goes by Harvey Oswald. Then Lee Oswald shows up. And who's the person in common there? Ed Vobel. I have the interview with Ed Vobel, which will be stitched into this presentation right now.
But there was one young student, Edward Vobel, who went out of his way to befriend Oswald, and he tells about it.
Would you tell us your first encounter, as you can recall? This has been in what, about 8?
It was about 8 years ago.
8 years ago. Tell us about it.
Well, he came in Beauregard's mid-semester, and he had a fight with a couple of boys, and that's how I first saw him. And after the next day, someone had punched him in the mouth that Oswald didn't know, I didn't know, and I don't think the boy even knew him. I think these boys that he had a fight with him put this other guy up to punch him in the mouth to get back at him, because Oswald did beat the other boys. And Oswald was laying down on the ground, and I ran up to him, and I think a couple other boys did too, and we brought him back into school and washed his mouth off and put some cold compresses on his mouth.
And this is more or less the start of a friendship between you and Oswald at that time?
Well, that's when we first met, was when this happened.
And what type of boy was he at 15? I understand this was about the age of that year.
Well, he didn't seem to mix too well with the rest of the boys or the girls or anyone there at the school. He didn't seem to have any friends, or he didn't seem to be really interested in anything. He didn't participate in any extracurricular activities. He was just a loner, it seemed like.
I'll tell you, one reason I'm concerned about the age of 15, this reportedly is when Oswald first became interested or came in contact with the Marxist theory. Now, did he, at any time during your relationship with him, did he mention anything about his readings of leftist or Marxist literature?
No, he didn't mention anything at all about any politics or socialism, communism, Marxism, or anything, and I don't believe that's true. I don't believe he had any really basic ideas on Marxism or anything at 15 years old. I think that came later, somewhere along the line, because he never mentioned anything like that to me at all.
Now, in talking earlier, before this interview, you mentioned you had been to his house. Could you tell us a little about his home life? Well,
he, when I knew him, he lived in Exchange Alley. I think it was 126 Exchange Place or Alley. It was a small apartment, and it lived above the pool rooms, and in that area there's nothing but pool rooms and bar rooms, and it's sort of almost a skid row. It's a very bad neighborhood.
Well, this was before or after his father died?
Oh, his father, from what I understand, died when he was very young, and this was after. I think he had moved to Texas, and after his father had died, his mother had brought him to Texas. Then he came back here again, and this was his second time in New Orleans.
And he sort of, as I understand it, sort of blamed the world for his problems. Isn't that what you mentioned earlier?
Well, it seemed that way to me after. At the time, I didn't have any basic opinions why he was a little different than most of us. It didn't enter my mind at all. I sort of liked him because he wasn't exactly the general run-of-the-mill that I had known at school. He was a little above them. He seemed to be, at least, even though he came from a poor family, let's say, and he wasn't exactly a ruffian. He just had a little something about him that was just a little different from the average ruffian that I'd known at that school.
Now, and it will show that he tells interviewers that he didn't meet Lee Oswald until this 54-55 school year, when Oswald got in the fight and had his tooth knocked out. But clearly we will have the testimony of Myra DeRoos, who says that the piano fell on Harvey and Ed Vabell is the one who helped him. So Ed Vabell is somehow connected to both of them. Ed Vabell will eventually be poisoned to death. At least that's what his father thinks. Franchetta Schubert was an 8th grader when Lee Harvey Oswald was in 9th grade attending Stripling Junior High School. Frank Coodlady was the assistant principal. Coodlady provided Lee Harvey Oswald's records to the FBI on November 23rd, 1963. The FBI denies this happened. Oswald's records indicate he completed 6 weeks of school before dropping out. Lee Oswald will finish 9th grade in New Orleans. So we have, video. John Armstrong got video of these two people talking about when Oswald went to Stripling.
On a Saturday morning following the Kennedy assassination, I received a call at home. I lived at 4225 Curzon at that time, from Mr. Wiley, who was my principal, telling me to go to school and to go to the records file and to get Lee Harvey Oswald's records, and that someone from the FBI would be there to pick them up. That's exactly what I did. I went to school. I went to the records files, got his records out. I did open them. I did look at them, kind of in a cursory way. And the only thing I can recall is that the records for Stripling were in that he didn't attend there a full year. I put it back in a brown envelope and left it on my desk and waited, 10, 15 minutes or perhaps longer. And two gentlemen came in, showed me identification that they were FBI agents. I gave them the records, and the best I remember, one of them did open the envelope and kind of look in it. And they thanked me and they left, and I locked the doors and I went home. And that's about all I know about Lee Harvey Oswald.
Go on. You had mentioned last night about the procedures of elementary school records.
The records that I turned over to the FBI may have contained the elementary school records that you have in your files, because it was the procedure that when a student moved from elementary level to the junior high level, a copy of their records were forwarded to show that they had successfully completed the 6th grade. And as I said last night, how did all the records in the elementary school show up and there none from the junior high school? And I think that would be an interesting path to go down, to see how those records got into the files and where they came from. Did someone go to the elementary school or get it?
Now, just to clarify, we're talking about the records of Lee Harvey Oswald, the accused assassin of Princeton.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And to your knowledge, he did attend Stripling.
Yes,
High School.
He had to attend. I didn't know Lee Harvey Oswald. I didn't know he was a student there, but we wouldn't have had a copy of records for them had he not attended. At least, even one day, we would have had a record. And as I said before, the best of my knowledge, the best of my recollection, his records were incomplete in that they did not show a full year of attendance.
How many FBI agents came to the school?
2. Mm-hmm.
And you can't identify that?
Oh gosh, no.
When you looked at the records, did you by chance notice that he had grade marks, not necessarily what the grade marks were, grade marks to indicate that he'd been there a 6-week period in order to receive grades, or?
You know, that's I believe that he had grades for 1 6th period. That's the best I can remember. But that, you know, I wouldn't want to swear to that.
And the time period of his attendance in the school, which school year was it, or which semester was it?
Again, trying to recall from looking at that record, it would have been in the fall semester. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Why do you say the fall semester?
Because the best I remember, the report card would start on the left-hand side with courses, and the grades went. First 6 weeks was in the first column, and I remember that seemed like that column was complete, and there was nothing else beyond that.
That column was complete,
saying that he received grades for the first 6 weeks.
For 6 weeks.
And John, the year that he would have been a sophomore.
No, see, we only went through the 9th grade, which is
7th, 8th, and 9th.
7th, 8th, and 9th
So he
grade.
would have been a senior.
Yes, if that. Well, not necessarily. All the report cards were exactly alike. I mean,
He could have been in the 7th, 8th, or 9th grade.
7th or 9th grade. And if it came to stripling from Ridgely West Elementary, the first entrance would have been as a 7th grader. But after my discussion with you all last night, there's some really confusion as to where he did go in the 7th grade.
Yeah.
And I wish I could think of someone that
Frank, is it, not to put words in your mouth, is it possible that he could have attended a second 6-week period or a third 6-week period, or are you reasonably sure it was just 1 6-week period?
Oh, he could have attended, say, even as much as 3 weeks into 6 weeks, and not received any. The grades wouldn't have gone on the permanent record. They would have been grades in progress that would have been sent to the school to which we were asked to send records.
I see.
And the FBI didn't ask for those. They just asked for the permanent records.
Yes, and that would have all been contained in the same package.
What is in one of those packages?
Generally, it's the record of the student up to the time we get them, and then we got them, and then their record. If you attended Stripling Junior High School 7th, 8th, and 9th, there was a copy of your report card in that record. Now, I also, my wife mentioned something last night, that there's a possibility that there was a cumulative folder. Counselors generally kept a cumulative folder on students, which would have indicated their grades, their any testing that might have been done, and any testing records that we would have had. And I don't know whether those records were ever kept or were they microfished. I don't remember.
What about health records? Was health records?
Health records were generally contained in the same packet that we had. That has to be a vaccination record. They show that the student had been vaccinated.
Was it the same records from one student to another? In other words, contain all the similar items, the health and the cumulative records and so on. Would there be report cards in there?
Yes. Oh, in the counselor's records, or in the main office?
In the brown envelope you were speaking of.
Oh, yes. That would have been the grades would have been the most important thing in there. Grade cards.
So would there have been grade cards for grades, perhaps 4, 5, and 6 when he attended Ridgely West Elementary School?
There might have been a copy of them. More than likely, there would have been a copy of the 6th grade report card in there.
Just out of curiosity, in the early 50s, they didn't have copy machines yet, did they?
No, we used those old purple
mimeograph
machines.
And were those acceptable to copy grade cards? Could you copy cards by using those?
No.
So then what?
You have to hand copy a report card.
Hand copy a report. Okay, so hand copies of report cards would be in there.
If the student left Stripling Junior High School, when they left, they checked out of school.
Mm-hmm.
We would give them a copy of their report card, and a checkout sheet showing that they had legally withdrawn from Stripling and were eligible to attend another school.
So we also have, here's another thing. Robert Oswald will testify that Lee Harvey Oswald went to Stripling, but he's wrong in the context that he's talking. He's talking about when he gets out of Ridgelea and that he goes from Ridgelea right to Stripling. That would have been fall of 1952 when Oswald goes to live with John Pick, right? So that could kind of fill in one of the gaps there. However, I don't believe that's correct at all. I think the documentation and the timing on when Oswald goes to New York to go to the Trinity Lutheran School pretty much coincides with everything that makes sense. So Robert even stating that he went to Stripling is just wrong. And Robert wasn't there anyway. Robert was in the fucking Marines, so he wouldn't know unless he was told he was at Stripling. But the reality is it could not have been, because the timing of when he would have been at Stripling, when Robert would have said in that year, particularly, he was most certainly up at the Trinity School in the Bronx. There you go. So let me continue on. Oswald's records from 54, 55 overlap is that's a problem, right? That's what this one says. And all right. Let's slow down again. I'm going to read this, and you'll kind of start to see how this deception is connected to large-scale government operations, okay? In addition to some of the information which he's given us in the past, Cooper said that Marguerite told him that she called Clem Tshirt after the assassination and asked him to help her son. Tshirt informed Marguerite that he no longer practiced law. She said she'd known Tshirt and Vic Shiro when she was living in New Orleans. Marguerite told Cooper that she's very suspicious of Fred Korth and told him that Lee's discharge from the Marine Corps was handled by Fred Korth. That's a big deal. Cooper said he found out that the house Marguerite was living in at the time of the assassination, which is 2220 Thomas Place, across from Stripling Junior High, where Oswald was witnessed during that 1954-1955 school year and where Marguerite Oswald was living at the time of the assassination, it belonged to a close friend of Fred Korth, a Mary McCarthy, Mrs. Mary McCarthy Jr. Cooper said Marguerite also told him that Fred Korth played a part in Lee's life, but did not explain any further. Okay. This is so fucking huge. I can't pound this into your fucking head enough. Fred Korth, primary mover in the dual Oswald scheme. Not only that, let me see, where's my next good slide? Fred Korth was Edwin Ekdahl's lawyer when he got divorced from Marguerite Oswald in 1948. So Fred Korth, who was Secretary of the goddamn Navy, who was head of the Army, who worked most of his life as a liaison between these government agencies and Congress, basically, he was the lawyer for Marguerite Oswald's husband, who was most certainly connected to intelligence through Ebasco and their contracts with the Soviet Union, right? These people, this all revolves around naval intelligence. I hope that you can see the overarching theme here in the background that has seemingly escaped everyone. Fred Korth was Ekdahl's lawyer, and the implication of that is he knew Oswald. He knew everything about Oswald. He knew the family intimately. He's the one who got Oswald out of the Marines and got him discharged. He's the one who got him back from the Soviet Union. This guy's been in Oswald's life since he was a kid, just like I said. Just like the operation, this covert operation involving identity transfer, went back to when Oswald was a kid. This is the strings that will connect us there. Now, do you think they're going to give us any documents related to this? I don't think so. Oswald joins the Marines October 24th, 1956. This is a 5'9" Lee on December 28th, 1956. That's the real Lee Harvey Oswald. The photograph on the right is Lee Harvey Oswald, date undetermined, 58, 59, like I've already talked about. Clearly the same guy with the big fat bull neck and everything. 5'11" Lee. Okay, with gray eyes, just like Garrison indicated in his report that the taller one had gray eyes and the shorter one had blue eyes. Arrest records and autopsy reports show 5'9" in height. Okay. Both of Oswald's arrests and his autopsy indicate he was 5'9" tall. This man has a cleft chin. You see that? This man does not. This is the real Lee Harvey Oswald. This is Oswald's application for the Standard Coffee Company in New Orleans. He indicated he was 5'9" tall. That's Harvey Oswald on the left. That's the real Lee Harvey Oswald on the right. All right, so we talked about this briefly up front, and I pointed out the hazel eyes. You know, this thing is such an anomaly here. There are things erased here and typed over, and you know, they were sloppy. Can you see how sloppy they were in this deception? This isn't like these aren't like skilled intelligence officers. They're winging this shit. Okay, they're winging this. Oswald's fingerprints. All right, so here we have another problem. We have two different enlistment contracts for Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know why. Both of them indicate most of the same information. They look almost like duplicates, but then we have different signatures. We have different markings. Like look at in the middle, what I've got highlighted in red. Those are different signatures, right? This is supposed to be the same fucking document, right? This doesn't make any sense at all. There's no reason for this to exist. I'm going to give credit to Robert Duran, who wrote a book called Mistaken Identity, Infinity Publishing, 2016. I can't find this fucking book. If anybody can find this book, I'll give you $100 for it right now. This information here shows that Oswald, and there's no dates on this document. We're not, I don't understand how we're supposed to interpret this document. This document is a release from duty. Okay. It's a release from duty document. In one of them, it says release from active duty in the Marine Corps. The other one says, enlistment and active duty at sea or foreign service. Now, some people will tell you, and people have said this, that one is meant for his deployment overseas and the other was meant for his depart from the Marine Corps. That's complete fiction. It's nonsense. That is a completely different document. That is a completely different fucking document. Okay. This is your release from the Marine Corps document. Okay. And so one of them says he was enlisted and put on active duty at sea or on a foreign service. And there's no date on it for us to even know when the fuck this was. So this is what I call shenanigans. Thanks to Robert Duran for pointing this out. Okay, so we have a lot of problems with Oswald's schedule, which, as you'll see, Oswald will engage in some behaviors while in the Marine Corps, which are hard to describe. One thing I want to point out to you, you see how this document, this is a best known copy. It's faded. Half the stuff you can't read. It's like they were trying to hide something there and dates. And, I've got at least 10 or 15 other exact same documents like this for other people in the Marines with Oswald that are crystal clear. This is the only one that's fuzzy in the least, of course. So when you go through this, you'll find that Oswald went into basic training in San Diego, California. He then goes into what they refer to as ICT training at Camp Pendleton. And so I found different designations for ICT training and different designations for combat training. Ultimately, it's combat training. But I spent a lot of time on it trying to figure it out because it didn't make any sense. And combat training actually has another 3-letter designation. And ICT training also indicated some sort of overseas technical training for people stationed overseas. So they had different designations, and it took me about a month to really figure that out. But ICT training is combat training. We do run into some problems with that, and we'll get to those here coming up. So then you have the aviation basic training at Jacksonville. It's really aviation electronics. But it's not the full electronics course. They have a weird bunch of hybrid courses that you can take when you get into the aviation stuff, but everyone, no matter what, went to Jacksonville first to take this basics course before they ended up at Keesler in Biloxi, where we run into some very interesting things. So everybody who goes to Biloxi, which is where you go to the basic warning operator course, which is not advanced. They keep saying it's advanced radar operator. It's not. Okay. Oswald was not a radar operator. He was a control board operator, which is that clear board that's got the white lines on it, and they made magic marker stuff on it. There is no evidence that he sat behind a radar unit once. Never. The vast majority of the time, the guy was in trouble and was either on mess duty or on guard duty, or when he gets to Santa Ana, he's in trouble again. Like, you guy's always in trouble. And he gets to Santa Ana, he never worked in the radar unit. He worked as like the janitor for the radar unit, right? So all the stories of Oswald being a fucking radar operator are bullshit. But everyone who went to that school at Biloxi, it says Casco HQBN HQMC, which means Casual Company, Headquarters Battalion, Headquarters Marine Corps, and that is located at Arlington, Virginia. All right. Everybody who goes to Biloxi has that on there. So it's an obfuscation because radar stuff was supposed to be top secret. So you'll find that on the records of Owen Dejanovich and Richard Cole and a whole bunch of other dudes who ended up going through that stuff. And guys like Bud Simcoe and all those guys. And even Kerry Thornley, who lied about going through aviation school, and which I can prove beyond all doubt. And we're going to get to that here in a little bit. Ooh, that's some of the best stuff. Yeah, here at Keesler Air Force Base, you got shenanigans afoot. And so allegedly, he gets out of there. We saw the picture. I think I got the picture around here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Casual Company, Headquarters Battalion in Washington, D.C., which is actually Arlington, Virginia. Here's the problem. He graduates. We know the dates that he was actually at Biloxi and actually at Jacksonville, and those dates don't match other documents. We have a series of documents which are basically duplicate records that are Oswald records, but that indicate that he was in a course that was 1 week behind the course that he's known to have been in and graduated from on June 18th, 1957. Okay. So Oswald goes through his basic training at Pendleton. Then he goes to Jacksonville for the basic aviation and electronics course. Then from there, he goes to Biloxi, where he will begin. What date is it? Is it May the 3rd? I forget. I'm starting to slip a little, people. I'm on for almost 4 hours. Yeah, I'm starting to slip a little, but I think we can make it through this. What slide am I on? Oh, we only got 150 slides to go. Not a big deal. This 325 date is wrong, right? So there's evidence repeatedly, and we have supportive statements from guys like Owen Dejanovich in particular, who indicate that Oswald was actually in the radar course at Biloxi 1 week behind the official story. That will carry over into a couple other schools. And then we have a divergence where we know Oswald will leave Biloxi and he will end up going to El Toro, California. And then from there, he gets there. This is another thing. I have the documents on this one coming up. Oswald is in a group of 6 people, but he is scheduled to arrive to El Toro 3 days before the rest of his group for unknown reasons. Maybe I can find those coming up. Another problem we have with Biloxi is when he gets to Biloxi, the group of 6, he's like with Schrand, Brereton, Powers. What the other names are coming up here in a minute. But these guys are together from the end of Jacksonville until they get to, all the way through Biloxi. And this is super important because these guys, for the most part, minus Schrand, will stick together throughout the time in Japan, in Atsugi, right? So it feels to me, and other previous researchers have speculated, that these guys were all paired with Oswald because they were in on this deception, okay? And that kind of makes sense. But this document here that we're looking at, it shows like, it says here, class status assigned to, and the dates it has on here, May 7th and 8th and all this stuff. It's talking about Oswald and him going to this school down at Keesler. But when they arrive at Keesler on whatever date they arrive on, there's change. The course that the 6 guys are supposed to be in is changed. And it's changed to a course that began like weeks before the class that they're supposed to be in. So there's some kind of weird shenanigans going on with the actual numbers of the course that Oswald was supposed to take at Biloxi, because I think that he was originally supposed to be in 08057 and they changed it to 24047. but the start and stop dates were like weeks apart, which is really fucking weird. Why would they be going there if the date was wrong in the first place, just for to have them corrected upon arrival? It didn't make any sense to me. But when you realize that these guys who were paired with Oswald in the Marines are seemingly paired together on purpose and they will stick together, it kind of makes you wonder what their actual role in all this was. And you'll see what I mean as we get through some of this Marine stuff. Inconsistencies in the company the 6 men are assigned to indicated here at Casco at the time they are at Keesler Air Force Base. Yeah, so for some reason, whenever they want to hide what you're doing when you're in training at the Marines, they put you on a casual company headquarters battalion for whatever. They did the same thing with Kerry Thornley, which we'll see coming up. Oh, yeah, but those guys who were paired with Oswald, we're talking about Bandoni, Breritron, Camerata. It's Oswald and Powers and Tran, those 6. And this is one hell of a story. And, you know, if we actually get some documents, I should get a couple 100 pages of documents on an event coming up that happened with Martin Tran. We'll talk about that could deserve a book to itself, really. I mean, you want to talk about crazy detective murder mystery stuff. Okay, Oswald's handwritten biography indicates he took classes for his GED while he was at Keesler Air Force Base. However, his actual GED completion was attained on March 23rd, 1959 at Santa Ana. So I'll show you this here. All right, so you see that handwriting, that chicken scratch? That is Harvey Oswald's handwriting, okay? And this is what he says about himself. He says, I served in the U.S. Marine Corps from October 56 to September 59, during which time I trained in San Diego, California. And it was October 56 until April 60, it says, but that's not correct. Camp Pendleton, April to May 59 or 57, Jacksonville, Florida. May, June 57, Santa Ana. June to April 57 in Japan. So all the dates he's giving here are wrong. Like the dates that he's writing in here, they match the discrepancies in the documents that indicate that Oswald was a week behind the documents that we know about. What he says here matches what we know from Owen Dejanovic. However, what it doesn't say in the first paragraph, and I need everyone to really pay close attention to this, in this very first paragraph, he basically lays out a very specific timeline on everywhere he was. But he doesn't mention Biloxi at all. But then go to the last paragraph, and here you go. He talks about being at Biloxi. Well, when, motherfucker? When were you at Biloxi? You just explained all these places you were, and you don't have time to be at Biloxi. But here in this last paragraph, you say you were at Biloxi. What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? Like, even in his own hand, he contradicts himself. What does this mean? I don't fucking know. Oswald's GED results came back 3/23/59. That was when March 59 is really important because it's seemingly a couple months after Oswald gets back from Atsugi and all the stuff, that Corregidor and all that stuff, but he's now back, and it's in March that he undergoes a battery of testing. We'll look to it later on, but he ends up going to like Yuma, Arizona, and he goes out to San Francisco, California to do drills. And like, I don't believe for a split second he was ever at the Monterey Language School. It doesn't make sense, and nobody learns fucking Russian in 3 weeks. So the whole story about that is garbage, if you ask me. But this right here contradicts the idea that he got his GED while he was at Biloxi, which he doesn't indicate he was ever at until that last paragraph, right? So what the fuck's going on here? This is shenanigans. Again, here's another alternative. Alternative is all these documents are fakes, and I've been studying a Truman Show for the last 10 years. That's the other possibility. Either everything I'm saying is completely correct, or it's all Truman Show, and the joke's on me. There we go. That's his high school equivalency, dated March 25th, 59. Again, all the red, blue, and the black dates, that's all contradiction. That all shows that he was, not in places that he should have been, whatnot. Here we go. His documentation shows he got out June 57 from the Aviation Electronics Operator course. But no, he graduated June 18th, 1957. Here we go. We have more documents that don't make sense. It says he was in aircraft maintenance and repair. Okay, so if he was aircraft maintenance and repair, and that was what his duty assignment was, that would have mandated him going to Memphis. But we don't have that. We don't have that confirmation that he ever went to Memphis at all, right? Not at all. It doesn't fit the timeline for him to have gone to Memphis. And as you'll see, we have some witnesses who put him in Memphis, but they're kind of unreliable, to say the least. All right, so I talked about Owen Dejanovic, so I'm not going to waste any more time on this. Owen Dejanovic was confirmed to be in that course that was 1 week behind that he said he was in with Oswald, but we can't confirm that Oswald was there, and the dates don't match. You see, the dates are off by 1 week, from the 4th of May to the 12th of May, and the 19th of June to the 26th of June. So, all right, here we go. Boot training San Diego 10/25/56. Boot training San Diego ends 1/18/57. He's then transferred to ICT training. He's an A company. He's then on leave, which would correspond with him going to visit his mother at 3830 West 6th and being seen by Mr. McCracken next door, right? So we have that confirmation, and we have the record scheduled to show that it's correct, which again shows support for the idea that there were two addresses back then that contradict. So when everything seems to fall into place, let it fall into place. Okay, so now we have a guy named Alan Feld who is problematic, to say the least, and can't be really used as any kind of verifiable witness. But what Alan Feld gives us is the idea that there's some shenanigans afoot. Again, more shenanigans. Can you believe it? According to Feld, he was assigned to Oswald's platoon 2060 and 56. He then went with Oswald to Camp Pendleton, where they both had combat training in May of 57. They both went to Basic Aviation Electronics School in Jacksonville, Florida. In July, they both went to Radar School in Memphis, Tennessee. About September, they were separated, and Feld went to Opelika, which is where? Florida, where Robert Oswald was in 53. Now it's 57, and those operations are over. They're moving from Arbenz through into Mongoose and all those things that happened in the 60s, right? So Feld goes to Opelika at a time when it's still a CIA base. Gotcha. That's the whole point there. Here's the problem with Feld. Let me see if I have a document on this. The problem with Feld is that when you go and you pull the actual Marine diaries, which I did, there is no Alexander Feld or Alan Feld. He shows up at Alexander Feld, and on other documents as Alexander Feld. So we can confirm there was an A Feld, but it wasn't Alan Feld. I don't understand how to interpret this, or why this is happening this way, or who the fuck Alexander Feld is. So Oswald is assigned to combat training Camp Pendleton until June 20th of 57. I think I have more information on Feld coming up, which I think will explain some of what I just talked about. As indicated on Oswald's duty sheet, he reported at El Toro for the overseas draft on July 9th. However, we have another record that indicated he arrived at El Toro on July 17th, right? So this is phenomenal, and this is where these dummies didn't hide the records well enough, because they didn't realize that the duty roster that he had showed where he was is contradicted by his payroll records. And thank God for the payroll records, because the payroll records, when you understand the context that there were two of them, they start to make perfect sense. And we will see absolute proof of the two of them here in the Marines at the same time, just like we saw all throughout Oswald's life. Like I said, unless we're in a big Truman Show. So here's another issue that I need to talk about. Oswald wasn't the only Oswald going through the Marines aviation courses at this time. Okay. Clayton Oswald will begin an aviation fundamentals course at Jacksonville starting April 20th, 57. There are now two Oswalds at NAS Jacksonville in different classes, Clayton and Lee Oswald. On April 30th, NAS Jacksonville roster of current and incoming recruits shows that Clifford Oswald is now assigned to NAS Jacksonville for a class starting in May. So now you got Clayton Oswald, Clifford Oswald, and Lee Oswald, all there at Jacksonville at the same time in the same courses, right? You think that's coincidence? Oh, and then, sorry guys, now we got another one. We got Clyde Oswald. So now we've got Clyde Oswald, Clayton Oswald, Clifford Oswald, and Lee Oswald, all going through the goddamn Marines aviation courses starting at Jacksonville. He'll then go to Biloxi, and then Clyde Oswald here. Guess where Clyde Oswald will go? Clyde Oswald, I'm going to read his obituary. Clyde Oswald passed away at home on May 4th, 2017. Clyde and his twin brother Clayton were born in, a twin brother in a body fucking double operation. Never would have thought. Well, were born in Rochester, Minnesota in 38 and grew up in a farming community just out of Pine Island, Minnesota. Clyde joined the U.S. Marine Corps in 56, served non-combat duty in Jacksonville, Florida, Memphis, Tennessee, and El Toro, California. Sound familiar? That sounds just exactly what Alan Feld said about Oswald, right? So can you see what I'm getting at with this? Sergeant Oswald was a recipient of the Good Conduct Medal in 59, was honorably discharged in 62. Okay. So what does that tell you? It tells you there were a bunch of Oswalds going through at the same time of our Oswald. Is it? And here's another thing that caught me off guard. Was he from? He was from Minnesota, which means he should have gone through at like Camp Paris or whatever that is on the other coast. But no, he ended up going through Camp Pendleton, which shouldn't have happened in the first place. But then you get stories like this. You get stories from a guy named Donald Goodwin. And Goodwin stated that he served in the United States Army from 53 to 59. His serial number was 1448272. He received an honorable discharge from the United States Marine Corps in June of 59 at Camp Pendleton, California, having completed 6-year service enlistment. Goodwin stated he recalls that in late 1956 or early 1957, he was returned to the United States from overseas assignment and he was sent to Camp Pendleton. Late 56 or early 57. Where's Oswald? Camp Pendleton. At this time, he was a communication specialist and had the rating of sergeant. He was assigned to a communication group in the 5th Marine Division made up of about 20 men. He recalls that one of the Marines in this group was Private First Class Oswald. Okay, this is impossible to be our Oswald because our Oswald wasn't promoted to Private First Class until May 2nd, 1957. Okay, you see the problem here. This is not the Oswald he's talking about. I fucking promise he's talking about Clyde, Clifford, or Clayton, right? This is an obfuscation via other Oswalds who are unrelated to the plot. You see what I'm saying? I have no doubts these guys were put together in the same course as Oswald was to obfuscate this record. It's the only thing that makes any sense at all. Because this guy he's talking about, sure as shit ain't either of our Oswalds. So this is supposed to be Lee Harvey Oswald at Camp Pendleton in 1956, platoon 2070. But I don't understand something here. Maybe if maybe a Marine out there can shoot me an email or something. It says platoon 2060, San Diego, 1956. So he joined in 56, but this picture was taken on January the 17th, 1957. So please someone explain to me how he's class of 1956 if this picture is taken in 1957. I don't understand that. If someone could explain it to me, I'd appreciate it. This for documentation purposes only. I found this photograph, actually the original of this photograph, for auction somewhere. And it was an old auction. When I'm rich, I plan on buying every single goddamn piece of this stuff. I'm going to have the most insane Oswald collection you ever saw. And it's going to be worth millions. But yeah, I got a copy of this so I could see who actually was in his course. And like some of these other names pop up, like Speck here pops up and Copper pops up. Chief Little, I'm not familiar with that guy, but Woods pops up. Here's Oswald, which is indicated right there. But that fucking guy, I mean, he doesn't really look like either of the Oswalds, if you ask me. So here we have more problems with the dates. The radar school says here, Oswald's radar school started April 24th, which is before when it actually started, which was May 4th, 57. And then you have the other course, which started a week later. Remember? So now we have dates showing up on documents that don't make any sense, shouldn't exist. And then what do you have here? Aircraft control warning operator. That was the course. It was aircraft control and warning operator. Okay. He did not work as a radar operator ever. Ever. He was a control board operator. And actually he worked in the mess hall because he sucked. So yeah, Keystone Air Force Base, this has all his documentation stuff. He clearly was not a radar operator. So this is the graduation photo, dated the 18th of June, 1957. There are only 6 Marines in this course, and the rest of them are Air Force. So, and the Air Force guys and the Marine guys, did you know not one of these damn Air Force people was interviewed? Not one? None? Zero? Like, who the hell's that woman in the middle? I don't know. Because we didn't fucking interview her. Why not? You see what I'm saying? When I talk about, like, they're not going to give us the documents, like, where are the statements of these people? You think they didn't have them? You think they didn't fucking interview these people? Give me a break. I promise if we have 5 million known documents, there's at least 10 million unknown documents that we're never going to get. Same thing with this photograph here. I got some of the names on the back. I've spent, God, hundreds of hours like looking these guys up, and most of them are dead ends. So on the left is Harvey Oswald. That's him at Camp Pendleton, and that's Lee Oswald at the right. Going 3 different Marines at the same time, 2 different places. This is 2 different times, actually. But remember, they're supposed to be 1 week apart, and these are clearly not the same person. So Oswald and 5 other men will move from ICT training to Jacksonville, Florida, then Biloxi, Mississippi, and they'll stay together for the next year or so into the Philippines in late 57. These guys, Bandoni, Brereton, Camerata, Oswald, Powers, and Trand, those 6. So I'm not going to get too heavy into the testimony of Daniel Powers, but Daniel Powers, I can't tell. I can't tell yet. I've read every single thing that's attached to him, period. And I can't tell if he was in on this, if he's just a real dummy, if he's an ignorant bystander. I don't know what's going on with him. But a lot of the things that he said here in his testimony don't really jive with what we know about the Oswald story. He will show up again in Oswald's life in Subic Bay. And he will remain at Subic Bay after Oswald leaves there and heads back to Aksugi. All right, so Jack Swike, in his book, I'm almost done with this. It's called The Missing Chapter. It's about Oswald's life in the Marines. And he's got some really good information, some really deep information. But see, he didn't even have the right context. And so even he has contradictory information, especially about like the Philippines and all that stuff that we're going to talk about, and Oswald's anal bleeding, which we're going to get to here momentarily. But Jack Swike accurately stated that Oswald was a plotting board operator. He was not a radar operator, ever. Here I just included for documentation. You guys can pause and read these if you want. These are the statements of guys who knew Oswald in the early days of the Marines. Okay, so Daniel Powers was murdered. A lot of people get murdered in this story. Daniel Powers was found shot to death in the right temple, and the gun was found in his left hand. It was deemed a suicide. I've tried to look up information on this guy. I've gone to the website for this mortuary. I cannot find any online information other than this, which came directly from the notes of John Armstrong, who personally located Powers. Oh yeah, did I mention he was shot in the right temple and had the gun in the left hand? All right, sea and air travel embarkation slips. This just goes to document some of the dates. So Oswald is indicated as still in Atsugi here. However, Oswald sailed for the Philippines on November 20th, 57, and will return March 18th. Okay, so Oswald's time in Atsugi is wrought with controversy for many, many reasons. It's hard to tell a fluid story of Oswald's time in Atsugi, but I'm going to do my best. So Oswald gets there. Let me see if I can do this based off of this document or if I need anything else. No, I'll do it off of this one. Okay, so Oswald, he gets to Atsugi and on September the 12th. That's the official story. That is Lee Oswald, not Harvey Oswald. I'm telling you with 100% certainty, Harvey Oswald arrived at Atsugi on a different boat. I'm having trouble locating the boat, and I have some of the evidence I'm going to show you here coming up, but I'm telling you with certainty, they came in on 2 different boats, on 2 different dates. One of them came in earlier. Harvey came in earlier and will end up in Corregidor in November as opposed to December and January. So the biggest thing to take away from this is that Lee Oswald gets to Atsugi, Japan, September 12th. On October the 27th, he will shoot himself in the arm with a .22. Okay? This is extremely important. I believe he shot himself on purpose. He will later tell other Marines he shot himself on purpose. Why did he shoot himself on purpose? I do not know. I can only speculate. And I promise you, it has to do with the comings or goings of Harvey Oswald and the fact that they couldn't be in the same place at the same time. He will be hospitalized from the 27th of October through the 16th of November. Okay? 4 days later, when he gets out of the hospital, where your mind's going to be blown when I show you the documents surrounding his hospital stay. He will, on the 20th of November, get on a boat and he will sail for the Philippines, where he arrives on November 30th. And this becomes problematic because then we're dealing with Subic Bay. And Subic Bay, we will get to the death of Martin Trand. This is like the wildest thing of all time. So on October 27th, 1957, Oswald will accidentally shoot himself in the upper left arm. This will put him in the hospital at Yokosuka until November 16th, 1957. Many fellow Marines speculated Oswald was attempting to get out of the service. It was documented that a .22 slug was removed from the left upper arm on November 5th, 1957. He will be at the Ikosuka Naval Hospital number 3923 until November 15th, 1957. I need you to take very careful note of this number, 3923. 3923 is the number of the Ikosuka Naval Hospital, which is about 40 miles away from Atsugi. Okay? Very important you remember that number. Okay, so according to Robinson is a guy who's in the Marines with Oswald. He says that he was told Oswald got shot in the wrist, and then he sees Oswald with a bandaged wrist. So which is it? Was he shot in the upper left arm, or was he shot in the wrist? Then we have this article that comes from one of the guys who was in Oswald's group. And he says, I believe it was a deliberate act and a get out of the Marine Corps free shot, he said, referring to the placement of the wound and Oswald's reaction afterwards. And then he says something very peculiar. Some reports over the years say that Oswald shot himself in the elbow. Beach disputes that. No, I was right there, he said. That was the last time I saw him in the barracks. They took him away. We'd go to chow and we'd see the MPs bring him in. He was not allowed to associate with anyone. He was under lock and key. The thing is, none of us really paid much attention to him. He wasn't important to us. At the time, he was just a guy who shot himself to get out of the Marines, right? So this guy, Beach, is saying, no, he didn't shoot himself in the elbow. He was right there. He never clarifies where he was actually shot, though. This is Beach right here in MACS-1 radar techniques in Taiwan in October of 58. All right, so now here is at this point, I get to these points when I'm doing my research that I just want to quit. And this moments like this are why. So let's read this. There are several small areas of metallic density just medial to the medial epicondyle. There's a larger area of metallic density which lies adjacent to the medial aspect of the shaft of the femur, approximately 4 inches from its distal articular surface, okay? So Jesus Christ, was he shot in the fucking wrist, the upper arm, or the femur? According to Beach, he didn't get shot in the elbow. He was seen wearing a bandage around the wrist. This here, they say that this was possibly an artifact, which I would probably agree with. That he probably wasn't shot in the goddamn leg, or was he? Either way, it says that this was an artifact here, and that it was done at Naval Hospital 3923. That will become very important when Oswald is alleged to have been on a boat when he's actually still in the hospital. As you'll see, we will have major, major incidents of Oswald being in two places at once, again, here in the Marine Corps, beyond what we've already seen. Okay, so we definitely have some censorship and obfuscation of documents, because on the left is an original document, and on the right is a transcript of this original document. But the one on the right, the transcript, is way longer than the document that we actually have. Okay, you see that? So 27th October, right? Let's line everything up. Gunshot wound, left forearm, bandaged, same, transferred, USNH 3923. And it's signed off on, and it says gunshot, wound, all that stuff, forearm. And then here you got 21 notes, and that's not on the document on the left. That's in Oswald's Donabedian exhibit. And the Donabedian exhibit, man, they fucked us on this Donabedian exhibit, and I'll tell you why. The Donabedian exhibit is the medical stuff, right? So you have the Folsom report, which is important because it's Oswald's overall records, which is 100 and something pages. But then you have the Donabedian exhibit. And the Donabedian exhibit, the one we have is about 35, 36 pages long. But when they refer to it in testimony during the Warrant Commission, they're referring to Donabedian exhibit page number 120 something, right? So they basically took a fucking 100 pages out of Oswald's medical record before giving it to us, right? But Trump's going to give it to us? Give me a fucking break. Okay, let me say this, and I want everyone to hear me loud and fucking clear. Right now, Thomas Massey, Lauren Boebert, and fucking Anna Paulina Luna are in possession of my book and a full list of the real documents that we fucking need, including the 986-page Marguerite Oswald file, okay? They are in possession of it. I've never heard from them. I probably will never hear from them, and they can never say they didn't know what documents to pull because they are in possession of my book and the list of documents right now. I sent them weeks ago to their offices, the small offices back home, not the Washington office. You always want to do that. All right, so here let's look at Oswald's records here, and we can discern that by the time the Warren Commission rolls around and they pull Oswald's records, these have been consolidated. Because here you have Lee at basic training, and you have Harvey reports the 26th of October of 56, right? So you have clear indications that this is the records of two different people with different dates. Here at MAD, which is the Marine Aviation Division, I believe, NA Tech Training Center in Jacksonville, Florida, March to May 3rd. Those dates seem right, and that's for Lee Oswald, who then went to the aviation control course in Biloxi, right? All that makes sense. Then you have 9/12/57. I have H here, report for duty Japan. That's wrong. It's Lee, actually, because Harvey, I concluded, was on another boat. Then we have the Yokosuka, and then Lee Oswald, there's a good chance that he left the Marines far before we're actually told in September. And that Harvey Oswald stayed in at Marine Air Control Squadron 9 in Santa Ana. Okay, this is where the pay records contradict the known duty roster, and we can say with basically absolute certainty that Oswald was once again in two places at once. So here we have the dates of 7/17/57. Now that's a problem, and I'll tell you why. Because when Oswald leaves from Biloxi, Mississippi, he leaves June 19th. He doesn't have to report back anywhere until the 9th of July, right? It's on his paperwork, the 9th of July, he has to be in El Toro, California for the draft to get sent overseas, right? Problematic is that the rest of his crew, the other 5 guys in the group of 6, they didn't have to be back till the 12th. Why did Oswald have to get there 3 days before them? I don't know. Will the documents tell us? Hopefully. So reported July 9th, 57, departed for Japan around August 1st, first departed August 22nd. So then you have Harvey at MACS 1 at Sugi 9/12/57. That's what I said, okay? Now, here we have, to me, the absolute proof and clarification of when Oswald went to Corregidor. And this is a big problem because Corregidor, we can say with certainty that Oswald didn't go to Corregidor as per the known story until the end of January 1958. He was in Subic Bay the whole time. But Oswald's photograph, and I think it's coming up real soon, if not next. Or is it? Let me just skip to it. Here we go. Oswald's photograph here on the left, he clearly writes Corregidor 1957. That's Harvey Oswald. Okay. The photograph on the right here is an anomaly that nobody can explain. It's allegedly January 58, but I think the date is wrong because that's also allegedly Harvey Oswald in the background there. But I can tell you with certainty that in January 58, Harvey Oswald was no longer in Corregidor. Lee Oswald was in Corregidor. They switched at that point. And how do we know that they switched? Because of this record here. Right here. These idiots, they don't realize that even though something's redacted, and they had redacted his time in Corregidor here, he was clearly in Corregidor from November 4th to December 18th. And that's Harvey Oswald, right? And so what would have happened here? Why did, oh God, it just hit me. This is why this happened. This is why Oswald shot himself. Lee Oswald was supposed to be on that boat, and he knew he couldn't be on that boat on November 4th. So he shot himself in the goddamn elbow, which on October 27th puts him in until November the 15th or 16th, right? So Harvey Oswald gets on that boat, and that's why he did it, because he couldn't be on the same boat as his brother, as he knew he would be there. That's why he did it. And the timing makes perfect sense right here from the payroll record, and the payroll record here contradicts the known duty roster. So we can say with certainty Harvey Oswald was in Corregidor from November 4th to December 18th. Guaranteed, okay? When the other Oswald he was in the hospital till November 16th, and then from November 20th, he hops on a boat, and where does he go? He goes to Subic Bay. Subic Bay is in South Philippines. Corregidor is the other part of Philippines. So what do you have? You have that overlap between November 20th and December 18th. They arrived November 30th, so that narrows down the time period that they could have ever possibly crossed from the 30th of November through December 18th, right? So you're looking at like 3 weeks. What happens shortly after January 1st, 1957? What happens shortly after this time period when Lee Harvey Oswald, the real Lee Oswald, is stationed down in Subic Bay. That will bring us to the death of Martin Strand. I'm going to skip some of this stuff because we're going to get to Strand. Before I get to Strand, we got a Marine, Richard Sear. He's on the LST Cuyahoga County, and he basically says that he sees Oswald on the boat with him on Cuyahoga County. He's wrong. I completely debunk his story, and even Richard Sear wasn't on the Cuyahoga County. All the ships back then that participated in the drills in the South China Sea, they started around November 10th, but really they got going around the 15th, and this is when Oswald was supposed to have gone, right, for the maneuvers in the South China Sea. It's all stuff that had to do with Philippines and what they called Formosa, Taiwan. And so, but no, he was not on the Cuyahoga County, and neither was Richard Sear. When I start to dig into the Cuyahoga County, and you want to see how deep this research was, I fucking learned everything I could about the Cuyahoga County. The goddamn Cuyahoga County, guess what? Despite the fact I was able to go through all of the records, the individual records of where it was parked, and the Cuyahoga County never did any of the shit that Richard Sear said it did. None of it. Period. Zero. The official story says that Oswald was on the Terrell County, not the Cuyahoga County. And the kicker is the Cuyahoga County never went on maneuvers in the South China Sea. It went to Okinawa for refueling before returning to Guam, and absolutely nothing Richard Sear said was even possible or much less true. So he couldn't have been stationed on it because it went out of town and dipped over to Guam, and he stayed in goddamn Atsugi. So I don't know what the fuck Richard Sear is talking about. This is a total dead end. So I'm still actively looking for the ship that Oswald made his trips on, because he didn't do it on the same boat as his brother Lee. Not a chance. All right. Death of Martin Strand. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Martin Strand was murdered. He was not shot with a shotgun, and he was murdered over this dual Oswald scheme. I've concluded this 100%. Can I conclusively prove it to all the skeptics out there? No. I don't give a fuck. This is what happened. He was murdered because he figured out the two Oswald scheme. So he's on patrol, guard duty in Subic Bay. I think it's January 5th, first week of January, something like that. The date isn't really overly relevant. But it's Subic Bay, which is in the Philippines, and a lot of stuff happens, but we'll take it kind of slow. All of a sudden, there's a shot, and another guy goes running off and says, "Oh my God, one of the sentries shot somebody." They end up getting a couple people back there, and basically, it turns out that Martin Strand is shot to death with his own weapon. They say he's shot with a shotgun. But it doesn't, there's a lot missing from this story. You know, even as I try to piece it together as I tell it to you, there's a lot missing. So it makes it difficult to tell a fluid narrative because of what's missing. Statements from Oswald. Oswald was alleged to have been involved with this. Okay, I'll read this. This is a statement from Donald Peter Camarada, one of Oswald's 6, right? Either en route back to the United States or subsequent to my return, I heard a rumor to the effect that Oswald had been in some way responsible for the death of Martin Strand. I have no personal knowledge of any such involvement. I do not remember who told me of this rumor, and I'm not even certain that I heard it from more than one person. So here's a thing. Here's a problem that I have. So Oswald is, they investigated Oswald from the jump. Oswald is not alleged to have been on sentry duty that night. Oswald is alleged to have been on mess duty that night, or not in the area at all in some other capacity. The problems that we have are, there is a statement of a witness who said that one of the sentries, meaning not Strand and not Oswald, came running into like the barracks area and said, one of the sentries shot somebody. That was a direct quote. One of the sentries shot somebody. Not that one of the sentries shot himself, but that one of the sentries shot somebody. So they get out there, and I'm going to cut to the chase. When you go through the actual autopsy reports, you know, as an ex-cop, I got to say, there are technical terms that are often used for various things. Like if someone is shot, and especially in this case, they utilize the term in the autopsy, the missile, right? The damage that was done by the missile. That's not normally how you would describe damage from a shotgun blast of shotgun pellets. You wouldn't describe shotgun pellets as a missile. You might describe them as the, collective missiles. You might do that, but that's not how it's described in the autopsy. It's described as the missile, meaning one, singular. And then when you go through the statements of some of the other guys who actually had worked guard duty with Oswald, what you come to find out that they don't tell you here is that all the sentries were also issued a 45. So they had a shotgun and a 45. The idea that they had a 45 is never mentioned in the investigative report ever. Ever. It only says that they had a shotgun. And the shotgun, look, they're at Subic Bay. And despite what some of the Marines said about locals, opening fire from sea at some of these sentries, there's no evidence that stuff ever really happened. And so it becomes apparent that the story we're told about even the logistics of how this went down don't make any sense. First off, all of these Marines who work guard duty are issued a shotgun, and they're issued 4 shotgun shells. Now, in this case, it was found that Schrand was shot with his own shotgun, and that there was one live shot. There was a shotgun shell in the barrel that had been fired that killed him, and the 3 other shells that he was given were in his pocket. The problem is all 4 should have been in his pocket. There never should have been a time when there was a shotgun shell in there, because they even say in the interviews with these guys that their policy was to keep them in your pocket, and if you actually had some trouble, then you'd load up. That was what they were doing. There's no reason that the shotgun shell should have ever been in the shotgun in the first place. When they find his body, it doesn't say this in the initial reports. You have to get this from some of the testimony and interviews of these guys later on. But it indicates that the shotgun was found under his legs, behind him. Like he was laying down flat on his back, and the shotgun was under his knees, basically, off to the left-hand side. If we go back and we look at this, that's not right. The reenactment is false. The gun should have been under his legs. Right? But that's not what they're doing here. They're covering something up here. One thing I thought was kind of gruesome was that when they interviewed the guys, a lot of the guys came up and they said that they saw after he'd been shot in the pool of blood, there was a bunch of Christmas candy because he had gotten some candy from the mess hall, and it basically blew it out of his pocket. But the idea that he was shot with a shotgun, to me, doesn't make any sense by the way that they're describing it in the autopsy report. It just doesn't make any sense. Something feels artificial about it. Everything about the investigation feels artificial. And guess what we don't have? Oswald was accused, and we don't have a statement from Oswald saying where the fuck he was or what he was doing or was he involved at all. 0. It's like it didn't exist. So what does that mean? They're hiding this document. Once again, Trump, hey, Trump, you listening? Trump, where's the fucking document, Trump? That's Martin Schrand up in the upper left of this photograph. This is just more documentation. This document here gets rather interesting. At the above time and place, the sentry on post at the crypto van, a private first-class persons, heard a shot from the area containing the parked motor vehicle. Okay, what did I just say there? The sentry on post at the crypto van. The crypto van held cryptographic encryption stuff that they did in the 60s that had to do with radar encryption. Okay. The radar encryption stuff required what is called a crypto clearance. And Harold Weisberg discovered what he believed was Oswald's crypto clearance. And it was also rumored that it was these 6 guys in particular. That's why they were paired together, because these 6 guys had this crypto clearance. Now, again, we will not know any of this until it's confirmed by the release of real documents, which they're never going to give us. But yeah, this document here just shows it right from the jump. It was always speculated that Oswald had something to do with the death of Martin Schrand, and the idea that he was never interviewed about it, or we have no documents regarding Oswald's personal involvement. We have all the statements from everybody else. I got 100 pages of documents on the murder of Martin Schrand, and they don't tell me a goddamn thing other than what I just told you. It's really frustrating. All right, so documents of statements of fellow Marines indicated that Oswald was assigned guard duty from time to time. This is evident by the incident in Taiwan on October 4th. Harold Weisberg believed that Oswald had to have a crypto clearance in order to work with that van. I'm pretty sure that's true. The official story says Oswald had a confidential clearing, not a crypto clearing. Man, I'm starting to fade. How many slides I got left? Let me see. 100. All right. 100 slides to go, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, Oswald only documented as having had a confidential level security clearance. Most people speculate Oswald was guarding the U-2 while at Subic Point. This is totally false. That's absolutely not true at all. It's provable that the U-2 was never at Subic Point when he was there. Okay, so this is interesting. After they leave Biloxi and Oswald goes on break and goes to visit his mother at 3830 West 6th Street, Martin Strand will get court-martialed. And he was court-martialed because while he was at Biloxi, he lit a mattress on fire. Why he did this, I don't know. And it's never really talked about. But I have a feeling Martin Strand wanted out of this thing and they weren't going to let him out. And this was him kind of acting up. This is speculation on my part, of course, but I can't really think of a whole lot else that makes sense. They tried to make it seem after the fact that he was a problem child. Like they dug up the fact that he was arrested a couple years before this for some bullshit when he was a juvenile. You know, they tried to paint him as the bad guy. But there's some interesting stuff and stuff that I really don't understand in regards to, like, you know how I said that when they were at Biloxi, it indicated they were at Casual Company headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. Well, depending on whether you're traveling, whether you have leave or don't have leave, if you're on duty, they obviously pay for you to move around the country. But if you're off duty, if you're on leave, they might provide transportation, but you have to pay it back. Well, all of the travel that Oswald and the 6 guys did when they were allegedly on leave after leaving Biloxi, which should not have been paid for by the fucking Marine Corps at all. It should have said, there's an indication here. Maybe I can translate it here. I'm not seeing it, but there's an indicator on whether it's reimbursable or not, whether they have to reimburse for the travel expenses, right? All of the travel done by the 6 guys who were in Oswald's course at Biloxi, when I checked their travel records, all of them were paid for by the Marine Corps as on active duty, not on leave, which doesn't make sense because I have tons of records where guys go on leave and it says, reimbursable or non-reimbursable. But it was opposite for these guys, which to me didn't make any sense at all. Another thing that's interesting, all these guys got through Biloxi and they all got issued a career number, an MOS, which is basically it's the number that indicates what you do as a career. And 6741 was supposed to be the control operator. And everyone got one except for Martin Strand, which is weird. And this is documented June 24th, 57, before he got killed. All right, what do we have here? This is just more stuff on Strand. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on Strand. We'll skip to the end of Strand, and what I'll tell you about Strand is that Martin Strand's brother, Raymond Strand, allegedly fell off a Navy transport ship and was killed just a couple months after, in May of 58, 4 months after his brother was shot to death. The one thing that no one ever talks about and is never actually in the newspapers or was never really in any documents, and it was actually only dug up by an associate of John Armstrong's, was that Martin Strand, his brother Raymond, was actually stationed at Subic Bay with Martin in just the weeks leading up to Martin's death. So whatever Martin witnessed, his brother witnessed also. And I promise you it had to do with the other Oswald. These guys discovered the duplicate Oswald scheme and they were killed by the Navy and the Marines. I fucking promise you. I don't give a shit what the documents say. I don't care. The void of documents is so great and common sense dictates that these two motherfuckers were together at Subic Point and they both end up dead within 4 months and both interacted with Oswald. That's what I got to say to that. So despite being listed as an AVN electronics operator, Oswald was he was on mess duty all the time because he was always in trouble and he was also on guard duty. All right, Corregidor. This photograph of Lee Oswald was stationed in Corregidor in 57. The notation of 1957 is in Oswald's own hand. Officially, Oswald will not head to Corregidor until the end of January 1958 after the death of Martin Strand. Now, this is Harvey Oswald on the left, Lee Oswald on the right, both taken within a year or so of each other. Once again, Body structure is different. Look at their shoulders. The way the shoulders hang is there. Everything about these guys is different. All right. So I have some speculation here that one of the boats that he could have gotten on that I talked about earlier was the USS Henrico, which arrived in Yokosuka in September 57. But I don't really know. I'm just kind of spitballing on what boat he was in. So we have an incident that we're going to talk about, I believe, later on with Sidney Robinson and Oswald when Oswald was on guard duty. And he says he's one of the ones that said Oswald got shot in the wrist. And but there's another incident that will occur while Oswald is in Taiwan, when Oswald was clearly not in Taiwan, but he was in Taiwan, if you feel what I'm saying. And we'll get to all that stuff here coming up. Let me see. What can I skip here? Yeah, the Martin Strand stuff. This is all about Martin Strand. And so these guys provide a whole bunch of names here. Like Robinson provides all these names like John Smith, Richard Pritchard, Tom Mayu, Roger Shatilly, Donald Hodling, and Ski Trzeski, and first name unknown Craig. I actually found that guy's name. So we have another problem we have with Oswald and the Marines is that they will interview one Marine guy and he'll give a list of all the people that they were with Oswald. And then he'll go interview somebody else and another person at the same time will give a completely different list. Like, it's brutally obvious at this time that these Oswalds are associating with different people. And John Armstrong did a great job of consolidating the names into different lists of who actually knew who at what time. Let me see. All right. So Robinson stated he was a corporal of the guard at Atsugi intermittently during his assignment there, and that Oswald was assisted with temporary guard duty under his immediate supervision at Atsugi and aboard a ship while on Philippine maneuvers from October or November of 1957 until February of 1958, when Robinson returned to the United States. Oswald was still at Atsugi when Robinson left in February 58. So according to Robinson, Oswald was still at Atsugi when he left Japan in February of 58. And that's problematic because Oswald's supposed to be in Subic Bay at that time. We know Oswald was stationed at Subic Point until late January, when he was stationed in Corregidor in Philippines until March 18th, 58, right? So we have a ton of people who came forward and gave testimony that they knew Oswald in the Marines, and where they said he was doesn't jive with what we know about the known record. Like, this is a great list from Edward J. Epstein, who wrote the book Legend, which is pretty good. He speculates on a lot of stuff. Here's my thing. If you're going to speculate, you need corroboration or a plausible place in the storyline for an incident to have occurred. That's it. That's what you need, right? And if you don't have it, you don't have it. But these guys here, this is a fascinating list. There aren't really statements from a lot of these guys, but these are the guys who are listed, and this really contradicts some of the statements of some of the other guys who talked to other investigators over the years. All right, so Oswald will be court-martialed April 11th, 1958, and he's going to be sent to the brig for 2 months. Okay. This causes some problems, again, based on timing, because where's Oswald? Why is he in the brig? He's in the brig because he basically got into a fight with an officer at a bar, the Bluebird Cafe in Yamato, Japan, on June 20th, 1958. It was Sergeant Michael Rodriguez. I feel it was another staged event. To me, it feels like another staged event. So he's in the brig for months, like from June 27th until middle of August. And that ends up being problematic because of conflicts on where the other Oswald is also. So all these data sheets here are from his Marine diaries, which are kind of goddamn hard to locate. You gotta go digging in some obscure places to find them, but you can find them in Armstrong's research, and you can find them at ancestry.com and all that stuff. So Oswald was in the brig starting June 27th, 1958. However, somehow he managed to sign and date his life insurance paperwork on June 30th, 3 days after he was confined. It was also witnessed by Peter J. Cassisi. And it actually turns out Cassisi was sent to the brig at the same time Oswald was, but why are they letting him do stuff like this? I don't understand. This whole incident with for some reason, this theme of his life insurance that we talked about earlier, how his mother got it the day before he had his mastoidectomy, right? And so that life insurance policy pops up throughout his life and randomly documents dates and times and addresses of where he was living when changes were made to the policy. Really weird how it keeps popping up like that. All right. Taiwan, September 14th, 1958 to October 6th, 1958. This is very interesting stuff. I'll tell you why. This is the best example of Oswald being in two places at once while in the Marine Corps. Yeah, I have to apologize. I'm starting to fade. So, Oswald, let's be clear about a concept here. Oswald can't be in Taiwan September 14th to October 6th, 1958, if he's in the hospital because he has fucking gonorrhea and anal bleeding. And I wonder how you get gonorrhea and anal bleeding at the same time. The Warren Commission concluded Oswald did go to Taiwan as part of his tour of duty. The HSCA, however, concluded that based on DOD statements regarding Oswald, that he did not go to Taiwan and had remained behind at Atsugi as part of a rear echelon unit. That's false about the rear echelon unit. It actually was a maintenance squad, but we'll get into that. So here you can see that the Department of Defense, they maintain the position that Oswald never sailed to Taiwan and he remained behind at NAS Atsugi. Well, it's not what the Warren Commission said, but to this day is what the Department of Defense said. And how can that be? Oswald sailed on the U.S. Skagit, a.k.a. 105, on September 14th, 1958. Very well documented. There's his name on the diary, December 14th, Japan, Atsugi, MACS-1. All the other guys who were on this boat, very well documented. Oswald was on this boat. Oswald, however, was added to the sick list on September 16th, 1958 at Atsugi. What date was that? September 14th. Oh, so he sails out on September 14th, 1958. But on the 16th, 1958, he's at Atsugi and he's put on the sick list. Hello. Medical records clearly show Oswald was in Atsugi on September 16th, 1957, where he was sent to the lab at Mainside for testing. He returned to the Atsugi Hospital number 5838 on September 20th. September 20th is the date he's allegedly taking off, right? Or he's supposed to be already out at sea then. So here we go. On September 29th, 1958, the complaint was urethral discharge. They took a smear, and that was many pus cells were noted. No organisms were noted. The note underneath is good response to therapy, has been doing much heavy lifting. They must have given him light duty for 3 days to repeat smear 1 week. October 6, 1958, the complaint was urethral discharge. They took a smear. The report was moderate amount of pus cells, few grams positive cocci. This is not gonorrhea. Oh, yes, it is. Heavy discharge with occasional burning. He has been doing heavy lifting recently. Some heavy discharge with occasional burning of the urination. Although this says dysuria has been doing heavy lifting recently. Okay, so the heavy lifting thing is hilarious, and I'll get into that later when we get to when it's relevant. But there's no heavy lifting going on, okay? That's a cover. October 24th, 1958, the complaint was urethral discharge. So this motherfucker is going from, and actually, it's not even September 16th. I don't even know if I have the whole document here, but the original document goes back to August 24th. He started going to the clinic on August 24th because he had VD. He had gonorrhea. All right. So September 16th, he's in there for urethral discharge to lab. And let's look at these numbers now. What fucking number lab is he? What number is he at? 3835. That's Atsugi. What was Ikusuka? 3923 or whatever it was. It was 39 number, not 3835. So this motherfucker is still at Atsugi. Okay. He's still at Atsugi. And we know for fact he's at Atsugi. How do we know that? Because when you look into where they sent him to Mainside for testing. All right. When you look into what Mainside is, Atsugi had two main camps, East Camp and Mainside. Right. So all the references to Mainside in the fucking documentation here is proof he was at Mainside. He was not on a boat. He was at Mainside. All right. Captain George Donabedian testified to the Warren Commission Oswald was sent from the Atsugi Naval Hospital to Mainside for a smear, indicating the doctor sent him to the base lab to provide a test sample. Oswald was not treated on board the U.S. Skagit. Oswald will still be at Atsugi on October 7th when he is admitted to the hospital for 6 days for a colonoscopy due to rectal bleeding. What'd they say about Oswald and Jack Ruby? Bleeding from the rectum. Rectum, it nearly killed him. All right, so here's the problem. We have absolute proof that he was in Taiwan at the exact same time that we have absolute proof that he was at the hospital in Atsugi. Now, Charles Rhodes, this is another guy who worked with Oswald. Rhodes was present during Oswald's guard duty incident on October 4th, 1958. Oswald is sent back to Atsugi on October 6th via plane. Despite Oswald having been on the sick list at Atsugi, Rhodes was witness to Oswald's guard duty incident and the fact that they sent him back on a plane on October 6th, 1958. Okay? But like I said, when we look over this document here, all these dates that he was supposed to be on a boat, he was September 16th, 1958, to lab for smear, okay, at Atsugi, right? These fucking idiots in the Done Obedient exhibit basically posted enough medical documentation, and these fucking idiots in the Folsom exhibit posted enough payroll records to fucking realize there were two motherfuckers in the goddamn Marines. This isn't crazy. This isn't bullshit. This is fucking over. This is covert operations. This is tradecraft. And they fucked up in the records. And I want the real fucking records. Trump, motherfucker. Lee Oswald had already been in the subunit at Atsugi. This is the problem. The official story is that he's transferred back from Taiwan as per the Warren Commission, because remember, the HCA denies that he was ever in fucking Taiwan. But the Warren Commission says that he was transferred back on the 6th, and that he was transferred to a maintenance unit, a rear echelon unit, right? They can't make up their mind if it's a rear echelon unit or a maintenance squadron. But when you come to understand how to interpret this little botched fucking and nearly erased sentence here, you come to realize he was in a maintenance squadron. And what does a maintenance squadron mean? It means he was a mechanic. Okay, and mechanics had to go to Memphis, but we already talked about Memphis, and Oswald didn't go to fucking Memphis. So how was he put in a maintenance squadron if he never went to Memphis? I don't fucking know. You see, everything I'm saying here, these voids, this is how you do your research, and you come stumbling upon potholes, great big black holes in the middle of research, and you're like, wow, of course there's documents there. Of course, but I don't have them. And where are they? That's where they are. All right, so here we go. This one here, October 6, 58, Oswald's at Atsugi, Japan. Okay, and he's in the rear echelon maintenance unit. October 6, 1958. No, he's not. He's in MACS-1, Mag 11 in Pingtung, North Taiwan. Okay, these are two conflicting Marine diaries that show Oswald is in two fucking places at once on October 6, 1958. And if someone out there is going to say, no, this is one early in the day and one late in the day, that's not how they did diaries. Diaries were done once a day, period. And if they were abridged or updated, it's noted in the next day's diary with a little note under it. Let me see. I even got one here. I can probably show you. Now, look at this. Look at this guy, Albert Tate, and look at all this stuff under here. These are all notations from what he did previous, okay? But that's not what we're seeing here. What we're seeing here is outright fucking Oswald in two places at one time. Boom. Pingtung, Taiwan, and Atsugi, Japan, both on October 6, 1958. Okay? Here, a better copy of this. See, H and MS, that's a maintenance squadron. Maintenance squadron means mechanic. Mechanic means Memphis. Don't ask me. All right, so William Trail, he's another witness we're going to talk about. He was in MACS-1 with Oswald in Atsugi. He claims that when his group went to Taiwan, he had heard that Oswald was being held prisoner, which means he was in the brig at the time. This puts Trail's Taiwan trip between June 27th and August 13th, 58. Harvey Oswald was in Taiwan from September 14th to October 6th. On November 27, 1963, a memo was sent out by the FBI to field offices advising them that, quote, it doesn't consider it feasible to identify and consider interviews of military personnel who served with Oswald during 1958. Do you understand what I just said? It does not consider it feasible to identify and consider interviews of military personnel who served with Oswald during 1958. They're saying, don't look for that man behind the curtain in 1958. That's what they're saying. They're saying you can't look at 1958. Because if 1958 will show that he was in two places at once, He was in Natsugi and he was in Taiwan at the same time. And they provided the records that prove that. But then they expect to gaslight us into thinking, oh, they just made a mistake or something. No, fuck you. If you can't see a pattern from 1945 all the way through here, I don't know what to tell you. All right. More listings of people who are at MACS 9 with Oswald. Oswald leave record. When you look at Oswald's leave record, it corresponds to the statements of people who saw him on leave, like Mr. McCracken at the 3830 address. So here's something that's messed up. Oswald applies for the Albert Schweitzer College March 19th, 1959. Okay, that's 6 months before. That's 6 months before he allegedly leaves the Marines in September, but it's exact same time that he went through that barrage of testing where he took the Russian exam, right? So people, here's the thing with Oswald speaking Russian. Lee Oswald never spoke Russian. Harvey Oswald allegedly spoke Russian. And people who actually knew Harvey Oswald said that he spoke very fluently. We can't pinpoint a date or time that he ever actually learned Russian. And I don't want to hear shit about he went to some 3-week school and learned Russian. You know, it doesn't happen that way. Russian is complex. I grew up with a Russian friend. I know one sentence after knowing him for years. You know what I mean? It's hard. So I don't buy that at all. But we have guys like Richard Call who said that Oswald was listening to Russian language records, phonographs. I don't know how to, I can't process that at all. When I get done with all this stuff and I write my book, I'm going to move on to Oswald and the Soviet Union, and I'm going to dissect that with a fine-tooth comb, and I will eventually come to conclude what was really happening, because a lot of times you need to know what happened in the future to understand the past. And sometimes, and this is a perfect example, we can't understand Oswald's Russian language stuff until I get to the future when he's in Russia, and then I can figure out what really went on, and then I can reflect on what he was doing here. So, all right, January 17th, 45, Lee Oswald at 5 years old had his tonsils out. But yet while he is in the Marines, he was sick with his tonsils. Here we go. Left tonsil was irritated. Injection of phalanx with percolate, left tonsil, and something gargles. But yeah, Oswald had his tonsils out in 45. That's what it was. Okay, Oswald had his tonsils out in 45 and the mastectomy in 46. Oh, so just for clarification's sake. So yeah, how the fuck are you going to have your tonsils out and then you have a problem with your tonsils when you're in the Marines? Doesn't make any sense. All right, so dental prosthesis failed on May 5th, 58. Oswald had his tooth knocked out. We all know he had a tooth knocked out because we have a damn photo in front of us shows he had his tooth knocked out. And in the Marines, they had to replace the tooth. There's documentation right there. His tooth was replaced May 5th, 1958. Okay. However, when they exhumed Oswald's body, he had 2 natural teeth. So besides the documentation of his tooth being knocked out in 1955, and besides the documentation of his tooth being replaced in the Marines in 1950, whatever year that was, 58, okay, Oswald's autopsy showed he had 2 natural teeth. Okay. Isn't the evidence overwhelming yet that there were 2 Oswalds? I hope every Kennedy researcher out there is eating their fucking words right now. All right. Another picture. This is a bad picture, but this is Oswald. You know, it says here, Lee and I went squirrel hunting with Vada, that's his wife, brother, on the Mercer's farm in February 58 when Lee was home on leave from the Marines. That's my .22 rifle. See, he says it so casually in February 58, but he changes that story twice. He changes it to December 58, and then he changes it to September of 59. So who knows? All right. So Palmer McBride and the Pfister Dental Lab. We're going to cover this real quick because we're almost done, actually. We're going to have this wrapped up in the next half hour. The day after the assassination, Airman Palmer McBride reported to his CO, he's in the Air Force, that he had known Oswald in New Orleans in 1957 and 1958. McBride stated that Oswald and his mother were living at the Senator Hotel or a rooming house next to it. Okay. So Palmer McBride is working at Pfister Dental Lab from 1950, I think 56 onward. He's there for about 2 years. Around December of 57 through, he says, about May of 58, he says Lee Harvey Oswald comes and works there at Pfister Dental Lab. This is a gross impossibility. I just showed you how both Oswalds were in Corregidor at 2 different times, spanning a gap of November through December 20th. I don't have any additional evidence that Oswald, either of them, could have made it back to New Orleans. Especially since the date was narrowed down, I believe, in the Palmer McBride investigation. I believe it was narrowed down to like October or November that he was there. But clearly, Harvey Oswald was in Corregidor from November 22nd through December 20th. And then we have Lee Oswald was in Subic Bay and Corregidor through the end of January, right? So, well, the end of January, then they went to Corregidor, then it was the end of March when they went back to Atsugi. But still, they're both tied up at this time. It would have had to have been for Oswald to have been back in New Orleans working with Palmer McBride. It would have had to have been after December 20th. It would have taken 10, 12 days. It would have been in January. But McBride is pretty adamant it's in 57. And so what does that tell you? If you're following me so far and you understand that these Oswalds there's two Oswalds in the Marines at the same time, and we have the photographic evidence, we have the documentary evidence, we've got the medical records, right? It's pretty goddamn concrete. That tells me that a third party was using the name Lee Harvey Oswald while working at Pfister Dental Lab and talking about communism.
I'm Linda Faircloth. I'm the general manager of Pfister Dental Lab, and I've worked for the company since 1977. And I was asked to make a presentation at the president's meeting about 4 years ago on the laboratory and the original owners, and to explain any infamous characters or colorful characters that had ever been affiliated with the company. And through my search and talking to all of the previous owners, people that had worked for the company, managers, anybody that I could get a lead from, I found out that Pfister was founded in 1906 by Louis Pfister. Otterer Dental Lab was founded in 1916 by John Otterer. And through this, I called Mr. John Otterer to ask him a few questions. And in the conversation, he had told me that one of the stories that I had heard from another person, that Lee Harvey Oswald had worked for the company, and I started asking him questions about it because I immediately labeled him as the person that was going to be my colorful character. And I had heard through Mr. Arthur Stump that Lee Harvey Oswald had worked for Pfister, and he had started as a waxer and didn't do very well at that, so they decided to give him another task. And I didn't know what the task was, but Mr. Otterer clarified that task. He said that back then they decided to get together, since Louis Pfister and John Otterer were kind of friends, even though they were competitors, that they went in together and hired this young man to deliver cases across the river for them, and they was going to pay 50 cents a case. And the person that got the job was Lee Harvey Oswald because he had a motorcycle. And for 2 weeks, the cases were taken from the laboratory, and the owners assumed that they were delivered. But then Lee Harvey Oswald just kind of skipped on them. And then they started getting calls from the doctor saying, "Where's the case? Where's my case?" Said, "It was delivered to you a couple of weeks ago." And when they really found out where the cases were, they were on the ferry boat, jumped behind some boxes, and obviously they never did get delivered. So when we put all of this down for the company, we felt we had to get more accurate dates, and these people that I talked to, Mr. Johnny Lopez, Mr. George Bischoff, Arthur Stump, and John Otterer, felt that the time of hire was somewhere in 1957 and 1958, and that he had worked for the company somewhere maybe 6 months or so. They're really not clear or sure about the length of time, but everyone was pretty positive that he worked there in 1957. And every time I asked a question, everybody would go back and say, "Well, the one you really need to talk to is Lionel Slater, because he worked with him." I talked to Lionel Slater. Lionel Slater said, "The one you really need to talk to is Palmer McBride." And I also talked with Palmer McBride after speaking with John Armstrong. And everybody still goes back and says, well, the time that he worked at Pfister was in the 57, 58 era. So, you know, that's the basis of the information that I have on it. And after getting all of this together, I wrote my little report and I presented it at a president's meeting in Charleston, South Carolina, and got a lot of people getting more interested in the president's assassination through realizing that Lee Harvey Oswald had worked for Fistra on Dolphin Street during that time period. And the lab moved at the present location in 1974, and consequently we lost a lot of records from the move, and then we've had a few floods that we've lost some records, but we've gone back and tried to find out everything that we could and couldn't come up with actual documents, but there's a lot of good people that really, truly believe that the time of his employment was in 1957 and 1958, and that he was a very interesting character.
Did you talk to one or more or any of the owners of Pfister's about the FBI visiting Pfister's after the assassination?
Yes, I did. I talked to Mr. Johnny Lopez, and he remembered quite vividly what had happened. He said that after the assassination had occurred, that immediately the FBI came in and talked to each one of the owners as well as the department heads. They took all the employment records and advised them not to be discussing the case to anyone. And it was extremely important that they kind of keep this under wraps. And at that point, they took all of the records that the company had in terms of employment records. And this was the very next working day after the assassination. So I'm assuming that would be Monday, right?
Yes, it would be Monday. It would be the first working day. The president was killed on Friday.
A third person using the name of Oswald, while the two Oswalds are in Atsugi, provably. And Corregidor, of course. You know what I'm saying. But this is a third person who's using the name of Lee Oswald. Is this part of the setup? I don't know. I don't know. And who could it have been? Well, allegedly, the person who was Oswald working for Pfister Dental Lab during this time period, besides talking about communism all the time, they rode a motorcycle, and that's why they hired them, because they could do deliveries on a motorcycle. Oswald didn't own a motorcycle. Robert Oswald, I think, honestly, if I had to bet right now and put money on it, I'd say it was Robert Oswald, and this was one of the examples of the times that he posed as his brother during this setup. He's old enough. He was years older than Oswald, right? So he would have been, 1920-ish, 21, around this time when he was born in 54, and that would have been, no, he would have been younger than that. So no, he could have totally pulled it off. He could have totally pulled it off. But other than that, it's been suggested, Diana Thomas suggested to me that it was Gordon Novell because he owned a motorcycle and was in New Orleans at the time. And he is actually, believe it or not, connected to a lot of these people like Toucheg. And he's actually in Texas at a lot of times when Oswald's growing up. I haven't even touched Novell yet in as far as the early Oswald stuff. His part in the assassination was minimal. But in as far as this early Oswald stuff, I haven't touched him at all. There is an ample opportunity for an investigator out there to really pull apart the life of Gordon Novell and connect it to all this Oswald stuff. Legit. All right, so I have some more statements from people who knew this person down in New Orleans and as Lee Harvey Oswald when he was talking about communism. And basically, I have a whole bunch of slides here that all they do is corroborate, the dates that somebody was there named Oswald, and they were talking about communism at a time when he couldn't have been, when it couldn't have been Oswald, right? So that's a lot of these slides. I'm not going to go into much more detail than that, but there definitely was somebody working there named Lee Oswald who rode a motorcycle. The FBI just dismissed his claims entirely, and the dates that Harvey Oswald was in Corregidor conflict with the dates that Palmer McBride stated. And so this is a woman from Pfister Dental Lab who confirmed the information. I skipped a slide here from John Armstrong. Again, all these slides, all they do is really confirm that Oswald really did work there, or somebody going by the name Lee Oswald really did work there. All right, so we have some interesting stuff. We have some interesting slides here as we get towards the end of Oswald's career. I don't get into his defection or any of that stuff. That's going to be a whole book separate. But Here we have a statement, an FBI report from Major William P. Gorski, Assistant Provost Marshal, MCAS El Toro, California, advised SA Sam J. Schumacher on November 27, 63, that Lee Harvey Oswald was assigned to the lighter-than-air base, an air facility adjacent to MCAS El Toro. Major Gorski stated Oswald was discharged from the Marine base in March of 1959, and that all of Oswald's records had been transferred to Washington, D.C. Major Gorski noted that Oswald reportedly had been arrested by the Santa Ana, California Police Department for hitchhiking in 1959, but a check of the records of Santa Ana Police Department failed to locate a record for his arrest. And what's big about this document? It says Oswald got out of the fucking Marines in what, March 59? That's not true, but that would make a lot of sense. And why would that make a lot of sense? And let me get to this document. This document is from Robert Oswald, FBI report documenting a statement by our Robert Oswald, and I'll read this to you. The witness declared that the petitioner was a member of the United States Marine Corps from 56 until sometime in 1959 when he was given an honorable discharge. He stated that following the petitioner's discharge, he came to Fort Worth for a few months and then went to New Orleans, Louisiana on or about October 59 and departed for Russia. Okay, so if he got out in September, he couldn't have stayed a few months in New Orleans and then gone to Russia in October. No. But if he got out in March, and there's even some speculation he might have gotten out in July of 59, he most certainly could have stayed for a couple of months with his brother out of sight. Did that actually happen? Probably, because when you have a document and you only have fucking one of them and it has a bombshell on it and it's usually hidden that no one's ever talked about before, that's usually the truth. So yes, Oswald probably did. The real Lee Oswald did get out of the Marines sometime prior to September 1959. And I believe he had to have hung around in Santa Ana somewhere, even though he was never stationed there. The other Oswald was stationed there. He was stationed at El Toro, which was something different. All right. Continuing on. Kerry Thornley. Kerry Thornley was impersonating Oswald in the months and years leading up to the assassination, and Garrison knew Thornley was involved in every aspect of this thing. Garrison knew that Kerry Thornley shot J.D. Tippit. This, what you're looking at here, is the first page of Garrison's file on Thornley, okay? The second page here, it says Douglas Jones Printing, and he's talking about the Jones Printing stuff, right? Okay, so Garrison knew Thornley shot J.D. Tippit, and Garrison knew that Thornley was the one who had the flyers made for Oswald. Right? He knew it for fact. That's why this was on the front page of his file. And this is the way that you know that Garrison knew more than he knew, because he organized his files in such a manner that it's obvious that the people who are labeled on the file, who are not in the files he's talking about, were directly connected. Garrison, man, God, we have such a debt of gratitude we owe to that man. So Thornley always testified, and I'll read this, that he was only in the Marines for like 2 years. He goes, when did you first become acquainted with him? He goes, it was around Easter of 59, either shortly before or shortly after. Let's see. He was in the Marines at that time. Yes, sir. I take it you were also, sir. He goes, yes, sir. How long had you been in the Marines? He goes, at the time, I'd been in the Marines over half a year. So that's 6 months, right? Half a year, 6 months. I had been in the reserves for many years. I had been on active duty only half a year. Well, he's a fucking liar, because what you're looking at on the right-hand side is Kerry Thornley's absolutely jam-packed fucking training schedule that goes back to May 28th, 1956. Okay. So I don't want to hear fucking nothing about he was only half a year. And look at his training. He went through basic Marine training, then recruit training, and then he goes through AAA man training. You know what AAA man training is? It's amphibious assault. AAA is amphibious assault. This motherfucker was trained to storm the beaches at Normandy and shit like that, right? Then, as we'll see, there's some conflict with his schedule, and he lied about stuff. You know, he said that he was only in for half a year. You know, he was in the reserves, but that was it. You look at this fucking training schedule. Look at his training schedule. Basic AAA man, then retraining. Retraining was when he goes to Biloxi, and we'll show this here momentarily. It says he's at Los Alamos, California, but he's one of the few people who it says Los Alamos, California, when he's actually at Biloxi. Because remember, Biloxi, it always said HQBN, Headquarters Battalion, HQMC, Arlington, Virginia. That was the cover, not his cover. He had a different kind of cover. This Los Alamos, California MACS 18 base, guess what? That was a multi-jurisdictional base, meaning it had Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and CIA. Okay. That is what is put here. But his retraining was actually at Biloxi, and I'll prove that here momentarily. And then after that, he does, look at this. He's got 4.5 fucking years of nonstop training. 4.5 years of nonstop training. But he's like, oh, I was in the Marines for 6 months. Fuck you, Kerry Thornley. So right here is when he allegedly went active. So everything he did before that, he did allegedly in the reserves. All these courses that he took, the AVN electric operator and all this stuff here, this is all the shit that Oswald took and not in the reserves. Okay, so Kerry Thornley is a fucking liar. Kerry Thornley, while he's overseas in Atsugi, he'll be sent back here in 1959. He'll be sent back from Atsugi. When he says he's at Atsugi, he'll be sent to Washington, D.C. because allegedly he wins an instructor technique course competition. Let me still have that paperwork. Yeah, that's so fucked up. So this is what happens. This is a timeline, and this is how you can learn so much from chronologies. So Oswald makes his arrangements to go to the Albert Schweitzer School, showing his defection or all that stuff was planned. Albert Schweitzer School, remember, run by Percival Brundage, who ran Southeast Airline, who ran the fucking cocaine out of goddamn South America, okay? So I don't want to hear fucking nothing about Albert Schweitzer was not a fucking CIA front. It was one building on one school, okay? It had like 3 people went there. It's fucking front. Okay, so he plans that in March of 59. He's out by September of 59. Immediately after Oswald is out of the Marines, Kerry Thornley is grabbed from Atsugi and sent back to Washington, D.C., allegedly because he won an instructor techniques competition. Okay? I don't buy that for a second. Then he's allegedly doing the AVN electrical operator stuff until January 31st, 1960. Eventually, I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff. Okay, here's where Kerry Thornley got recruited. He got recruited by the CIA from the Voice of Democracy contest in 1956 when he was still in high school. Okay, Kerry Thornley is a goddamn ass-kissing, science fair winning, super fucking nerd who won the Voice of Democracy contest. And what did I say before? Anything that has the name democracy or freedom or anything is CIA fucking bullshit, right? So Voice of Democracy contest winner, he won that, and that's where they recruited him. It was a big deal back in the day. Then there's like all these newspaper articles about him doing stuff, but ultimately they recruit him. Then he goes in, he does all this heavy amphibious assault training. Right here he is. He's doing this fucking this Pacific exercise in Formosa, and this is after Oswald's already back in Santa Ana, and he's already left, or he's either gotten out of the Marines, and Kerry Thornley is already here doing this fucking stuff in 1960, right? And why is this important? This is all important. Operation Blue Star was actually what it was called. But the dates of when Kerry Thornley get out of the fucking Marines is what is the linchpin and everything, because it is as soon as he gets out of the Marines, the impersonations of Oswald start at Bolton Ford. Within 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. And honestly, it's only 2 or 3 weeks if you believe that Kerry Thornley didn't make it to New Orleans until January of 1961. Because I now am 100% convinced it was not William Seymour at Bolton Ford. It was Kerry Thornley and Lawrence Howard, because he mentions Lawrence Howard as Leopoldo in his confession letter to Jim Garrison. So connect the dots there on your own. But that motherfucker was there at Bolton Ford, and we know this because they were the same height at the time, about 5'10". That's how we know this. So I'm going to have to correct that in a future edition of my book, because I think I named William Seymour as that man, but it wasn't. It was Kerry Thornley. And it was Kerry Thornley because the timing fits perfectly. In a split second, he gets out of the fucking Marines, where all he does is, let me see if I have any more stuff on him. I think I do. I have something real important on him coming up. So all he does is he goes to Atsugi and he starts to investigate Oswald. Why would he do that? Why would he go to Atsugi and start to investigate Oswald? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He was assigned to investigate Oswald from the jump. So this is not a Kennedy-related document. I found this because I'll explain the story and how I got to this momentarily, but this is Kerry Thornley at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, December 1957. Thornley has never mentioned he was ever at Keesler. No one's ever mentioned at Keesler. It's not in his biography. He covered it up. How do we know that this is Kerry Thornley? Well, that's motherfucking Kerry Thornley. That's how we know it's Kerry Thornley. Okay? So Wayne Setzer was in basic training and basic electronics school at Keesler Air Force Base in 1957. He posted these images online. Kerry Thornley is clearly in the first row, second from the left. Right? That's him right there. Okay. And this is Wayne Keesler, is both of his photographs. So now when you go and look at the dates of when this actually occurred, December 1957, as when graduation was. Here, all it's got for Kerry Thornley is retraining, right? So he's got basic amphibian training, and then he goes into retraining where he goes to electrical operator school here at Keesler. And then January 31st, 58, he's retraining again. And then all of a sudden, in July, he's a basic avian control operator, right? So like, what the fuck? How does that work? How do you go from a generic retraining and all of a sudden you're a basic avian control operator? Why'd they do that? Why'd they do it? They did it because they were teaching him to be Oswald. They put him in Oswald's footsteps on purpose. Let me see. When Thornley arrives in Atsugi, he begins to inquire about Oswald and Oswald's unit, and he uses an alias. He uses the alias of Rick Thornley, and he claims to be a professional writer. We know this because of the statements of a guy named Ronald Schwinghammer. Ronald Schwinghammer was approached by Rick Thornley, who was taking pictures and making lots of notes about Oswald's group. Why would he do that? Well, Kerry Thornley was specifically taken, trained, and sent deployed to become Oswald, ultimately, and that's what he does. And going through all these motions were how he learned who Oswald was and how to be Oswald. By going through all the units that Oswald had been in, the training courses he had been in, all that stuff, that's what they did. So when he gets to New Orleans by February of 61, which is actually January of 61, he's going to Bolton Ford with fucking Lawrence Howard, and they're trying to get Jeeps for Democratic Cuba, right? Give me a fucking break. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about pieces of the puzzle falling into place. I talked about Kerry Thornley. Once Kerry Thornley gets to New Orleans, he will put himself in the company of Martin McAuliffe, Kent Courtney, and Clint Bolton. These men work for the CIA. These are CIA propagandists. McAuliffe will be credited with connecting Thornley and Guy Bannister. Thornley will move from New Orleans to Arlington, Virginia in December of 1963, and that's also happens to be the headquarters of HQMC. Right. So in his confession letter to Jim Garrison, Kerry Thornley identifies Buddy Allen Simcoe as his potential handler, or someone who is intelligence babysitter, as he puts it. Buddy Allen Simcoe has a book called Tripping Down Memory Lane, which offers a very unique insight. Buddy Simcoe was another guy who was in the classes that were in the weeks behind Oswald, who went through the exact same schedule, and I believe it was on purpose. They were all keeping tabs on Oswald. Buddy Simcoe, all these guys, Kerry Thornley, and there's another one here, John Ballantyne. So Kerry Thornley identifies Lieutenant Ballantyne as being another handler, and I couldn't find any references to it. And then all of a sudden, as I'm going through some of these documents, I find this, John Ballantyne. So I haven't done a deep dive on John Ballantyne yet. I still need to. But John Ballantyne was most likely the handler of Bud Simcoe, who was keeping tabs on Kerry Thornley, who was going to be impersonating Oswald, right? You see the chain that led directly to Office of Naval Intelligence, right? When you read through Buddy Simcoe's book, he basically makes the point that all that stuff was intelligence operative work that he was doing in the records filing room back at Santa Ana. So, all right, we're going to do the Wilcott testimony real quickly, and then I'm going to run through a couple extras, and then we're going to be done. So James Wilcott was allegedly a CIA accountant, and I didn't believe this story for a very long time, but the longer I spent on Oswald, the more it made a lot of sense. So I'll just go ahead and I'll read this. I'm not going to give much of an explanation. It'll explain itself. Mr. Wilcott says, I worked from the years of May 57 to April of 66. And in what general capacity with the CIA? All in finance, accounting all the time. How did you become employed with the CIA? I was recruited from the school in Syracuse, New York, where I was taking a course in accounting and business administration. Well, I was on day duty for the station. It was a guard type function at the station, which I worked for overtime. There was a lot of excitement going on at the station after the Kennedy assassination. Towards the end of my tour of duty, I heard certain things about Oswald somehow being connected with the agency, and I didn't really believe this when I first heard it, and I thought it was absurd. Then as time went on, I began to hear more things in that line. I take it from your testimony that in November 63, you were stationed in Tokyo, the Tokyo station. Is that correct? That's right. Drawing your attention to the period immediately after the assassination of President Kennedy at that time, did you come across any information concerning Lee Harvey Oswald's relationship with the CIA? Yes, I did. And will you tell the committee what that relationship was? Well, it was my understanding that Lee Harvey Oswald was an employee of the agency. It was an agent of the agency. What do you mean by the term agent? That he was a regular employee receiving a full-time salary for agent work for doing CIA operational work. How many people made this reference to Oswald being an agent of the CIA? At least there was at least 6 or 7 people specifically who said that they either knew or believed Oswald to be an agent. Was Jerry Fox one of the people that made this allegation? To the best of my recollection, yes. And who is Jerry Fox? Jerry Fox was a case officer for his branch, the Soviet Russia branch in the Tokyo station, who purchased information from the Soviets. Upon your memory and the list that you brought with you today, will you tell the committee the names of the CIA officers who you remember working in Tokyo in '63? Yes, there was Glenn Nelson, Japan branch, who had embassy cover. Jerry Fox, SR branch, Soviet Russia branch. Mr. Goldsmith says, excuse me, please proceed very slowly. Wilcott says, Jerry Fox, SR branch, Reed Dennis, chief of Soviet satellite, and Bill Center, China branch. Wilcott says, the specific incident was soon after the Kennedy assassination, where an agent, a case officer, I'm sure it was a case officer, came up to my window to draw money. And he specifically said in the conversation that ensued, he specifically said, well, Jim, the money I drew the last couple of weeks ago was money either for the Oswald project or for Oswald. The name of this Oswald project was allegedly called RX Zim, which is rather interesting to me. RX, I'm thinking pharmacy, perhaps medical something, and Zim, short for perhaps Zimmerman. You never know. I've come across these things in my Oswald research, and it's kind of hard to say. The reason I believe Wilcott's testimony that he was distributing money for the Oswald project is because of one name and one name only. The rest of the story is completely unverifiable. But the name Robert Hashima that he provided, he should not have known that name. That is the deepest cover you're ever going to hear about. This guy was a double agent for America and Japan, and he worked with the CIA out of Atsugi. Okay. Nobody should have known that name for till the 90s. And when people know things that they shouldn't know, there's a good chance that what they're telling you is true. And so do I believe Mr. Wilcott's statements? I do absolutely. I do absolutely believe that he was aware of this Oswald deception. All right, some extras, and then we'll get out of here. This is the DOD ID allegedly found on Oswald when he was arrested, okay? This is a fake. The expiration date on it is off by 1 day from the actual expiration of the one that was issued to him when he left the Marines. And the photograph on it was actually taken in Minsk. So I don't know how they could have used a photograph that was taken in Minsk on an ID that was issued to him in September 59 before he went to Minsk. Know what I mean? Also, whoever fabricated this, that's not Lee's signature. That's probably Marina Oswald's signature. They used her signature on a bunch of things. But that number, 4271617, that is the actual number of Oswald's legitimate DOD card that he was issued when he left. So the person who faked this card with this picture somehow knew the authentic number of his DOD card. How's that possible? Marina, I'll tell you how it's possible. Marina got the information from him and gave it to Thornley and all the other guys who were setting him up. Okay, the Office of Naval Intelligence. They pulled Oswald's security file 8 days before the assassination on November 14th, 1963 for unknown reasons. Crowley was the name of the person who pulled it. All right, the Dallas police collected around 230 pieces of evidence from the Payne home and the Beckley boarding house. This is property from the Beckley boarding house. This is a document that says, hey, forget about the fact that the list that we have seemed to double over time. Don't worry about it. That's what this says. The thing is, when the Dallas police took all the evidence from allegedly Ruth Payne's and from the boarding house, which Oswald never lived at. Oswald lived at Ruth Payne's house. I have multiple pieces of evidence where they basically admit that. And so they collected about 230 pieces of evidence, and they returned 450 pieces of evidence. And some of that evidence was stuff like this. Okay, tax withholding statements from 1956. Would you be okay? I'm sorry. No, people don't hold tax withholding statements for 6 years and have them laying around their house, right? So, and here's the biggest problem with these particular tax withholding statements. These are supposed to be documents that are typed by different people at different businesses at different times in different cities. Okay. But John Armstrong had them all analyzed. Remember, these are presented to us. They don't have the originals at the FBI anymore. All they have are photocopies, just like the fakery behind the money order that ordered the rifle, right? So these are fakes. John Armstrong had them analyzed, and they were all typed on the same typewriter, despite the fact that they were supposed to have been from different companies in different cities at different places at different times. Okay? These fucking people. And so the final thing we're going to look at today is Oswald's application for Leslie Welding. He put that he worked for the State Department when he was in Moscow. And like I said, those are just little extras, but that will wrap up today's presentation.